Hello there, dear friends. As the gentle whispers of spring fill the air, let's take a moment to set aside all our worries and embrace the peace of this magical season. Spring is the perfect time for renewal, and there's no better way to unwind than with a peaceful story. So, let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds as we embark on this cozy journey together. May this gentle tale bring you sweet dreams and a restful night, setting the stage for a wonderful start to your day tomorrow. Story 1. As twilight deepened its embrace over the Elderwood Forest, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a fragrant symphony that played to the rhythm of the forest's heartbeat. A gentle breeze whispered through the ancient boughs, teasing the leaves into a soft, rustling murmur that mingled with the distant call of a nightingale. The sky, awash with the hues of a fading sunset, painted the world in strokes of purple and gold, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor like ethereal spirits. The venerable oakwood, a towering sentinel amidst this tapestry of life, stood as the heart of the woodland, its gnarled roots twisted and turned, disappearing into the mossy undergrowth, while its branches reached skyward, cradling the heavens themselves. It was here, within this sacred embrace, that the family of wise old owlets gathered, their eyes wide with anticipation and a touch of trepidation. The eldest owl, her feathers a tapestry of grays and browns, bore witness to the passage of countless seasons. Her eyes, gleaming like polished amber, held the weight of ancient knowledge, yet shimmered with a warmth that belied her solemn demeanor. She had watched over this forest for years unnumbered, and knew its secrets as if they were her own. "My nestlings," she began, her voice as soft as a breeze rustling through ferns. "The world we inhabit is a delicate balance, a symphony of life that requires each note to play its part. This night, when the veil between realms thins, we are reminded of our place within this grand design." As she spoke, the shimmering mist continued to weave its way through the oak's roots, its silvery tendrils encircling the owlets like a ghostly embrace. The air grew electric with anticipation, and the forest seemed to hold its breath as the mist coalesced into the majestic form of the stag, its antlers a crown of moonlight. The presence of the Lord of the Glade was palpable, a force of nature that transcended the physical realm. The stag's eyes, deep as the midnight sky, held an intelligence that seemed to pierce the very soul, and the owlets felt a profound sense of connection, as if gazing into a mirror that reflected their innermost selves. "Behold," the elder owl whispered, her voice tinged with reverence, "the embodiment of the forest's spirit, a guardian of harmony and balance." As the stag inclined its noble head, a cascade of stardust descended, each mote a seed of potential, a promise of renewal. The owlets watched in awe as the forest floor transformed into a jeweled tapestry, alive with colors that defied description. In that moment, the eldest owlet, a curious creature with feathers tipped in silver, felt a stirring within, a yearning to understand more deeply the intricate dance of life, to embrace the wisdom of the ancients, and to carry it forward into the future. As the stag's voice resonated like celestial bells, the owlet's heart swelled with a newfound resolve. "Let this renewal be a reminder," the stag intoned, "that though the world changes, the essence of life endures. Each of you holds a thread in the tapestry of existence, a responsibility to nurture and protect." With those words echoing in the gathering dusk, the stag dissolved into a constellation of fireflies, their luminescence twinkling like stars against the darkening sky. The forest exhaled a sigh of contentment, its creatures united in a shared understanding. The elder owl folded her wings around her nestlings, sensing a change in her eldest. "You have felt it, haven't you?" she asked softly, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of pride and affection. The young owlet nodded, a flicker of determination in her gaze. "I want to learn more," she replied, her voice steady and clear, "to understand the ways of the forest and to ensure its harmony endures." The elder owl smiled, her heart swelling with hope. "Then you shall, my dear," she promised. "For knowledge is the greatest gift we can bestow upon the world, and in your quest for understanding, you shall find your place within the sacred web." As night's velvet mantle descended, the owlet family nestled together, the seeds of harmony glimmering like promises in the dark. In this enchanted realm, where reality and myth danced hand in hand, The vow to cherish the interconnected majesty of all living things remained unbroken, a guiding light for generations yet to come. The following morning, dawn broke gently, its light filtering through the forest canopy in delicate beams that kissed the dew-laden leaves. The young owlet, still charged with the night's revelations, awoke with a sense of purpose thrumming through her veins. She ventured beyond the familiar confines of the oak's embrace, her wings slicing through the crisp air as she soared above the treetops. Below her, the forest stretched out like a verdant sea, each tree a testament to the resilience of life. Landing softly on the edge of a glade, she found herself drawn to the vibrant wildflowers that dotted the clearing. Their petals, glistening with morning dew, seemed to whisper the secrets of the earth, each blossom a testament to the beauty of diversity. There she met an old tortoise, its shell a mosaic of ancient stories etched by time. It was known among the creatures as the Keeper of Tales, a living repository of the forest's history. "Young one," the tortoise greeted, its voice a low rumble that resonated with the earth itself. "What brings you to this sunlit sanctuary?" "I seek understanding," the owlet replied earnestly. "I wish to learn the tales of the forest, to grasp the threads that tie us all together." The tortoise nodded, its eyes twinkling with a wisdom born of centuries. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the trees, the songs of the rivers, and the secrets carried by the winds, for in their stories lies the knowledge you seek." Together, the owlet and the tortoise spent the day in quiet contemplation, listening to the symphony of the forest. The owlet's heart swelled with the understanding that she was but one player in this grand orchestra, her existence interwoven with the lives of countless others. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and indigo, the young owlet returned to her family, her mind alight with newfound insights. She felt the weight of her responsibility, but also the joy of being a part of something so vast and wondrous. The elder owl, sensing the change in her daughter, welcomed her with a gentle nuzzle. "What have you learned, my child?" she inquired, her voice a soothing balm. "That we are all connected," the young owlet replied, her eyes shining with clarity. "Our lives are threads in a tapestry, each one vital to the harmony of the whole. I will carry this wisdom and share it with others, ensuring that the balance endures." The elder owl nodded, her heart full of pride and hope. "Then you are ready," she said softly. "Ready to become a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets." In the days that followed, the young owlet's resolve was tested. A sudden storm swept through the forest, its winds fierce and unrelenting. Trees groaned under the strain, and the once familiar pathways became treacherous underfoot. The owlet, though filled with trepidation, knew this was a moment to put her newfound wisdom into practice. She took to the skies, her wings battling against the gusts, as she sought out creatures in need. With the elder owl's guidance, she helped guide a family of squirrels to safer shelter and calmed a frightened fawn separated from its mother. Each act of kindness, each small effort to restore balance, deepened her understanding and commitment. When the storm finally passed, the forest shimmered in its aftermath, renewed and vibrant. The young owlet, exhausted but filled with a profound sense of accomplishment, realized that she had become a true guardian of the woodland. Her journey of learning and growth was far from over, but she now knew that the heart of the forest beat in harmony with her own. Under the gentle light of the moon, the owlet nestled once more with her family, her heart a beacon of light and wisdom. The forest, in all its majesty, embraced her as one of its own, a living testament to the enduring power of knowledge, connection, and harmony. In the weeks that followed, the young owlet embarked on a series of quests within the forest to further deepen her understanding. These journeys led her to the River of Echoes, where the water sang stories of ancient times, and to the Misty Hollow, where the fog was thick with the echoes of forgotten lore. Each adventure was a thread of discovery, weaving into her growing tapestry of knowledge. One particularly enchanting day, she encountered the wind dancers, a flock of ethereal butterflies whose wings shimmered like the morning sky. They spoke of the importance of adapting to change, of finding beauty in transformation, a lesson the owlet took to heart. Every encounter, every lesson learned was shared with her family, enriching the collective knowledge of the owlets. The elder owl, observing her daughter's growth, knew the forest was in capable wings. As seasons passed, the young owlet matured into a wise guardian, a protector of the harmony she had come to cherish. She led others in understanding their roles in the grand design, ensuring the legacy of the forest's balance endured. Years later, as another twilight descended upon the elderwood, the owlet, now an elder herself, gathered her own nestlings beneath the venerable oak. Her feathers, once tipped in silver, were now a tapestry of wisdom and experience. "My nestlings," she began, her voice as soft and reassuring as her mother's had been. "The world we inhabit is a delicate balance." And so the cycle continued, a testament to the enduring legacy of life, connection, and the timeless wisdom of the forest. One evening, a new challenge unfolded as a pair of travelers stumbled into the elderwood, lost and weary. The elder owl, now the wise matriarch, observed them from her perch high above, her amber eyes discerning and compassionate. Sensing an opportunity to teach her young ones about the importance of extending the forest's harmony beyond their own kind, she decided to guide the travelers to safety. "Tonight, we learn the art of compassion," she whispered to her nestlings, her voice carrying the weight of generations. Together, they descended silently, their wings whispering through the cool night air. The travelers, a young man and woman, were huddled beneath the wide canopy of a willow, their eyes wide with fear and exhaustion. The elder owl alighted on a low branch, her presence a gentle reassurance. She hooted softly, a sound that carried the promise of guidance and safety. The young owlets watched their mother, their eyes wide with curiosity. "We must help them find their way," she explained, "for the balance we protect extends beyond the creatures of this forest. It touches all who seek refuge under these ancient boughs." With careful precision, the owlet family led the travelers through the forest, guiding them with soft hoots and the luminous glow of fireflies. As they moved, the forest seemed to come alive, paths once hidden revealing themselves under the soft glow of the moon. The travelers, feeling the reassurance of the owl's guidance, followed with renewed hope. Finally, they reached the edge of the forest, where the path opened into a meadow bathed in silver moonlight. The travelers turned, their faces alight with gratitude and newfound wonder. They bowed deeply, understanding that they had witnessed something magical. The elder owl watched them depart, her heart swelling with pride. "You see, my nestlings," she said, turning to her young ones, "we are all part of the same grand design. When we extend our care beyond our own, we strengthen the very fabric of existence." The young owlets nodded, their resolve deepened by this lesson in empathy. They returned to the heart of the forest, carrying with them the knowledge that their duty as guardians included fostering harmony not just within the forest, but with all who crossed their path. Thus, the legacy of the Elderwood continued, a living testament to the power of compassion, wisdom, and the eternal cycle of life. Story 2. In a realm where the whispers of the wind carried ancient secrets, and the rustle of leaves composed nature's symphony, there lay an enchanted forest known as Sylvan Glade. It was a place where the tapestry of life was woven with threads of magic, where every tree, every brook, and every creature harbored stories as old as time itself. The forest, shrouded in a misty luminescence at dawn, seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the earth, its very essence a blend of the mystical and the real. Sylvan Glade was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their unique role in maintaining the delicate balance of this mystical ecosystem. Among them lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle, renowned for his ancient wisdom and gentle demeanor. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, bore the marks of centuries past, and his eyes glimmered with the knowledge of 1,000 stories. Thistle, though slow in movement, was swift in thought, and his presence brought a quiet assurance to all who dwelt within the glade. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun stretched its fingers across the forest, Thistle awoke to the soft calls of the morning doves and the gentle trickle of the nearby stream. The air was laced with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change. As he ambled along the winding paths, he noticed the forest's inhabitants preparing for the coming winter. Squirrels busily gathered acorns, birds flitted about, weaving nests from twigs and downy feathers, and the deer moved gracefully through the understory, their coats thickening against the chill. As Thistle paused by the stream, he noticed a peculiar sight. A young fawn, smaller than most, with a coat that shimmered like the surface of a sunlit brook, struggled to reach the water. Its mother was nowhere to be seen, and its eyes reflected a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Thistle approached slowly, his gentle nature calming the fawn. He spoke softly, sharing a story of past winters, where the smallest creatures had found strength in the most unexpected places. The fawn listened, its eyes wide with wonder, and as Thistle finished, it seemed to stand a little taller, emboldened by the tale. Thistle's journey led him to a clearing where a council of elders had gathered. Here, under the dappled canopy of the towering oak trees, the creatures of Sylvan Glade met to discuss the forest's well-being. Among them were Hazel, the soft-hearted hare whose ears were ever attentive to the whispers of the wind, and Bramble, the fox whose fiery coat mirrored the flames of a hearth, and whose cunning was matched only by his kindness. Hazel, though gentle, had a steely resolve that belied her delicate appearance, while Bramble's sharp wit often masked his deep-seated sense of responsibility for the forest's welfare. As the council convened, a hush fell over the gathering, broken only by the rustling leaves. Hazel spoke first, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Friends, the winds have changed, and a great storm is brewing on the horizon. We must prepare and ensure that all creatures find shelter and warmth." Bramble nodded, his amber eyes thoughtful. "Indeed, the storm will test us, but it will also remind us of our strength and unity. We must share our resources and look after one another." Thistle listened, his heart warmed by their resolve. He cleared his throat, the sound like the soft crackle of dry leaves. "The forest has weathered many storms, my friends. It is in times like these that we must remember the wisdom of those who came before us. Together, we are resilient." As the council dispersed, each creature set about their tasks, the forest a flurry of activity and cooperation. Thistle, with great care, began to share his knowledge with the younger creatures, teaching them how to find the safest hollows and burrows, how to weave leaves into warm coverings, and how to listen to the forest's guidance. The younger creatures, wide-eyed and eager, soaked up his teachings, their minds a fertile ground for the seeds of wisdom he sowed. Later that day, Thistle overheard a conversation between two young squirrels, Maple and Pine, who were debating the best way to store their acorns. Maple, ever the optimist, believed they should scatter them in different locations to avoid losing all in one go, while Pine, cautious and meticulous, argued for a centralized stash for easier access. Thistle joined their discussion, weaving in a story of a past winter where both strategies had been needed to outwit a particularly harsh season. The squirrels listened intently, realizing that wisdom often lay in balance and cooperation. As the afternoon sun began to dip toward the horizon, Thistle felt a tug of intuition guiding him deeper into the forest. He followed this instinct, his path illuminated by the waning light filtering through the canopy. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant call of a lone owl. Thistle's journey led him to an ancient willow tree, its branches draped like a curtain over a small, hidden glen. Here the air was thick with magic, the very ground humming with an energy that seemed to pulse in time with the heartbeat of the forest. Beneath the willow's boughs, Thistle found a gathering of creatures he had not seen before. They were sprites, ethereal beings with translucent wings that shimmered with iridescent hues. Their presence was a rarity, for they only appeared in times of great importance. The sprites, sensing Thistle's arrival, paused in their silent dance, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. One of the sprites, a delicate creature whose wings glowed a soft blue, approached Thistle. Her voice was a gentle breeze, carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. "Thistle, guardian of the Glade, we have come to aid you in this time of change. The storm that approaches is not merely of weather, but of a shift in the balance of magic itself. We must ensure that the forest remains in harmony." Thistle nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The sprites were not just messengers of the forest, but its protectors, and their intervention signaled a deeper challenge than he had anticipated. Together, they devised a plan to fortify the forest's natural barriers, weaving strands of magic with nature's own defenses. Later, as the dusky sky transitioned to twilight, Thistle and the sprites ventured to the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree stood, a towering oak known as the heartwood. Its bark bore the scars of centuries, and its roots delved deep into the earth, intertwined with the very soul of sylvan Glade. Here, Thistle placed a paw gently on the roots, feeling the pulse of the forest beneath him, a rhythm that echoed his own heartbeat. The sprites encircled the tree, their wings casting shimmering patterns on the ground as they chanted an ancient incantation. Magic flowed like a river, strengthening the forest's defenses, knitting together the fabric of life and magic that sustained them all. As night fell, the sky became a tapestry of stars, and the forest buzzed with a quiet determination. The sprites worked alongside the creatures of sylvan Glade, their magic merging seamlessly with the efforts of the animals. The trees seemed to whisper encouragement, their leaves rustling in agreement as the forest mobilized to face the impending storm. When the first gusts of wind swept through sylvan Glade, they carried with them the scent of rain and adventure. The clouds gathered, dark and heavy, promising a deluge. Yet, within the forest, there was a sense of calm and readiness. The creatures huddled together in their shelters, sharing warmth and stories. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable energy that underscored the gravity of the moment. The storm arrived with a symphony of thunder and the rhythmic patter of rain. It danced upon the leaves, creating a melody that resonated through the glade. The trees swayed and bowed, their branches conducting the storm's music, while the streams swelled and sang a harmonious chorus. Each raindrop seemed to carry a note of the forest's ancient song, adding to the chorus of nature's resilience. Inside a snug burrow beneath the roots of a grand oak, thistle, hazel, and bramble nestled together. The air was filled with the comforting scent of damp earth and the warmth of shared company. As the storm raged outside, Thistle began to speak, his voice a soothing balm against the tempest. Long ago, in the time of our ancestors, there was a great storm much like this one, he began, his words weaving a tapestry of history and hope. The forest was young then, and the creatures were not as wise. But they learned, as we have, that together they could weather any storm. His tale spoke of unity and resilience, of how the forest had thrived through the ages by nurturing harmony and balance. As he spoke, the creatures listened, their hearts swelling with the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a living tapestry of life and magic. Outside, the storm continued its wild dance, its energy a reminder of nature's power and beauty. But within the burrow, there was peace. Thistle's story wrapped around them like a warm cloak, and as the night wore on, their eyes grew heavy with sleep. By morning, the storm had passed, leaving the forest refreshed and glistening with dew. The air was crisp and clear, the sun casting golden beams through the trees. The creatures emerged from their shelters, greeted by a world renewed and vibrant. The forest, washed clean by the rain, seemed to hum with a new vitality, its colors more vibrant and its scents more pronounced. In the days that followed, Sylvan Glade flourished. The storm had strengthened the bonds between its inhabitants, and the forest thrummed with life, its harmony restored. The creatures, united by their shared experience, felt a deeper connection to the land and to each other. They celebrated their resilience and the profound beauty of their home. As for Thistle, he continued to wander the paths of the forest, sharing his wisdom and stories with all who would listen. He taught them that while each storm brought challenges, it also brought growth and renewal, that in the embrace of nature's cycles lay the greatest magic of all. His presence became a beacon of hope and continuity, a reminder that the forest's strength lay in its unity and its history. And so life in Sylvan Glade continued, the forest a testament to the enduring power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle balance of the natural world. As the seasons turned and new challenges arose, the creatures of the glade found solace in their shared journey, ever guided by the whispers of the wind and the ancient stories that wove them together. The sprites, too, lingered within the shadows, silent guardians of the forest's magic, ready to aid whenever the balance needed their touch. As the forest settled back into its tranquil rhythms, a new story began to unfold. A mysterious seed, carried by the storm's winds, had taken root near the heartwood. It was unlike any seen before, with a luminescent glow and tendrils that reached out as if yearning for connection. Thistle, along with the sprites, watched over it, understanding that it heralded a new chapter in the forest's ancient lore. The seed would grow, nurtured by the magic and unity of sylvan Glade, becoming a symbol of the enduring strength and ever-evolving story of the enchanted forest. Story 3. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young tailor named Linden. The village itself was a patchwork of cobblestone paths and charming cottages, each with its own story etched into the weathered stones and wooden beams. Birds chirped melodiously in the early morning, as dew clung to the flower petals lining the village streets. Linden was known for his nimble fingers and the way he could weave the softest silks and warmest wools into clothes that seemed to sing with the joy of life. Yet despite his skill, Linden found himself struggling with the winds of change that blew through his life, much like the autumn breezes that rustled the golden leaves outside his tiny shop. The village, though small, was vibrant with life. Market days transformed the central square into a kaleidoscope of color and sound, with vendors hawking everything from freshly baked bread, its aroma mingling with the crisp morning air, to vibrant fabrics that caught the sunlight like prisms. Children laughed and chased each other, their innocence echoing through the marketplace as the sun cast long shadows. Linden had always found comfort in the predictable rhythm of his needle and thread, the familiar hum of his sewing machine and the gentle glow of the lantern that lit his workspace. But recently, the village had begun to change. New faces appeared in the marketplace, new ideas fluttered through conversations like exotic birds, and Linden felt lost, adrift on an unfamiliar sea. One crisp morning, as the first frost kissed the earth with its silvery touch, Linden decided to seek solace in the nearby forest, a place where he often found peace. The path he walked was blanketed with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy perfume of pine and the sweet scent of distant wood smoke. With each step, the crunch of leaves underfoot was a reminder of the changing seasons, a symphony of nature that played softly in his ears. As Linden wandered deeper into the woods, he stumbled upon an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of an old friend. Beneath the tree sat an elderly woman, her eyes twinkling like stars. She was the village's wise woman, known to some as Mora. Her hair was a cascade of silver, and her voice was as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Good day, Linden," Mora greeted with a knowing smile. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Linden sighed, his breath visible in the crisp air. "I feel lost, Mora. Everything is changing, and I don't know how to keep up. The world seems to be moving on without me." The wise woman nodded, her gaze gentle. "Change is never easy, but it is a part of life's journey. Sometimes it is in the very act of letting go that we find our true path." Mora reached into a small pouch at her side and drew out a handful of tiny seeds, each one shimmering with a faint, magical light. They felt warm in Linden's palm, as if alive with potential. "These are seeds of transformation," she explained. "Plant them in a place that feels right to you, and they will grow to mirror the changes within yourself." Linden accepted the seeds with reverence, feeling the warmth of Mora's wisdom envelop him like a soft blanket. He thanked her and continued his walk, pondering her words. As he wandered, he came upon a small clearing where the sun poured down in golden streams, warming the earth and casting playful shadows. The ground here was soft and welcoming, a perfect cradle for new beginnings. Here, Linden knelt and gently pressed the seeds into the rich soil, covering them with care. He sat for a moment, watching the sunlight dance across the ground, feeling a quiet sense of peace settle over him. It was as if the forest itself was whispering secrets of patience and growth, urging him to listen. As Linden lingered in the clearing, he noticed an unusual pattern of stones arranged in a circle nearby. Curious, he approached and saw ancient runes etched into their surfaces, glowing faintly in the dappled sunlight. He reached out to trace the runes with his fingertips, feeling a gentle hum of energy beneath his touch. It was as if the stones were alive, whispering stories of the forest's ancient past. In that moment, Linden realized that the forest held more than just solace. It was a keeper of wisdom, a place where time stood still and the past mingled with the present. Days turned into weeks, and Linden returned to the clearing often, tending to the seeds with patience and hope. As autumn gave way to winter, snow blanketed the ground, and the forest fell into a deep, serene slumber. Linden found comfort in the stillness, learning to embrace the quiet beauty of the season. The soft crunch of snow underfoot became a familiar companion, a reminder that life, though dormant, still pulsed beneath the surface. In his shop, Linden began experimenting with new designs, drawing inspiration from the forest's silent transformation. He incorporated the swirling patterns of frost and the stark beauty of bare branches into his garments, each piece a reflection of the world outside and his own internal journey. One day, as Linden sat at his workbench, lost in thought, the bell above his door chimed softly, announcing a visitor. It was Aeliana, a childhood friend and one of the village's most talented weavers. Her presence was like a breath of fresh air, and Linden welcomed her with a warm smile. Aeliana had always been a source of inspiration for Linden, her creativity boundless and her laughter infectious. "Linden," she began, her voice tinged with excitement, "I've been experimenting with some new dyes made from the wildflowers on the hill. Their colors are unlike anything we've seen before. Would you like to see?" Curiosity piqued, Linden nodded eagerly. Aeliana unfurled a piece of fabric, its surface shimmering with hues of violet, azure, and emerald. The colors seemed to shift and dance, capturing the essence of a summer meadow caught in a magical moment. "It's incredible," Linden breathed, tracing the fabric with his fingers. "It feels like they've captured the soul of the flowers themselves." Aeliana beamed, her eyes alight with passion. "I was hoping we could collaborate. Your designs and my fabrics, it could be something truly special." The idea ignited a spark within Linden, one he hadn't felt in months. The prospect of collaborating with Aeliana filled him with a renewed sense of purpose, a chance to blend their talents and create something extraordinary. "I'd love that," he replied, excitement lacing his words. "Let's show the village that even as things change, we can create beauty from it." Their partnership flourished like a garden in spring. Each piece they crafted a testament to their shared vision and the vibrant life of the village. The villagers marveled at their work, drawn to the rich colors and intricate designs that seemed to tell a story of unity and innovation. One evening, as the village gathered for the annual Winter Solstice Festival, Linden unveiled his new collection. The village square was transformed into a wonderland of twinkling lights and laughter, the air filled with the scent of spiced cider and roasted chestnuts. The villagers were captivated by Linden's creations, their eyes reflecting the glowing lanterns that adorned the square. Each garment told a story of change and renewal, of embracing the unknown with courage and grace. Among the crowd, Linden noticed a stranger, a traveler with a cloak of deep blue and a gaze that seemed to pierce through the fabric of time. They approached him, a gentle smile playing on their lips. "Your work speaks of transformation and resilience," the traveler said, their voice like a distant melody. "It is rare to see such depth in cloth." Linden felt a flutter of pride, but also a sense of curiosity about this mysterious stranger. "Thank you," he replied, "but I'm still learning, finding my way through these changes." The traveler nodded thoughtfully, their eyes lingering on the intricate patterns of Linden's garments. "Remember, Linden, change is not a destination, but a journey. Each stitch, each thread, is a step forward. Embrace it, and you'll find your place." Then, one bright morning, as the first hints of spring whispered through the air, Linden visited the clearing to find a wondrous sight. The seeds he had planted had sprouted into a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with blossoms that shimmered like spun gold in the sunlight. The tree was a living tapestry of color and light, a reflection of the inner transformation Linden had undergone. As he stood in awe, Linden realized that the changes he had feared were not to be resisted but embraced. Each new experience, each new person he met, was a thread in the tapestry of his life, adding depth and richness to his journey. He saw himself mirrored in the blossoms, each petal a testament to his growth and resilience. With this newfound understanding, Linden returned to his village with a lighter heart. He began to weave new designs inspired by the beauty of the forest and the wisdom of change, each creation a testament to the magic of personal growth. The villagers marveled at Linden's work, sensing the magic that infused each garment. His shop became a place of warmth and inspiration, where stories were shared and friendships blossomed. Linden had transformed, not just as a tailor, but as a person, embracing the beauty of life's ever-changing dance. And so in the heart of the village, beside the crackling fires and under the watchful eyes of the stars, Linden found his place. Surrounded by friends and enveloped by the love of his community, he learned that true transformation begins within, and that sometimes the most magical journey is the one that leads us back to ourselves. And with that, dear listener, let us close our eyes and dream of golden blossoms and the gentle embrace of change, knowing that we, like Linden, can find our own path through the forest of life. Story 4. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of a misty mountain range, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and timber-framed cottages, their roofs covered with moss that glowed a rich emerald in the morning dew. It was the kind of place where the air was always perfumed with the scent of freshly baked bread, and laughter echoed through the narrow streets like a melody in harmony with the rustling leaves. The villagers, bound by the enduring rhythm of tradition, embraced the simplicity of their lives, finding joy in the small things, a shared meal, a child's laughter, or the vibrant blooms of spring. Leora, with her warm smile and kind heart, was a beloved figure in the village. Her eyes, a deep azure like the summer sky, often reflected the quiet serenity of the life she led. Yet beneath that calm surface, Leora felt like a small pebble in the vast river of life, unable to embrace the changes that flowed around her. Her days were spent tending to her garden, where each plant and flower was a testament to her nurturing spirit. The garden was a symphony of colors and fragrances, the air thick with the scent of honeysuckle and jasmine, the earth beneath her feet cool and yielding. Yet Leora yearned for something more, something that shimmered just beyond the horizon of her everyday existence. One evening, as golden light spilled over the hills and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Leora sat by her garden's edge. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle hum of cicadas filled the dusk. As she pondered her longing for change, her fingers traced the intricate patterns on a smooth stone she held, a gift from her grandmother, whose stories of distant lands and mythical creatures had fed Leora's imagination and kindled a flame of curiosity within her. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, recounting tales of brave adventurers and magical realms, where every twist in the path was a dance with destiny. Leora's heart ached with a yearning she could not yet articulate, a desire to weave her own story into the fabric of the world. As twilight deepened, a soft, silvery mist began to rise from the earth, curling through the garden like a gentle whisper. Leora watched in awe as the mist coalesced into a luminous form, a delicate butterfly, its wings shimmering with every color of the rainbow. The butterfly alighted on Leora's outstretched hand, its touch as light as a feather. In that moment, she felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a sensation of something awakening within her. "Hello, dear Leora," the butterfly spoke in a voice as gentle as a breeze. "I am Estrella, the spirit of transformation. I have come to guide you on a journey of self-discovery." Leora's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She had never ventured far beyond her village, but something in Estrella's gaze promised adventure and the opportunity to understand the changes she feared. Her mind raced back to the stories her grandmother had shared, tales of courage and transformation, and she wondered if she too could weave her own story. "Will you join me?" Estrella asked, her wings flickering like starlight. With a deep breath, Leora nodded. "Yes, I will." Their first destination was a forest where the trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks wide as houses, covered in moss and climbing ivy. The forest was alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant call of an owl, and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. The crisp air was filled with the chatter of unseen creatures and the whispers of leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. As they walked, Estrella told Leora of the forest's history, how it had stood for centuries, a witness to the passage of time and the changes it brought. They wandered through this verdant cathedral where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, their leaves glistening with dew like spun glass. Leora felt her own roots deepening, her confidence growing with each step. She listened to the forest, feeling its pulse beneath her fingertips as she touched the rough bark of an ancient oak. The sensation was grounding, a reminder of her connection to the world around her. In a meadow where wildflowers danced in the breeze, Leora met a wise old tortoise named Thaddeus. His shell was etched with the patterns of time, and his eyes twinkled with kindness. "Change is like the turning of the seasons," Thaddeus told her. "It is natural and beautiful, a part of the great tapestry of life." Leora listened, her heart absorbing the wisdom like rain on parched soil. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a chance to blossom in ways she had never imagined. With each encounter, she learned to embrace the shifting sands of life, finding strength in her own adaptability. As their journey continued, Estrella led Leora to a crystal-clear lake nestled in the heart of an ancient forest. The water mirrored the sky, a perfect reflection of the world above. "This lake," Estrella explained, "is a place of transformation. Look into its depths and see what lies within." Kneeling by the water's edge, Leora peered into the lake. Her reflection wavered on the surface, then began to change, revealing images of her past, present, and the myriad possibilities of her future. She saw herself as a child, full of wonder and dreams, and as an elder, wise and content. In each image, she recognized the constant thread of her true self, unchanging yet ever-evolving. With newfound clarity, Leora understood that change was not about losing oneself, but about growing more fully into who she was meant to be. As she rose from the lake, she felt lighter, as if she had shed a cloak of doubt and fear. Their path led them to a hidden grove where a gentle stream flowed, its waters singing a melody as old as the mountains themselves. Here, Leora encountered a circle of stones, each inscribed with ancient runes that glimmered in the moonlight. Estrella explained that this was a place where travelers left their burdens, a sanctuary of renewal. Leora knelt by the stones, her hands trembling slightly as she placed the smooth stone from her grandmother among them. In that moment, she let go of her insecurities, feeling the weight lift from her shoulders. The journey home was filled with laughter and stories shared with Estrella and Thaddeus, who had joined them. Along the way, Leora discovered new facets of herself, realizing she was not just the nurturing gardener, but a storyteller, a seeker of truths, and a friend bound by the ties of shared journeys. The world around her seemed more vivid, each detail, a bird's song, the rustling leaves, the warm embrace of the sun, etched into her memory. When Leora returned to her village, she found her garden waiting, a sanctuary of beauty and growth. As she tended to her plants, she felt a deep connection to the earth and its rhythms, a reminder of the journey that had changed her forever. And so, with each passing day, Leora embraced the dance of change, her heart open to the endless possibilities of life. She had discovered the magic within herself, a light that would guide her through the seasons of her soul. In the quiet of the evenings, as she sat by the garden's edge with Estrella and Thaddeus, Leora would often tell the story of her journey. It was a tale of transformation and friendship, of finding strength in the gentle embrace of change. And as she spoke, the stars above would twinkle in agreement, their light a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, there is beauty and hope to be found. One day, as Leora continued her daily rituals in the garden, a young girl from the village approached her. The girl, eyes wide with wonder, had always admired Leora's garden, but had never dared to step beyond the cobblestone paths. Her name was Alara, and she bore the same longing that once filled Leora's heart. "Miss Leora," Alara spoke softly, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "I want to learn how to make things grow. Can you teach me?" Leora saw a reflection of her younger self in Alara's eyes and felt a surge of warmth and purpose. "Of course, dear Alara," she replied, smiling. "But remember, nurturing a garden is as much about understanding its needs as it is about tending to your own heart." As the days turned into weeks, Leora shared her knowledge with Alara, guiding her hands through the soil, teaching her to listen to the whispers of the earth. Their bond grew, and with it, Leora realized that her journey of transformation had not only enriched her own life, but had also empowered her to inspire others. One sunny afternoon, as Leora and Alara worked side by side, Estrella appeared once more, her wings shimmering in the golden light. "Leora," she began, "your journey of transformation has inspired others, and now the village itself feels the ripple of change." Indeed, the village, once a tapestry of routine, was beginning to embrace new ideas. Inspired by Leora's journey, people started sharing their own dreams and aspirations. The baker began experimenting with new recipes, infusing his bread with exotic spices. The blacksmith, inspired by tales of distant lands, crafted intricate ironworks that depicted mythical creatures. One evening, the village gathered for a festival celebrating the harvest season. The air was filled with music, the rhythmic beat of drums and the lilting notes of flutes, mingling with the laughter of children. Leora, surrounded by friends and neighbors, felt a deep sense of belonging as she watched the village transform into a place where dreams were nurtured and possibilities flourished. Leora watched as her village transformed, realizing that her own journey had sparked a collective awakening. The villagers, each in their own way, were discovering the magic within themselves, courageously stepping beyond the boundaries of the familiar. And so, dear listener, may you too find comfort in the journey of growth, and may the gentle whispers of change guide you to discover the magic within yourself. The end. Story 5. In the secluded corner of the world, where the earth's song whispered with the rustling of leaves, and the air was perfumed with pine and rich soil, lay the enchanted glade. This was a place where time folded upon itself, allowing the coexistence of every season in a harmonious dance. Spring's blossoms, summer's warmth, autumn's russet leaves, and winter's crystalline frost all mingled together, painting the landscape in their vivid hues. The glade was not just a visual marvel. It resonated with fragrances and sounds that painted a rich tapestry of life. The sweet scent of honeysuckle mingled with the earthy aroma of damp moss, while a brook murmured a soothing undertone to the melodious chirping of birds hidden among dense foliage. It felt as if the very air was alive, breathing with the stories of nature's ancient rhythms. The enchanted glade was home to a myriad of creatures, each with secret lives intertwined with the forest's pulse. Among them were the gentle Lumira, creatures resembling rabbits but with shimmering coats that caught moonlight like silver dust. Their large, wise eyes held the knowledge of the glade's ancient secrets, passed down through songs sung by the babbling brook. These Lumira were more than mere inhabitants. They were the historians of the glade, their hearts echoing with tales of yesteryears. Their folklore spoke of when the glade was young, a vulnerable cradle of life that had since blossomed into a bastion of harmony. The Lumira's songs, though wordless to human ears, echoed with a deep understanding of nature's balance, recounting both triumphs and trials faced by the glade's denizens. In this serene haven, the Lumira shared their home with the wind-whisper owls, whose feathers were the color of twilight and whose wings carried the soft sound of the wind. The owls were the keepers of the sky, guiding the stars each night to their places, ensuring the balance of day and night was maintained. Their nightly flights were a spectacle to behold, a dance of shadows against the moonlit canopy, weaving the sky with the threads of time. The enchanted glade thrived because of the mysterious celestial bloom, a flower that only revealed its luminescent petals at the full moon. Its roots were deep in the earth, entwining with the ancient trees, and its energy bound the seasons in their eternal dance. The bloom's glow was a beacon, a lighthouse in the sea of night that guided the creatures in maintaining their delicate equilibrium. One serene evening, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop catching the last glimmers of daylight. Within the glade, the creatures sensed a shift, a gentle reminder of nature's delicate balance. The Lumira, with their attuned senses, felt the earth's subtle tremor, a sign that something was amiss with the celestial bloom. The eldest of the Lumira, a wise creature named Alaric, called for a gathering beneath the great oak, whose boughs stretched wide, sheltering the glade with its mighty presence. The creatures assembled, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of fireflies that danced above them like stars come to earth. "It is the bloom," Alaric spoke softly, his voice a gentle rustle like leaves brushed by the wind. "Its light wanes, and with it the harmony of our home. We must find a way to restore its glow." The wind whisper owls, led by their matriarch Seraphina, nodded in agreement. "The skies have whispered of this moment," she hooted softly. "We must journey to the heart of the forest, where the ancient willow stands. Its wisdom may guide us." A small group set out, led by Alaric and Seraphina, each step a soft patter on the moss-carpeted ground. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of evening. Crickets chirped their lullabies, and the brook sang its endless tune. The air was cool and carried the scent of rain-kissed earth, a fragrance that embraced them as they ventured deeper into the woods. The path was illuminated by moonlight filtering through the canopy, casting a silvery glow that seemed to guide their way. They reached the ancient willow, its gnarled branches sweeping low, creating a natural alcove where time seemed to stand still. The willow's bark was etched with lines that told stories of ages past, and its leaves whispered secrets only the forest could understand. On their journey, the group encountered an unexpected ally, a solitary fox named Aeliana. Her fur was a fiery blaze against the muted greens and browns of the forest, her eyes reflecting intelligence that bespoke her keen understanding of the woodland. Known for her cunning and resourcefulness, Aeliana had often assisted the creatures of the glade in times of need. Her arrival was both a surprise and a comfort, for her presence was a reminder that the glade's community extended beyond what was visible. "Aeliana, your insight is a welcome addition," Alaric greeted her with warmth. The fox nodded gracefully, her eyes glinting with determination. "The forest speaks of the imbalance," she replied, her voice as smooth as the rustle of leaves. "I have seen signs of disturbance, fallen nests, disrupted trails. We must act swiftly." Aurelia's presence added a new dimension to their quest, her knowledge of hidden paths and understanding of forest dynamics providing invaluable guidance. She led them through a thicket of brambles, revealing a shortcut that would bring them to the willow sooner. As they walked, Aeliana shared stories of the forest's resilience, instilling in them a renewed sense of purpose. Alaric approached the willow reverently, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the moon. "Wise willow," he began, "the celestial bloom's light fades, and with it, the balance we cherish. We seek your guidance to restore its brilliance." The willow swayed gently, its leaves rustling like an ancient song. With a voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, it spoke. "Balance is the thread that weaves the tapestry of life. The bloom's light wanes not from illness, but from the burden of imbalance in the world beyond the glade. To restore its glow, you must seek the forgotten pool, where the first light of dawn meets the last kiss of night." The creatures listened intently, understanding the task that lay before them. The forgotten pool was a place of legend, said to be hidden within the forest, where the boundaries of the glade dissolved into the world beyond, a world touched by the hand of humans, where balance was often overlooked. With determination, Alaric and Seraphina led their companions deeper into the heart of the forest. The journey was one of quiet reflection, each step echoing with the understanding of the task's gravity. The night stretched long, and the stars wheeled overhead in their silent vigil. As dawn's first light began to paint the sky in hues of rose and amber, the group arrived at a clearing where the forest opened to reveal the forgotten pool. Its waters shimmered with an ethereal light, reflecting the sky's colors in a perfect mirror. The air was filled with the gentle hum of awakening life, a melody that serenaded the new day. Alaric stepped forward, his reflection shimmering alongside him. "Here, at the cusp of night and day, we seek to restore the light of the bloom." The pool responded with a gentle ripple, and from its depths emerged a vision, a world in need of healing, where kindness, understanding, and respect for all living things were the keys to restoring balance. It was a message as old as time, yet as vital as the breath of the forest. With newfound understanding, the creatures returned to the glade, their hearts carrying the wisdom of the pool. As they reached their home, the first rays of the sun touched the celestial bloom, and its petals unfurled with a radiant glow. The glade was bathed in its light, a testament to the power of unity and the wisdom that transcends generations. In the enchanted glade, the seasons resumed their dance, each in perfect harmony with the other. And as the Lumira and Wind Whisper owls watched over their home, they knew that the light of the bloom was not just a gift, but a reminder of the balance that must be cherished and protected for all time. As the echoes of their journey faded into the rhythm of daily life, a sense of purpose lingered within the hearts of the creatures. Each had learned something of their inner strength during the quest. Alaric discovered a newfound courage, realizing that wisdom sometimes required action, not just reflection. Seraphina, with her eyes ever on the stars, learned to listen to the whispers of the earth as well, finding balance in the skies and soil. Aurelia, the ever-watchful fox, found herself more deeply entwined with the Glade's community, her understanding of the forest's hidden paths now complemented by an appreciation for the bonds of friendship. Together, they wove a tapestry of unity, a living testament to the power of collective strength. One evening, as twilight draped the glade in a soft indigo veil, the creatures gathered once more beneath the great oak. It was a time of celebration, marking not only the return of the bloom's light, but also the strengthening of their bonds. The Lumira sang their ancient songs, their melodies weaving through the branches like a gentle breeze. The wind-whisper owls soared above, casting shadows that danced in the glow of the moon. In this gathering, a young Lumira named Alara stepped forward, her heart full of curiosity and hope. "What lies beyond the glade?" she asked, her eyes reflecting the firefly's luminescence. Alaric, with a knowing smile, replied, "Beyond our home are lands where the balance we treasure is often forgotten, but it is also a place of possibilities, where the seeds of understanding we plant can bloom into harmony." Seraphina added, "Just as the bloom guides us, we must be beacons of light and wisdom in the world, sharing what we have learned." Inspired by their journey and the wisdom of their elders, the creatures of the glade embraced their roles as guardians of balance. They understood that their home was a microcosm of the world, a place where the values of unity and respect must extend beyond the borders of their enchanted sanctuary. Under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle glow of the bloom, the creatures of the enchanted glade lived in peace, their lives a testament to the wisdom of the earth and the harmony that binds all of creation. The journey had strengthened their bonds, not only with each other, but with the very essence of the world they called home. As they looked to the future with hearts full of hope, they knew their story was but one thread in the vast tapestry of life, each thread contributing to the beauty and balance of the whole. In the days following their return, the creatures began to notice subtle changes within the glade. The air felt crisper, the colors more vibrant, as if the very essence of the forest had been renewed. The Lumira, with their heightened senses, felt a deeper connection to the earth, each heartbeat resonating with the rhythm of the forest. The wind-whisper owls found their flight more precise, their nightly journeys weaving an intricate dance across the starlit sky. Meanwhile, a new bond blossomed between Alaric and Aurelia. Their shared experiences during the journey had forged a friendship rooted in mutual respect and understanding. Alaric found himself often seeking Aurelia's counsel, her keen insights into the forest's dynamics proving invaluable. Together they worked to ensure the glade's harmony, their collaboration a testament to the strength found in unity. As the seasons continued their dance, the creatures of the glade began to share their story with the world beyond. Word of the enchanted glade spread, reaching the ears of travelers and wanderers who journeyed to witness its wonders. These visitors, guided by the light of the celestial bloom, found solace and inspiration in the glade's harmonious existence. With each encounter, the creatures shared the wisdom they had gleaned from their journey, planting seeds of understanding that would take root in the hearts of those who ventured into their sanctuary. In this way, the glade's message of balance and unity began to ripple outward, touching lives far beyond its borders. The creatures knew that their journey was far from over. As guardians of the glade, they understood the importance of vigilance in maintaining the delicate balance they cherished. The Lumira continued their nightly songs, each note a reminder of the harmony that binds all life. The wind-whisper owls, under Seraphina's watchful gaze, guided the stars with renewed purpose, their wings whispering secrets of the skies. Together, they embraced the future with open hearts, knowing that their story was interwoven with the countless tales that make up the tapestry of life. In the enchanted glade, they found not only a home but a purpose, a commitment to nurturing the bonds that unite all living things, and to sharing the light of the bloom with a world in need of its gentle guidance. Story 6. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Nora. She had eyes as soft as the morning mist, and a heart as tender as the first buds of spring. Nora loved her village dearly, with its cobblestone streets and cottages that seemed to wink whimsically beneath their thatched roofs. Yet within her heart there was a quiet struggle, a yearning for change that both frightened and fascinated her. Though the village was a place of comforting routines and familiar faces, Nora felt a stirring, a gentle pull towards something beyond the horizon of her daily life. She longed to explore, to grow, and to discover the world that lay beyond her well-trodden path. But each time she considered stepping out, a wave of uncertainty would wash over her, and she would retreat into the safety of what she knew. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Nora found herself wandering through the woodland that bordered her village. The air was cool and carried the scent of earth and pine, wrapping around her like a comforting shawl. As she walked, her thoughts swirled like the leaves at her feet, dancing between dreams of adventure and the comfort of home. Suddenly, as if the forest itself sensed her inner turmoil, a soft, melodious voice drifted through the trees. It was a sound unlike any Nora had heard before, a gentle song that seemed to wrap around her heart and whisper secrets of the world beyond. Curious and entranced, she followed the voice until she came upon a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with an iridescent glow that shifted with the light. Beneath its boughs stood a figure cloaked in robes of autumn leaves, their eyes twinkling like stars. The figure introduced themselves as Elwyn, a guardian of the woodland who watched over the forest and all its inhabitants. "Welcome, Nora," Elwyn said, their voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have sensed your yearning for change, and I am here to help guide you on your journey." Nora felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of being understood that brought tears to her eyes. She nodded, though words seemed to have taken flight like the birds above. Elwyn gestured to the shimmering tree. "This is the tree of transformation," they explained. "Its magic is woven with the threads of growth and change. It will grant you the gift of understanding, of both the world around you and the world within." With gentle encouragement from Elwyn, Nora reached out and touched the tree's bark. As her fingers made contact, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her, a warmth that filled her with a sense of peace and possibility. The forest around her seemed to sigh in contentment, the leaves whispering secrets of courage and self-discovery. Over the following weeks, Nora returned to the clearing each day, spending time with Elwyn and the Tree of Transformation. Each visit brought new insights, and she began to notice the magic of her surroundings in ways she never had before. She saw how the changing seasons mirrored her own journey, each leaf falling in its time, each bud unfurling with patience and grace. Elwyn taught her to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and to trust the quiet voice within her own heart. Through their gentle guidance, Nora realized that the change she sought was not something to fear, but a natural part of life, a journey of discovery that would lead her to new horizons. One day, as winter's breath began to chill the air, Nora returned to the village with a newfound sense of purpose. She shared her experiences with her friends and neighbors, who marveled at the light that seemed to radiate from her. Her tales of the woodland and its magic inspired others to seek their own paths of growth, to embrace change as a friend rather than a foe. And so, with each season that passed, Nora continued to grow, her heart expanding with each new experience, her spirit blooming like the flowers in spring. She learned to weave her dreams into the fabric of her life, to dance with the rhythm of the world around her, and to cherish the beauty of both the journey and the destination. Through her journey, Nora discovered that the magic of transformation lay not in the destination, but in the courage to take the first step, to trust in the journey, and to embrace the endless possibilities that lay ahead. And as the years went by, her story became a cherished tale whispered by the fireside, a reminder to all who heard it that true growth comes from within, and that the most enchanting magic of all is the magic of a life well lived. And so, under the watchful boughs of the tree of transformation, Nora's heart remained forever open to the wonders of the world, her spirit ever curious, and her life a testament to the beauty of personal discovery. And though the village changed with the seasons, the warmth of her story lingered, a soothing song that wrapped around the hearts of all who called it home. The end. Story 7. In a realm where wonder and enchantment intertwined, there lived a young raccoon named Remy. Her world was a tapestry of cozy burrows, winding forest paths, and a canopy that danced with twinkling fireflies at night. One crisp autumn evening, as Remy was gathering acorns, she noticed something peculiar. The crescent moon overhead seemed to flicker and dim, as if a veil had briefly passed before it. Remy blinked in surprise, but the moon quickly regained its steady glow. The next morning, she hurried to share this strange occurrence with her wise friend, Willow the owl. Willow lived in a grand oak tree, her feathers ruffled by the cool breeze, as Remy excitedly recounted what she had seen. "How curious," Willow mused, her large eyes filled with contemplation. "The moon is an ancient source of magic in our realm. A flickering light could be a sign of something amiss." Over the following nights, more strange events unfolded. Mushroom rings appeared and vanished without a trace. Dewdrops glistened with mysterious colors, and the chirps of evening crickets seemed to carry unfamiliar melodies. Remy and Willow knew they had to investigate. With Willow's keen vision and Remy's inquisitive nature, they began to explore the forest, searching for clues to unravel this enigma. Their path led them to a gurgling stream, where a kindly water sprite named Nixie made her home. Nixie's gossamer wings trailed sparkles of light as she greeted them warmly. "Ah, you've noticed the strange happenings, too," she said with a gentle smile. "The magic of our realm has been unsettled, shifting in peculiar ways." Nixie explained that every few centuries, a rare cosmic event caused the different strands of magic to become tangled and intertwined, resulting in these whimsical occurrences. "But fear not, dear friends," Nixie assured them. "All will return to harmony once the celestial dance has completed its cycle." With this newfound knowledge, Remy and Willow continued their nightly observations, marveling at the ever-changing wonders that unfolded around them. One evening, as they sat beneath a canopy of fireflies, Willow turned to Remy with a twinkle in her eyes. "You know, Remy, this reminds me of the stories my grandmother used to tell," she said wistfully. She spoke of a time when the boundaries between realms would thin, allowing glimpses of enchantment to spill into our world. Remy's eyes widened with wonder. "So these strange events are like little windows into other magical places?" Willow nodded sagely. "Indeed, my dear friend, and just as the windows opened, they will eventually close, restoring the natural balance." And so, for a fleeting span of nights, Remy and her friends bore witness to the extraordinary dance of intersecting magics. They watched as shimmering auroras painted the sky, as butterflies left trails of stardust in their wake, and as the very air seemed to hum with ancient melodies. Finally, on a moonlit eve, the celestial cycle reached its completion. The magic of their realm settled back into its familiar rhythm, and the whimsical occurrences faded away, leaving only cherished memories. As Remy snuggled into her burrow that night, she smiled contentedly. The mystery had been unraveled, and she had experienced a wondrous glimpse into the secret tapestry that bound all realms together. From that day on, whenever she spotted a stray spark of enchantment or heard a whisper of an ethereal tune, Remy knew it was the world's way of reminding her that magic was always present, weaving its way through the most ordinary of moments, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and inquisitive souls. Story 8. In the heart of a quaint coastal village, where the whispering waves met the shore with gentle caresses, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village, nestled between the Emerald Hills and the Azure Sea, was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched cottages. Each morning, Clara awoke to the sound of the seagulls singing their daily serenade, and the scent of salt mingled with fresh bread from the village bakery. Clara was a quiet soul, with eyes that sparkled with curiosity and a heart as tender as the morning dew. Her days were filled with simple joys, collecting seashells that the tides brought in, listening to the elders' stories, and exploring the hidden nooks of her beloved village. Yet she always felt a yearning for something more, something beyond the horizon's embrace. One misty afternoon, as Clara wandered along the beach, her toes sinking into the cool sand, she stumbled upon a peculiar object. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried in the sand. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the faint sunlight. Clara's fingers tingled with excitement as she brushed the sand away and lifted the box into her hands. It felt warm and alive, as if it held the whispers of 1,000 stories. Curiosity piqued, Clara opened the box. Inside, she found a delicate, shimmering feather that glowed with an ethereal light. The feather was unlike any she had ever seen, its colors shifting like the hues of a sunset. As she held it, a gentle, melodic voice filled her mind, as comforting as a lullaby. "Dear Clara," the voice began, "you have discovered the feather of tales. It holds the magic of stories untold and dreams yet to be realized. With it, you can journey into the heart of any story you wish to explore." Clara's heart fluttered with wonder. She closed her eyes, and the world around her faded away. When she opened them again, she found herself standing in a lush, verdant forest, bathed in the golden glow of a setting sun. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle rustling of leaves. In this magical forest, Clara met her first companion, a wise old turtle named Thistle. His shell was adorned with moss and tiny flowers, and his eyes twinkled with the knowledge of ages. "Ah, young traveler," he greeted her with a slow, deliberate nod. "I see you've found the feather of tales. What story do you seek to discover?" Clara pondered for a moment, then replied, "I wish to find the story of belonging, of finding one's place in the world." Thistle smiled warmly. "A noble quest indeed, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together, Clara and Thistle ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered a cheerful squirrel named Pip, whose bushy tail wagged with excitement. Pip was a master of finding hidden paths and secret treasures, and he eagerly joined their adventure. As the trio journeyed on, they came across a sparkling stream that bubbled and sang as it flowed. On the stream's bank sat a graceful swan named Seraphina, her feathers gleaming like polished ivory. Seraphina possessed the gift of foresight and offered guidance through the forest's many mysteries. With each step, Clara learned from her companions. Thistle taught her the wisdom of patience and reflection. Pip revealed the joy of discovery and play, and Seraphina shared the importance of seeing beyond the obvious. Their journey was not without challenges. They faced a thick fog that obscured the path, a tangled thicket that seemed impenetrable, and a bridge made of fragile reeds that swayed precariously. Yet, through teamwork and the gentle application of their combined wisdom, they overcame each obstacle. When the fog descended, Clara remembered Thistle's advice to pause and listen. She closed her eyes, and the sound of the forest guided them forward. At the thicket, Pip's keen eye spotted the tiniest gap, leading them through. And at the swaying bridge, Seraphina's calm presence inspired Clara to trust her instincts and cross safely. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a magnificent tree stood, the heart of the forest. Its branches stretched towards the stars, and its roots delved deep into the earth. As Clara approached, the tree shimmered with a gentle luminescence, and she felt a warmth envelop her. The tree spoke in a voice as soft as a breeze. "Welcome, Clara. You have found your story. The journey you embarked upon has shown you that belonging is not just a place, but a tapestry woven from the threads of friendship, wisdom, and courage." Clara's heart swelled with understanding. She realized that her true place was wherever she carried the lessons she had learned and the friends she had made. With a grateful heart, she thanked the heart of the forest and her companions. As the first rays of dawn kissed the sky, Clara found herself back on the familiar beach, the wooden box in her hands, the feather resting inside. The village was waking, and the seagulls began their morning song once more. Clara smiled, knowing that her journey was just one of many she could embark upon with the feather of tales. And though she cherished her home by the sea, she understood now that the world was full of stories waiting to be discovered. With a heart full of peace and the promise of new adventures, Clara returned to her village, ready to share her tales and the wisdom she gathered along the way. And as she drifted to sleep that night, she dreamed of a world where every child, every soul, could find their story and place amidst the stars and sea. Story 9. In the heart of the ancient Elderwood Forest, where sunbeams danced through a tapestry of emerald leaves, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of nature. The forest was a realm where reality and magic whispered secrets to one another, and the creatures who called it home thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and wonder. Each morning, as the mist gently lifted from the forest floor, a symphony of songs filled the air. Birds of every hue, sapphire blue jays, crimson cardinals, and golden orioles, greeted the dawn with melodies that swirled like gentle breezes. These songs were more than mere tunes. They carried the wisdom of ages, passed down from beak to beak, a living library of the forest's ancient tales. Beneath the towering trees, whose trunks were as wide as a bear's embrace, a gentle river meandered. Its waters were as clear as the morning sky and cool to the touch, a refreshing balm for any creature that paused to drink or play. Along its banks the otters with their sleek silvery fur tumbled and twirled, their laughter mingling with the babble of the stream. In this lush sanctuary, each creature played a role, from the industrious ants who tidied the forest floor to the wise old tortoise who charted the season's changes. The forest creatures thrived on the understanding that every life, no matter how small, was part of a greater whole. As the sun climbed higher, warming the fragrant earth, an elder squirrel named Thistle gathered a circle of young squirrels beneath an ancient oak. The bark of the oak was rough and comforting under their paws, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Thistle's fur was a patchwork of gray and silver, and his eyes twinkled with the light of countless stories. "Today, little ones," he began in a voice as soft as a rustling leaf, "I shall tell you of the time when the forest first learned to dance with the seasons." The young squirrels, their eyes wide with anticipation, settled in closer, their fluffy tails curled around them like warm blankets. "Long ago, before any of us scampered through these woods," Thistle continued, "the forest was a place of constant sameness. The days were warm and the nights were cool, but the forest knew nothing of the season's grand changes." He paused, letting the gentle wind whisper through the leaves above, setting a tranquil rhythm to his tale. "One day," Thistle said, "a curious breeze from the north swept through, bringing with it a hint of chill and the scent of distant snow. It brushed past the trees, tickling their leaves and coaxing them to turn inward to rest." The young squirrels gasped, imagining the crisp air that Thistle described, almost feeling it nip at their own tiny noses. "And so, the leaves began to change, painting the forest in hues of amber, gold, and crimson," Thistle explained. "The trees, in their wisdom, understood they must let go of their leaves to welcome the coming cold. It was a time of transformation, a lesson in embracing change." As Thistle spoke, the forest around them seemed to glow with an inner light, the very air shimmering with the magic of the tale. "The animals began to prepare," Thistle continued. "The bears grew thick with fur, and the birds took flight, following the sun to warmer lands. Every creature adapted, learning to dance with the season's rhythm. The young squirrels chattered excitedly, their imaginations painting pictures of bears lumbering through snow and birds soaring against a backdrop of winter's gray skies. "And then," Thistle whispered, his voice now a gentle breeze, "spring arrived, a celebration of life reborn. The forest burst into bloom, a symphony of colors and scents. With each new season, the forest learned and grew, a timeless cycle of harmony and balance." The young squirrels sighed contentedly, their hearts full of the forest's wisdom. They understood now that life was a dance of change, each season bringing its own gifts and lessons. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange, Thistle concluded, "Remember, little ones, the forest's true magic lies in its ability to adapt, to find harmony in every change. May you carry this wisdom in your hearts and pass it on, as I have done for you." With that, Thistle rose, the gentle creak of the oak bidding him farewell. The young squirrels scampered off, their minds alive with dreams of seasons and stories yet to come. And as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening night, the Elderwood Forest settled into slumber, cradled in the arms of the ancient trees. Its heartbeat the gentle rustle of leaves, a promise of new tales to be told with each dawning day. Story 10. Once upon a time, nestled in the embrace of misty, whispering hills, lay the quaint village of Glenshire. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, cozy cottages adorned with climbing ivy, and vibrant gardens that danced with color in every season. It was in this serene setting that a young woman named Aeliana found herself returning, after many years away in the bustling city, to the cottage of her late grandmother, Matilda. The cottage stood at the edge of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like guardians, their branches weaving a canopy of emerald leaves. Aeliana, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep as the forest shadows, had always felt a kinship with these woods. She remembered her grandmother's stories, told by the glow of the hearth, about their ancestors who had once been the keepers of the forest's secrets. As Aeliana stepped inside the cottage, the scent of lavender and old books enveloped her like a gentle embrace. Everything was just as she remembered. Shelves lined with leather-bound tomes, a worn armchair by the window, and the tapestry depicting the tree of life, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. One evening, as the sun cast golden rays upon the fields, Aeliana sat by the hearth, holding a small, intricately carved wooden box she had discovered hidden beneath the floorboards. Her fingers traced the delicate patterns, symbols she recognized from the old stories. Inside she found an array of shimmering stones, each one a different hue, and a parchment, aged and fragile, inscribed with a language that sang to her heart. Curious and compelled by a sense of duty to her heritage, Aeliana sought the wisdom of Eamon, the village elder. Eamon was a gentle soul, with eyes that twinkled like stars and a voice that rolled like distant thunder. He welcomed Aeliana into his home, which was filled with the comforting aromas of chamomile and sage. "Ah, the stones of Glenshire," Eamon said, peering at the artifacts through his spectacles. "These are no ordinary stones, dear Aeliana. They are tied to the legacy of our ancestors, each stone representing a virtue they upheld." He pointed to the parchment. "This here is a map, a guide to the trials your ancestors faced to safeguard our home." Intrigued and determined, Aeliana set out to uncover the meaning of each stone. Her journey led her through the forest, where the sunlight danced upon the leaves and the air was filled with the symphony of birdsong. Along the way, she encountered creatures of the forest, an inquisitive fox, a wise old owl, and a timid deer, each offering her insights and companionship. The first stone, a deep blue akin to the twilight sky, led her to a hidden glade where a gentle stream whispered secrets of patience and perseverance. As she sat beside the water, Aeliana reflected on her grandmother's unwavering kindness, realizing that true strength lay in gentle resilience. The next stone, green as the forest canopy, guided her to a grove where the trees seemed to hum with ancient knowledge. Here, she learned of balance, how the trees and creatures lived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand design. It reminded her of the importance of living in tune with nature and her community. The third stone, a warm amber, glowed like the hearth's embrace, leading her to a field of wildflowers swaying in the breeze. As she lay among the blooms, their sweet fragrance wrapping around her like a lullaby, she pondered the lessons of compassion and empathy, the very qualities that had made her grandmother beloved by all. As Aeliana journeyed through the land, each stone revealed a new lesson, each one resonating with the stories of her ancestors. She felt a growing sense of belonging, a connection not only to her grandmother, but to the generations that came before her. Finally, with all the stones gathered and the lessons learned, Aeliana returned to the cottage. Under the starlit sky, she placed the stones in a circle upon the old oak table, each one glowing softly. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very walls held their breath. In that moment of quiet reflection, Aeliana understood that the legacy of her ancestors was not just a burden to bear, but a gift to cherish. It was a tapestry woven with love, wisdom, and the enduring spirit of those who had walked the land before her. She realized that she was not alone. She was a part of something far greater, a timeless dance that united past and present. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound understanding, Aeliana whispered a silent promise to her grandmother to honor the legacy, to tend the land and its stories, nurturing them for the generations yet to come. And as the village of Glenshire slumbered under the watchful gaze of the moon, Aeliana felt at peace, cradled by the ancient hills and the whispers of the forest, knowing she was home. Story 11. In the heart of an ancient forest, where whispers of the old world linger like a tender breeze, there was a glade so secret and serene that few knew of its existence. This glade, cradled by towering oaks and shimmering willows, was a place where the natural world danced in perfect harmony. As dawn's first light spilled over the treetops, the forest awoke with a symphony of sounds. The gentle murmur of the brook, weaving through the moss-laden stones, joined the rustling of leaves as the wind wove its way through branches. In this enchanted realm, every creature, from the tiniest insect to the most majestic stag, played a part in the delicate balance of life. In this glade, there lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Her shell, a tapestry of moss and lichen, spoke of centuries spent wandering the forest. Thistle was the keeper of stories, the guardian of the forest's secrets. Her eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the wisdom of the ages. She was beloved by all the forest's denizens for her gentle nature and the tales she spun, tales that taught the young ones about the harmony of their world. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves were a riot of gold and crimson, Thistle gathered the young creatures of the forest for a story. They nestled close, their breaths mingling with the cool air, as the tortoise began her tale. "Long ago," Thistle murmured, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "this forest was not as you see it now. It was a place of chaos and discord, where the seasons clashed and the creatures lived in fear." The young animals listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. Thistle continued, "There came a time when the forest spirits, the ancient guardians of this land, decided to bring balance to our home. They wove a spell of seasons to guide the flow of life." As she spoke, the wind picked up, swirling around the glade and carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. The young ones felt the magic in the air, a tingling sensation that danced along their fur and feathers. "The seasons," Thistle explained, "are like the notes of a song, each with its own melody and rhythm. Together, they create the symphony of life. Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and introspection." The animals nodded, understanding that each season had its role to play, just as they did in the forest. "But there was one creature," Thistle said, her voice growing softer, "who did not understand. A young hare, impetuous and impatient, wished to skip the quiet of winter and leap into the vibrancy of spring. He sought out the forest spirits to change the seasons. The young hare, named Bramble, was a curious soul. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with mischief and wonder. He bounded through the forest, the earth soft beneath his paws, until he reached the heart of the woods where the spirits dwelled. In a clearing bathed in moonlight, Bramble found the spirits, ethereal beings woven from the very fabric of nature. The hare pleaded with them, his voice earnest and full of youthful fervor. "Please," he implored, "let spring come early. I long for the warmth and the flowers, the buzzing of bees, and the songs of birds." The spirits listened, their eyes like pools of starlight. They understood the hare's longing, but they also knew the importance of balance. "Dear Bramble," one spirit spoke, her voice like the rustle of reeds, "the seasons are woven into the tapestry of life. To unravel them would bring chaos, not only to the forest, but to the world beyond." Bramble's ears drooped with disappointment, but the spirits were kind. "Learn from us." Another spirit chimed in, his voice a deep rumble like distant thunder. "Patience, little one. Each season has its gifts, even winter, with its quiet beauty and time for reflection." With these words, the spirits shared a vision with Bramble, a vision of the forest in winter. He saw the beauty in the stillness, the way the snow blanketed the earth like a soft cloak, the stars twinkling in the frosty sky. He saw creatures finding warmth in each other's company, sharing stories and dreams. Bramble's heart swelled with understanding. He thanked the spirits and returned to the forest, his mind alight with new wisdom. As Thistle concluded her tale, the young creatures of the forest felt a deep peace settle over them. They understood now that every part of their world, every season, and every creature was connected in a delicate dance of life. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the glade in a gentle twilight. The animals nestled closer together, their eyes drooping with the weight of sleep and dreams. And in the quiet of the forest, as the stars blinked into existence above, Thistle watched over them, her heart full of love and hope for the future. She knew that as long as they remembered the lessons of the forest, their world would remain a place of harmony and wonder. And so the forest sang its lullaby, a melody of rustling leaves and whispering winds, carrying the promise of tomorrow to all who called it home. Story 12. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there sat a small antique shop known as the Curious Trinket. Its windows glimmered with the reflections of countless treasures from times long past. It was here, under the soft glow of a late afternoon sun, that a young girl named Clara often found herself drawn to explore. Clara was a gentle soul with eyes the shade of a summer sky and a heart eager for adventure. She loved to wander the village, her footsteps as light as the breeze that rustled through the leaves. The shopkeeper, Mr. Thornberry, with his warm smiles and stories of yore, welcomed her visits with open arms. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced down from the trees, Clara pushed open the heavy oak door of the Curious Trinket. The familiar chime of a delicate bell greeted her, and a comforting wave of musty, amber-scented air enveloped her like an old friend. As she meandered through the aisles, her fingers brushed against polished wood and cool metals, each piece whispering tales of its own. Her eyes caught sight of a small, unassuming box tucked away on a high shelf. It was crafted from dark mahogany, its surface smooth yet worn with age. Drawn to it by an inexplicable pull, Clara reached up, her fingertips just grazing its edge until she managed to bring it down. She blew away the thin layer of dust that coated it, revealing an intricate pattern of swirling vines and tiny blossoms etched into the lid. "Ah, you've found something special." Mr. Thornberry's voice came from behind her, warm and rich like the aroma of spiced cider. "That box has been here for as long as I can remember, waiting for the right person to discover its secret." "What do you mean?" Clara asked, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Thornberry smiled, his eyes twinkling with the light of 100 untold tales. "Why don't you see for yourself, dear girl?" With a gentle lift, Clara opened the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of deep green velvet, lay a small silver key. It was beautifully ornate, with delicate engravings that seemed to shimmer in the light. As her fingers closed around it, Clara felt a peculiar warmth spread through her, like a gentle hug from the sun. "What does it open?" she wondered aloud, looking up at Mr. Thornberry. "That is for you to discover," he replied cryptically, yet kindly. "Perhaps it will lead you on a journey of sorts." That night, as the village settled beneath a blanket of stars, Clara lay in bed with the key resting on her nightstand. Her mind buzzed with possibilities, each more fantastical than the last, until sleep claimed her and her dreams began to weave a tapestry of wonder. The following morning, Clara set out towards the edge of the village, the key safely tucked in her pocket. Her feet carried her to the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees huddled close, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind. It was here, beneath the canopy of emerald and gold, that Clara's journey truly began. As she walked deeper into the forest, the sunlight danced through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Clara felt an almost magnetic pull guiding her steps, as if the key in her pocket was leading her towards something extraordinary. Along the way, she encountered a variety of woodland creatures who seemed to sense her purpose. A curious squirrel with a bushy tail chattered excitedly, hopping from branch to branch alongside her. "Hello there," Clara giggled, offering a small piece of bread she had brought along. The squirrel accepted her gift with a grateful nod, its eyes twinkling with a knowing glint. Further along the path, she came across a wise old owl perched on a low branch. Its feathers were a patchwork of soft browns and grays, and its eyes, large and golden, regarded her with a gentle intelligence. "To find what you seek," the owl hooted softly, "you must listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you." Clara nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and determination. She closed her eyes for a moment, the forest's gentle symphony wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The rustle of leaves, the distant babble of a brook, and the soft chirping of birds filled her ears, each sound a thread in the tapestry of the woods. With renewed purpose, Clara continued her journey, her senses attuned to the world around her. As midday approached, she found herself at the edge of a serene glade where sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and sturdy, its branches reaching skyward like welcoming arms. As Clara approached, she noticed a small, ornate lock embedded in the tree's bark. Her heart quickened with anticipation as she retrieved the silver key from her pocket. With a deep breath, she inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, and with a soft click, the bark of the oak parted like a door, revealing a hollow within. Inside the hollow was a wondrous sight, a beautifully woven tapestry, its colors vibrant and alive, depicting a scene of the very woods surrounding her. It was as if the forest itself had been captured within the threads, each detail lovingly rendered in meticulous stitches. As Clara reached out to touch the tapestry, she felt a gentle warmth radiate from it, the same warmth she had felt when she first held the key. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the forest. The tapestry was a living map, a guide to the hidden wonders of the world, accessible only to those with the heart to see them. With newfound clarity, Clara realized the journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by deepening her understanding of the world and her place within it. The key had unlocked more than just a physical door. It had opened her heart to the magic of friendship, wisdom, and the quiet strength found in nature's embrace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the glade in a serene twilight, Clara carefully rolled the tapestry and placed it within the hollow, locking it with the key once more. She knew it would remain safe until the next seeker, guided by the whispers of the forest, would come to find it. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit buoyed by the kindness of her woodland companions, Clara made her way back to the village. The path seemed shorter now, each step a gentle reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. That night, as she lay beneath the canopy of stars, her dreams were filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the warm glow of friendship. And in the quiet moments before sleep claimed her, Clara knew that the magic of the forest would always be with her, guiding her through life's many adventures with the wisdom and wonder she had discovered. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, where the ordinary often gave way to the extraordinary, Clara's tale became a cherished story, whispered among the villagers as a gentle reminder that sometimes the greatest journeys begin with a single, unexpected key. Story 13. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Linnea. She resided in a quaint cottage nestled among the towering oaks and cheerful birches, where the air was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the songs of birds. Linnea was known throughout the forest for her kindness and gentle spirit, but she carried a quiet restlessness in her heart, a feeling that often left her staring wistfully at the horizon. The forest was a world of its own, vibrant and alive with magic. Each morning, the sun filtered through the leaves, casting a golden light that danced across the forest floor, while the brook that wound its way past Linnea's home sang a soothing lullaby. Despite the beauty surrounding her, Linnea felt a pull towards change, an urge to discover something beyond the familiar paths she walked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed with hues of amber and crimson, Linnea set out on a walk to clear her mind. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and a hint of wood smoke from her neighbors' chimneys. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she came upon a place she had never seen before, a small, serene glade bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk broad and its branches stretching towards the sky like the outstretched arms of a wise old friend. The tree was unlike any Linnea had seen. Its bark shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its leaves whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. Curious, Linnea approached the tree, feeling an inexplicable warmth radiating from it. As she placed a hand on the bark, a gentle voice filled her mind, as soothing as a lullaby. Change is the breath of life, dear one. Embrace it, and you shall see. The words lingered in the air, weaving their way into Linnea's thoughts. She pondered their meaning as she continued her walk, the forest around her alive with the quiet hum of life. It was then that she encountered a peculiar sight, a small, shimmering butterfly caught in a delicate web spun between two branches. Kneeling down, Linnea gently freed the butterfly, watching as it fluttered its iridescent wings gratefully before alighting on her finger. As it rested there, she noticed something remarkable. The butterfly's wings began to change, shifting from a brilliant blue to a soft lavender, then to a vibrant gold. Each transformation was more breathtaking than the last, and Linnea felt a sense of awe at the beauty of such change. "Thank you," the butterfly whispered, its voice like a gentle breeze. "In your kindness, you have unlocked the magic of change within yourself." With that, the butterfly took flight, leaving Linnea to ponder the lesson it had imparted. As she made her way back to the cottage, her heart felt lighter, her mind clearer. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the seasons that turn the forest from green to gold. In the days that followed, Linnea began to embrace this newfound understanding. She sought out new paths, discovered hidden nooks in the forest, and even learned the art of weaving from her neighbor, an elderly weaver named Marlowe. Marlowe, with his twinkling eyes and gentle wisdom, became a cherished friend, guiding Linnea with stories of transformation from his own life. One evening, as they sat beside the warm glow of the fireplace, Marlowe shared a tale of a caterpillar that feared becoming a butterfly. The caterpillar, he said, his voice a melodic hum, did not realize that in the transformation it would gain the freedom to dance among the flowers and soar through the skies. It simply needed to trust in the magic of its own journey. Linnea listened intently, her heart swelling with understanding. She realized that her journey, like the caterpillar's, was about trusting the process and having faith in her own ability to grow and change. With each passing day, Linnea found herself more attuned to the magic around her. She noticed the gentle transformations in the world, the way the light shifted at dusk, the way the brook's melody changed with the seasons, and the way the forest itself seemed to breathe and grow. And within herself, she discovered the courage to embrace change and the wisdom to find comfort in the unknown. As winter's chill settled over the forest, Linnea found warmth in the friendships she had nurtured and the lessons she had learned. She knew that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the beauty of new beginnings and the promise of growth. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, Linnea lived her days with an open heart and a spirit as free as the butterfly she had once saved. She had discovered the magic of transformation, not just in the world around her, but within herself, and it filled her life with a gentle, abiding joy. And thus, nestled in her cozy cottage, with the forest as her constant companion, Linnea found peace. A peace that whispered through the trees and echoed in the songs of the brook. A peace that would guide her through all the seasons of her life. Story 14. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a young boy named Milo. Milo was a gentle soul with eyes the color of the summer sky and hair as wild as the winds that swept through the emerald fields surrounding his home. Each day the villagers went about their routines, but Milo, ever curious and bright, found himself drawn to the mysteries of the world just beyond the familiar paths and meadows. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden rays over the dew-kissed grass, Milo embarked on his usual adventure through the forest. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustling of leaves provided a comforting symphony as he walked. Today, however, felt different. There was a whisper of magic in the air, an invitation to discover something extraordinary. As Milo meandered deeper into the forest, he stumbled upon a small, hidden glen he had never seen before. The glen was bathed in a soft, dappled light that seemed to dance as the leaves above swayed gently in the breeze. In the center of this enchanting clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched out like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, Milo noticed a peculiar object shimmering in the light. Curiosity piqued, Milo approached the tree and gently picked up the object. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to glow with an inner light. As he held the box in his hands, Milo felt a warmth spread through him, as if the box was speaking to him in a language he could not comprehend but somehow understood. With a sense of reverence, he opened the box, revealing a stunning, multifaceted crystal that shimmered with every color of the rainbow. The crystal pulsed with a gentle rhythmic glow, and as Milo gazed into its depths, he felt a connection to something greater than himself, a world filled with wonder and possibility. It was then that Milo realized this was no ordinary crystal. It was a magical object, a key to a hidden world within the natural environment, a world waiting to be discovered. With the crystal in hand, Milo felt a pull, a gentle tug that guided him deeper into the forest. As he followed this invisible thread, the trees began to thin, and the landscape transformed around him. The air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of distant, melodious laughter. Milo found himself stepping into a realm unlike any he had ever imagined, a hidden world where magic flowed as freely as rivers, and everything seemed to be alive with vibrant energy. In this wondrous place, the trees were taller, their leaves shimmering in hues of gold and silver. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors, and creatures of every kind danced through the underbrush, their eyes twinkling with mischief and joy. Milo's heart soared with the beauty of it all, and he knew he had stumbled upon a secret world that existed alongside his own, a place of pure enchantment. As Milo explored this magical realm, he encountered a group of gentle, kind-hearted creatures known as the sylphs. The sylphs were small, winged beings with delicate features and eyes that sparkled like stars. They welcomed Milo with open arms, their voices light and musical as they spoke in a language that was both foreign and familiar. One sylph, a wise elder named Aeliana, took a particular interest in Milo. Aeliana was a being of great wisdom, her presence exuding a calm and serene energy. She had seen many travelers come and go, but there was something special about Milo, an openness and kindness that shone like a beacon. She sensed that the crystal had chosen him for a reason, and she was eager to help him uncover its mysteries. "The crystal you carry," Aeliana explained in her soft, melodic voice, "is a gateway to understanding the magic that lies within and around us. It is a tool of transformation, capable of revealing truths hidden from the eyes of those who do not see with their hearts." Milo listened intently, his heart filled with a mixture of awe and curiosity. He felt a deep connection to this hidden world and a desire to understand its secrets. Aeliana, sensing his eagerness, offered to guide him on a journey of discovery, a journey that would change him in ways he could not yet imagine. Together, Milo and Aeliana embarked on an adventure through the magical realm, visiting places of wonder and beauty. They traveled through fields of luminescent flowers that sang with the wind, over bridges made of moonlight that arched across crystal-clear streams, and beneath ancient groves where the trees whispered stories of old. As they journeyed, Aeliana taught Milo about the interconnectedness of all things, how the magic of the hidden world was woven into the fabric of life itself. She showed him how to listen with his heart, to see the beauty in even the smallest of creatures, and to understand that true magic lay not in grand displays of power, but in the gentle, everyday moments that filled the world with light. One day, as they wandered through a meadow bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Aeliana paused and turned to Milo. "There is a mystery you must solve," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "A mystery that will test your heart and reveal the path you are meant to follow." Intrigued, Milo nodded, eager to learn more. Aeliana explained that the crystal he carried was part of a larger whole, a collection of 5 crystals that, when united, would unlock a hidden power capable of healing and restoring balance to both the magical realm and Milo's own world. "The other crystals are scattered throughout this realm," Aeliana said, her eyes filled with wisdom and warmth. "To find them, you must rely on the friendships you forge and the kindness you show. Only those with true hearts can uncover their locations." With renewed determination, Milo set out on his quest, guided by Aeliana's wisdom and the crystal's gentle glow. Along the way, he met others who joined him on his journey, friends from both the hidden world and his own, each bringing their own unique gifts and strengths. There was Ivor, a courageous young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, who taught Milo the importance of bravery in the face of fear. Then there was Lyra, a playful water sprite with laughter like tinkling bells, who showed him the joy of living in the moment and finding happiness in simple things. And finally, there was Anwin, a wise old tortoise whose slow, deliberate movements reminded Milo of the value of patience and perseverance. Together, they faced many challenges, from navigating treacherous terrain to solving riddles posed by mischievous woodland spirits. Each trial brought them closer together, their bond strengthened by the shared goal of finding the remaining crystals and unlocking the magic they held. As the days turned into weeks, Milo and his friends discovered the second, third, and fourth crystals, each hidden in places of great natural beauty, a waterfall that sang with the voices of the ancients, a grove where the stars seemed to touch the earth, and a cave filled with the echoes of time. With each discovery, the crystals resonated in harmony, their combined energy growing stronger and more vibrant. Finally, after many adventures and lessons learned, Milo stood before the last challenge, a mountain shrouded in mist, its peak hidden from view. It was said that the final crystal lay atop this mountain, waiting for one with a true heart to claim it. The journey would be treacherous, and Milo knew he could not do it alone. With his friends by his side, Milo began the ascent, each step bringing him closer to the summit and the fulfillment of his quest. The climb was arduous, the path steep and winding, but Milo's heart was light, buoyed by the support and encouragement of his companions. As they neared the top, the mist began to clear, revealing a breathtaking vista bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. There, nestled among the rocks, lay the final crystal, its glow a beacon of hope and promise. With reverence and gratitude, Milo reached out and claimed the crystal, feeling its warmth spread through him like a gentle embrace. In that moment, he understood the true power of the crystals, not just as objects of magic, but as symbols of friendship, courage, and the interconnectedness of all things. With the crystals united, a radiant light enveloped the mountain, a wave of healing energy that flowed through the hidden world and into Milo's own. The air was filled with the music of the universe, a symphony of joy and celebration that echoed in Milo's heart. As the light faded, Milo found himself back in the village, the crystal's magic having returned him home. The village was unchanged, yet everything felt different, imbued with a newfound sense of wonder and possibility. Milo's journey had transformed him, filling his heart with wisdom and a deep appreciation for the beauty and magic that lay in the world around him. He had learned that true strength came from kindness, true courage from friendship, and true magic from the simple, everyday moments that made life extraordinary. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and love, Milo carried the lessons of his adventure with him, sharing the magic he had discovered with those around him. The village, once ordinary, became a place of light and joy, where the bonds of friendship and the beauty of the world were celebrated each day. As the years passed, the story of Milo's journey became a cherished tale, told by the fireside on cold winter nights and under the stars on warm summer evenings. And though the villagers never saw the hidden world Milo had discovered, they felt its magic in their hearts, a gentle reminder of the wonder and beauty that lay in every corner of the earth. And so the tale of Milo and the magical realm lived on, a story of friendship, courage, and the power of kindness, a story that would continue to inspire and enchant for generations to come. The end. Story 15. In a galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across an endless velvet sky, there was a small planet known as Luminara. It was a world of gentle breezes and lush iridescent forests, where leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the air was fragrant with the scent of blooming starflowers. On this serene planet lived a creature named Nico, a Luminaran with a heart as warm as the planet's twin suns. Nico possessed a shimmering blue coat that glistened under the light, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Despite the beauty and tranquility of Luminara, Nico often felt a yearning for something more, an adventure beyond the familiar paths of his homeland. One evening, as Nico wandered along the silver stream, a gentle ribbon of water that wound its way through the forest, he noticed a peculiar sight. A strange vessel, unlike anything he had seen before, had landed awkwardly among the trees. It was sleek and metallic, its surface catching the moonlight in a cascade of silvery reflections. From the vessel emerged a being quite different from any Luminaran. It was a tall, slender creature named Kayla, hailing from the distant planet of Zephyria. Her skin was a soft shade of lavender, and her eyes, a deep violet, held a hint of starlight. Kayla had come to Luminara on a mission of exploration, her heart as adventurous as Nico's. Their first meeting was awkward. Nico, accustomed to the gentle ways of his kind, was startled by Kayla's sudden appearance. He stumbled backward, his feet splashing in the shallows of the stream. Kayla, not familiar with Luminarans, misinterpreted his reaction as hostility and instinctively raised her shimmering wings in defense. "Wait," Nico called out, his voice a gentle breeze. "I mean no harm, I'm just curious." Kayla hesitated, her wings slowly lowering as she observed the sincerity in Nico's eyes. "I'm sorry," she replied, her voice melodic and soothing. "I didn't mean to frighten you. I'm Kayla, an explorer from Zephyria." Their initial misunderstanding was an opportunity to learn about one another. As they spoke, they found common ground in their love for the stars and their shared longing for adventure. Days passed, and what began as a chance encounter blossomed into a friendship as vibrant as the meadows of Luminara. Nico introduced Kayla to the wonders of his world, the glowing starflowers that bloomed under the moonlight and the gentle creatures that inhabited the forest. In return, Kayla shared tales of Zephyria, a world of floating cities and ethereal music carried on the winds. However, their friendship was soon tested. One morning, a shadow fell across the sun-dappled forest. A group of shadowy creatures, known as the Umbrals, had arrived from the dark side of Luminara. They sought to drain the light and color from the planet, leaving it a barren wasteland. Fear gripped the inhabitants of Luminara, their usual serenity replaced by uncertainty. Nico and Kayla realized they had to act quickly to protect their home. Together they devised a plan to confront the Umbrals, using their unique strengths. Nico, with his deep connection to the land, called upon the forest creatures, rallying them with his gentle yet persuasive words. Meanwhile, Kayla used her Zephyrian abilities to manipulate the winds, creating a protective barrier around the forest. As they faced the Umbrals, their bond was tested once more. The Umbrals attempted to sow discord between them, whispering lies into the wind. But the trust and understanding Nico and Kayla had built could not be shaken. They stood side by side, their hearts aligned in purpose and friendship. In the end, it was their unity that prevailed. The forest creatures, guided by Nico's wisdom, and the winds, directed by Kayla's grace, drove the Umbrals away. Light and color returned to Luminara, more vibrant than ever. With the danger past, Nico and Kayla sat by the silver stream, the stars twinkling above them. The air was filled with the gentle hum of the forest, a lullaby that spoke of peace and harmony. "You know," Nico said, his voice as soft as the breeze, "when we first met, I never imagined we'd become friends." Kayla smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "Neither did I, but sometimes the most unexpected friendships are the ones that mean the most." As they sat together, surrounded by the beauty of Luminara, they realized that true friendship transcends differences. It is a bond forged in understanding, strengthened by challenges, and cherished in moments of quiet companionship. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, an unlikely pair from different worlds found not only adventure, but the true meaning of friendship. A friendship that would forever illuminate their paths, no matter where the stars might lead them. Story 16. On the distant edge of the galaxy, where stardust swirled like luminescent fireflies in the ink-black sky, two planets orbited in a synchronous dance. The first was Etheria, a world of crystalline towers that sang with the wind, populated by the ethereal Etherians whose bodies shimmered with the colors of the dawn. Their society was one of harmony and song, where every action was a melody in the grand symphony of life. The other was Terralus, a planet of rugged landscapes and sprawling forests that stretched beneath endless blue skies. Its inhabitants, the Terralans, were sturdy and practical, known for their down-to-earth wisdom and a profound connection to the soil they trod upon. They spoke with voices that rumbled like distant thunder, and their laughter was as hearty as the rolling hills they called home. In a quiet corner of Etheria, a young Etherian named Leora danced lightly across a field of whispering reeds. Her skin glowed like the first light of dawn, and her voice, when she sang, was a soft, lilting tune that seemed to soothe the very air around her. Leora loved her world, but she often found herself gazing beyond the crystalline horizon, dreaming of the stars and the mysteries they held. Meanwhile, across the vast cosmic sea on Terralus, a curious young Terralan named Bryn was preparing for his first space voyage. With coppery skin that glinted in the sunlight and eyes that mirrored the deep, rich earth, Bryn had always been fascinated by the tales of far-off planets and the wonders they harbored. His heart was set on exploration, and his spirit was as unyielding as the ancient roots of his homeland. Their paths were destined to cross during a cosmic symposium held on a neutral space station, a place where beings from every corner of the universe gathered to share knowledge and culture. It was here, amidst the bustling corridors filled with the hum of diverse languages and the scent of alien spices, that Leora and Bryn first met. Their introduction was less than harmonious. Leora, entranced by the mechanical marvels displayed by the Terralans, accidentally brushed against a delicate control panel. The device emitted a series of discordant beeps and whirs, much to the chagrin of Bryn, who had been showcasing it to a group of intrigued onlookers. "I'm so sorry," Leora exclaimed, her voice a soft melody tinged with worry. "I didn't mean to disrupt your demonstration." Bryn, initially flustered, took a steadying breath. "It's all right," he rumbled, the irritation in his voice quickly giving way to understanding. "These machines can be temperamental. I should have been more careful." Their misunderstanding quickly turned into mutual curiosity. As they walked through the station, they began sharing stories of their worlds. Leora spoke of the crystalline cities that sang with the wind, while Bryn described the vast forests and the sense of belonging they instilled. Days turned to weeks, and the symposium drew to a close, but not before the two new friends decided on one last adventure, a visit to a nearby asteroid field, known for its breathtaking views of the surrounding nebulae. They borrowed a small, sturdy shuttle, its sides gleaming with the reflected light of distant stars, and set off into the void. The journey, however, was not without its challenges. The asteroid field was more treacherous than they had anticipated, with floating rocks spinning unpredictably in their path. As they navigated the treacherous terrain, their differing approaches led to tension. Leora preferred to flow with the currents, trusting in the natural harmony of the universe, while Bryn favored precise calculations and control. Their disagreement reached a peak when they found themselves caught in a sudden gravitational eddy, the shuttle spinning wildly as alarms blared. In the midst of the chaos, Leora placed a gentle hand on Bryn's shoulder. "Trust the rhythm of the stars," she whispered, her voice a calm oasis in the storm. Bryn, his heart pounding, met her eyes and nodded. Together, they combined their strengths, Leora's intuitive sense of the cosmic currents and Bryn's strategic adjustments, to guide the shuttle safely through the swirling maelstrom. Emerging from the field, they were greeted by the sight of a nebula unfurling before them like a celestial tapestry, vibrant hues of pink and purple dancing across the stars. In that moment, they realized that their differences were not obstacles, but rather complementary strengths that, when harmonized, created something beautiful. As they returned to the station, Leora and Bryn reflected on their journey. They had discovered that friendship was not about finding someone who mirrors your every thought, but rather someone who helps you see the universe from a different perspective. Through their shared experiences and challenges, they had forged a bond that transcended the stars. Back on their respective worlds, Leora and Bryn continued to share their adventures through messages sent across the void, their friendship a beacon of light that bridged the distance between Etheria and Terralus. And as they looked up at the night sky, each saw not just a tapestry of stars, but the shining thread of a friendship that had taught them the true meaning of understanding and unity. And so, under the gentle glow of the cosmos, the two unlikely companions found solace in the knowledge that in a universe vast and endless, they had discovered a connection as enduring as the stars themselves. And with that comforting thought, they drifted into dreams filled with stardust and the warm embrace of friendship. Story 17. In the gentle glow of the cosmic dusk, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on an indigo canvas, there existed a small, tranquil planet known as Lumara. Lumara was a world of lush, emerald forests and crystalline waters, bathed in the soothing light of twin moons that danced across its skies. On this peaceful planet, in a quaint village nestled between the whispering trees, lived a young Lumarite named Yara. Yara was a being of light, her skin a delicate shade of lavender that seemed to hum softly under the moonlight. Her eyes, bright and curious, reflected the wonder of her world. Yara's days were spent tending to the vibrant flora that thrived in the gentle warmth of Lumara's sun, her heart as open and welcoming as the fields she cared for. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the moons began their celestial waltz, a peculiar event unfolded. From the sky descended a vessel, sleek and silver, like a falling star. It landed softly in a meadow not far from Yara's home. Drawn by curiosity, Yara ventured to the sight, her heart a fluttering mix of excitement and apprehension. There, amid the dewy grass, stood a creature unlike any she had ever seen. Its form was tall and slender, its skin a shimmering blue with patterns that seemed to ripple like water under moonlight. The creature was Tev, a traveler from the distant planet of Aquilus. Tev's people were known for their wisdom and affinity with water, able to summon rain and calm the fiercest of storms. Yet despite his graceful demeanor, Tev appeared lost and uncertain, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings with a mix of awe and trepidation. Yara approached cautiously, her voice gentle like a breeze through the leaves. "Hello," she called, her tone warm and inviting. "I am Yara. You must have come a long way." Tev turned, his gaze meeting hers, revealing eyes as deep and clear as the oceans of his home. "I am Tev," he replied, his voice carrying the soft, rhythmic cadence of waves lapping against a shore. "My journey has led me astray. I seek the wisdom of Lumara's Enviro Council, but I fear I have lost my way." Yara smiled, her heart swelling with empathy. "Fear not, Tev. I will guide you. Lumara welcomes those who come in peace." Thus began their journey, two souls from worlds apart, united by circumstance. As they walked beneath the starlit sky, the air filled with the symphony of night creatures, a silence settled between them, not of discomfort, but of shared contemplation. Their path led them through the heart of Lumara's forest, where the trees stood like ancient guardians, their leaves whispering secrets of ages past. It was here that the first misunderstanding arose. Tev, in his effort to assist, attempted to summon a gentle rain to nourish the flora, as he would on Aquilus. But the flora of Lumara thrived on sunlight, and the unexpected shower startled them. Yara watched in surprise, her initial reaction one of concern. "Oh, Tev, our plants do not need rain as yours do. They bask in the sun's embrace." Tev, realizing his error, bowed his head in apology. "I meant only to help. I did not understand." Yara's heart softened further, seeing the sincerity in his eyes. "It is all right, Tev. We are learning from each other, and that is a gift." As they continued, their conversations deepened, flowing like a gentle stream. Tev shared tales of Aquilus, of its shimmering cities beneath the waves and the harmonious songs of the sea creatures. In return, Yara spoke of Lumara's vibrant festivals and the way the twin moons painted the night with their silver glow. Their bond strengthened with each step, and soon they found themselves facing a challenge that tested their growing friendship. A dense mist, thick and impenetrable, had settled over their path, concealing the way forward. It was a phenomenon neither had anticipated, a blend of Lumara's magical nature and the arrival of an unexpected storm. Yara, her senses attuned to her home, could feel the path obscured, yet her vision was clouded. Tev, however, with his affinity for water, sensed the currents in the air, the hidden streams and eddies that whispered the way forward. "Trust me," Tev said softly, extending his hand to Yara. "I can guide us through this mist." Yara hesitated, the unknown stretching before her like a vast ocean. Yet in Tev's eyes, she saw not only confidence but a deep understanding, a reflection of the trust she had already begun to feel. With a nod, she took his hand, the warmth of his touch a beacon in the fog. Together they moved through the mist, Tev's senses guiding them with unerring precision. And as they walked, Yara realized that trust was not just about knowing, but about believing in the strength of their bond. When at last they emerged from the mist, the sight before them was breathtaking. A valley bathed in moonlight, where the Enviro Council's grand hall stood, its spires reaching toward the heavens. The journey had brought them not only to their destination, but to a deeper understanding of each other. Tev had found his way, not just to the council, but to a friend who had taught him the value of patience and the warmth of trust. And Yara, in turn, had learned that friendship could span the vast distances of space, bridging worlds through kindness and shared purpose. As they stood at the entrance of the grand hall, Yara looked at Tev with a smile that spoke of gratitude and newfound friendship. "May your time here bring you the wisdom you seek, Tev." Tev returned her smile, his heart full. "And may Lumara always shine as brightly as the stars that led me here." Their parting was not a farewell, but a promise, a testament to the friendship that had blossomed under the watchful eyes of Lumara's twin moons. As Yara watched Tev enter the hall, she knew that their paths would cross again, for the bonds forged in kindness and understanding were as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, beneath the endless sky, Yara and Tev found not only their way, but a friendship that transcended the boundaries of their worlds, a gentle reminder that the universe, vast and mysterious, is filled with the light of connection and the warmth of shared journeys. Story 18. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a small, unassuming shop called the Tinker's Nook. This shop was filled with all manner of curiosities, dusty books, peculiar trinkets, and forgotten treasures that seemed to breathe stories of old. It was here that a young girl named Lila spent many of her afternoons, her nose buried in books, or her fingers tracing the intricate designs on ancient objects. Lila was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the clearest brook and hair the color of autumn leaves. She was known throughout Willowbrook for her kind heart and gentle nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze outside, Lila discovered a small, beautifully carved wooden box tucked away in a shadowy corner of the Tinker's Nook. The box was unlike anything she had seen before. Its surface was smooth and polished, with delicate engravings of stars and moons that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Intrigued, Layla approached the shopkeeper, an elderly man named Mr. Harkin, whose eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many years. "Ah, you found the Stargazer's box," Mr. Harkin said, his voice as soft and warm as a woolen blanket. "It's said to hold a secret, one that reveals itself only to those with a pure heart." With a gentle nod, Leela asked if she might take the box home to study it further. Mr. Harkin, who had grown fond of the curious girl, agreed with a knowing smile. That evening, as the moon bathed Willowbrook in its silvery glow, Lila sat by her bedroom window, the box resting on her lap. She traced the engravings with her fingers, her mind filled with wonder. As she gazed at the stars twinkling above, she felt a strange warmth emanating from the box. Slowly she opened it, and to her amazement, a soft, ethereal light spilled out, filling the room with a gentle luminescence. Within the box lay a small, glowing stone, pulsating with a gentle rhythm as if alive. As Lila held it in her palm, a feeling of calm and clarity washed over her. Suddenly she heard a whisper, not with her ears but in her mind, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the stone itself. "Seek the heart of the forest, where the old oak stands," the voice murmured. "There your journey begins." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. She knew the old oak well. It was a place of stories and secrets, a place where the villagers often gathered for festivals and tales under the stars. The next morning, with the glowing stone safely tucked in her pocket, Lila set off towards the heart of the forest. The path was familiar, yet somehow, today it felt different, as if the trees themselves were whispering encouragement. As she walked, the crisp air filled her lungs, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. Along the way, Lila encountered a small group of woodland animals, a wise old owl named Oliver, a playful squirrel called Pip, and a gentle deer named Fawn. Each greeted her warmly, their eyes reflecting a deep understanding of the journey she was about to undertake. "You're heading to the old oak, aren't you?" Oliver hooted softly from his perch on a low branch, his feathers ruffling in the breeze. Lila nodded, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Yes, the stone led me here." "Follow your heart, dear child," Fawn said, her voice like a soft lullaby. "And remember, wisdom lies in understanding, not in knowing." With her new companions guiding her, Lila reached the clearing where the ancient oak stood, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. The ground beneath it was carpeted with soft moss, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow. Lila approached the oak, the stone in her pocket glowing ever so slightly. She felt a deep connection with the tree, as if it held the secrets of the forest within its bark. As she placed her hand on the trunk, a door seemed to open in her mind, revealing a world of possibilities. To unlock the magic within, you must first understand yourself, the stone's voice echoed gently. What is it you truly seek? Lila closed her eyes, letting the tranquility of the forest envelop her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the stone, but also about understanding her own heart. She thought of the kindness she wished to share, the friendships she hoped to nurture, and the wisdom she longed to gain. As if sensing her thoughts, the old oak began to hum softly, and the stone in her pocket glowed brighter. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of gentle rustling, and from the heart of the tree, a soft golden light emerged, weaving around Lila like a warm embrace. The light transformed into a shimmering tapestry of stars, each twinkling with its own story. Lila watched in awe as the tapestry revealed scenes of kindness and friendship, of challenges overcome through understanding and compassion. It was a vision of a world where gentle hearts shone the brightest. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lila returned to Willowbrook, the glowing stone now a gentle reminder of the wisdom she had gained. Her adventures in the heart of the forest became stories she shared with her friends, each tale woven with the magic of kindness and the power of a gentle heart. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, Willowbrook blossomed into a village known for its warmth and unity. The villagers, inspired by Lila's journey, embraced the lessons she had learned, creating a community where understanding and friendship thrived. Each night, as the stars danced in the sky, Lila would sit by her window with the stargazer's box by her side, the stone within glowing softly. She knew that the magic she had discovered was not just within the box, but within herself and the connections she had forged with those around her. And so, with the gentle whisper of the forest and the warmth of friendship guiding her, Lila's story continued, a tale of wonder and wisdom forever etched in the heart of Willowbrook. Story 19. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young boy named Oliver. His hair was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Each morning, a gentle breeze would whisper through the village, carrying with it the scent of blooming jasmine and the promise of adventure. One day, while wandering through the winding paths of the village market, Oliver's attention was captured by an unassuming stall tucked away in the corner. Its wooden sign, weathered and faded, read "Curios and Trifles." Drawn by an invisible thread of intrigue, Oliver stepped closer, his heart thumping gently in his chest. The stall was a treasure trove of peculiar artifacts, each with its own story etched into its surface. But it was a small, tarnished compass that caught Oliver's eye. Unlike any compass he had seen before, this one glimmered with a soft, otherworldly light. Its needle spun slowly, never settling, as if searching for something beyond the ordinary. The stall-keeper, an elderly man with a face like a well-loved map, noticed Oliver's interest. His eyes twinkled like starlit waters as he spoke, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Ah, the compass of true paths," he said. "It finds not the north, but the heart's desire." Curiosity piqued. Oliver exchanged his few saved coins for the compass. As he held it, the needle quivered and then pointed decisively toward the forest that bordered the village. Intrigued, Oliver decided to follow where it led, feeling a gentle tug at his heart urging him onward. The forest was a tapestry of dappled sunlight and shadow, the air filled with the melody of rustling leaves and birdsong. As Oliver ventured deeper, he met a family of foxes. The eldest, a wise creature with fur like silver moonlight, greeted him warmly. "Welcome, young traveler," the fox said, its voice a soft murmur. "We are the guardians of the Glade. What brings you to our realm?" Oliver showed them the compass, explaining his quest to discover its secrets. The fox nodded thoughtfully. "The compass will guide you to what you truly need, but first you must learn to listen," it advised. With the fox's guidance, Oliver continued his journey. Along the way, he encountered a troop of rabbits who danced beneath the canopy. Their leader, a spirited rabbit with a coat as soft as clouds, hopped over to Oliver. "Join our dance," it invited, its eyes gleaming with merriment. As Oliver danced, he began to understand the rhythm of the forest, the way everything was connected in a harmonious balance. It was a dance of life, where each step was guided by intuition and trust. Further along, Oliver came across an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like the arms of an old friend. Beneath its shade, an owl with feathers of midnight blue sat perched, watching over all. "Wisdom is found not in the loudest call, but the quietest whisper," the owl hooted softly. Oliver took the owl's words to heart, realizing that his journey was as much about understanding himself as it was about finding a destination. The compass, he realized, was a reflection of his own heart, the desires, fears, and dreams that guided him. As twilight descended, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, the compass began to glow with a serene light. Oliver followed its glow to a clearing where a crystal-clear pond lay cradled by the earth. Its waters were so still they mirrored the heavens above. Kneeling by the pond, Oliver gazed into its depths and saw not just his reflection, but his journey, each encounter, each lesson learned. It was then that he understood. The compass had led him to a place of inner peace and clarity, a reminder that the journey was as valuable as the destination. With a heart full of gratitude, Oliver thanked the forest and its inhabitants. The foxes, rabbits, and owl gathered to bid him farewell, their presence now woven into the tapestry of his memories. As Oliver made his way back to the village, the compass nestled warmly in his hand. He felt a sense of wonder and fulfillment. The village lights twinkled in the distance, and the familiar sense of home welcomed him back. That night, as Oliver lay in bed, he felt a comforting sense of connection to the world around him. The compass, now resting on his bedside table, was a gentle reminder of the journey he had taken and the wisdom he had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Oliver drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the gentle voices of his newfound friends. The compass of true paths had not only guided him through the forest, but had also shown him the true north of his own heart, a journey of discovery, wonder, and the gentle wisdom of friendship. Story 20. Once upon a time, on a small distant planet called Vega Prime, there lived a young alien named Ziri. With her iridescent scales and glowing antennae, Ziri was a curious and kind-hearted soul who dreamed of exploring the vast universe beyond her homeworld. One fateful day, a malfunctioning spacecraft crash-landed near Ziri's village, its pilot a human named Alex. Despite their vastly different appearances and cultures, Ziri felt an instant connection with the lost and bewildered traveler. At first, their communication was hindered by a language barrier and misunderstandings. Alex mistook Ziri's friendly gestures for hostility, while Ziri misinterpreted Alex's strange human customs as rudeness. However, through patience and an open-minded willingness to learn, they slowly began to understand one another. As they worked together to repair Alex's ship, they faced numerous challenges, from navigating treacherous terrain to fending off curious but dangerous native creatures. With each obstacle they overcame, their bond grew stronger, forged by shared struggles and the realization that they made an unstoppable team. Ziri marveled at Alex's ingenuity and determination, while Alex was awed by Ziri's deep connection with nature and her planet's mystical energy sources. They taught each other their languages, swapped stories of their vastly different cultures, and found common ground in their love of exploration and discovery. One night, as they huddled around a warm fire, sharing a meal of roasted alien fruits, Alex confided his fears of never making it home. With a gentle touch of her glowing antennae, Ziri soothed his worries, reminding him that their friendship had given them both a newfound sense of home, one that transcended physical boundaries. When the time came for Alex to depart, the two friends embraced with heavy hearts, knowing that their paths would diverge once more. But as Alex's ship disappeared into the inky blackness of space, they both carried a profound sense of gratitude for their unlikely companionship and the life-changing lessons it had imparted. Ziri had learned that true friendship could bridge even the vastest of divides, while Alex had discovered that the most meaningful journeys often led not to distant galaxies, but to the depths of understanding and connection between two beings. And though light years might separate them, the warm glow of their friendship would forever illuminate their hearts, a constant reminder that among the countless wonders of the universe, the greatest marvel of all was the ability to find kinship in the most unexpected of places. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village cradled by undulating hills and whispering streams, there stood a little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof that seemed to sigh in the gentle breeze. Inside this warm and welcoming home lived a young girl named Lila. With her auburn curls and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Lila was known throughout the village for her curious nature and kind heart. One serene afternoon, as the golden sun began its descent and painted the skies with hues of orange and pink, Lila wandered into the forgotten attic of her cottage. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light that filtered through the small round window. It was a place of mystery, filled with relics of the past, old trunks, faded photographs, and books with pages that whispered tales of yesteryears. As Lila explored, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. She uncovered an ornate, brass key, its surface intricately engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen, and as she held it, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, making her heart flutter with a sense of wonder. Curious and excited, Lila tucked the key into her pocket and made her way to the village library, a place where stories lived and breathed, where the scent of parchment and ink was as comforting as the embrace of a soft blanket. There, she sought the wisdom of Mr. Thistle, the kindly old librarian with a beard as white as snow and eyes that twinkled with the knowledge of countless tales. Mr. Thistle listened intently as Lila recounted her discovery and showed him the key. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, with a knowing smile, led her to a dusty tome bound in deep green leather. "Ah, my dear," he said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "This key is no ordinary trinket. It is said to open the doorway of whispers, a portal to the hidden realm where the secrets of all things dwell." The legend of the doorway of whispers spoke of a magical land where the ordinary became extraordinary, a place where the simplest of objects held the deepest of secrets. But there was a caveat. The key could only be used by one whose heart was pure and whose intentions were noble. Lila felt a thrill of anticipation coursing through her veins. She thanked Mr. Thistle and hurried home, her mind alight with possibilities. That night, as the moon bathed the world in its silvery glow, she sat by the hearth, the brass key cradled in her palm. She knew she must undertake this journey, not out of a desire for adventure alone, but to understand the mysteries that lay beyond. The next day, with the first light of dawn, Lila set off toward the edge of the village, guided by an inner pull she couldn't quite explain. Her path led her through meadows adorned with wildflowers, their petals glistening with morning dew, and into the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand. As she walked, Lila encountered a delightful array of forest dwellers, each with their own unique charm and wisdom. There was Bramble, the fox with a coat of burnished copper, who taught her the language of the forest, how to listen to the rustle of leaves and the song of the brook. Then there was Nettle, the wise old owl with feathers speckled like the night sky, who shared stories of the world as seen from the treetops and offered guidance through the maze of branches. But perhaps the most enchanting of all was Thistle, a mischievous squirrel with a penchant for collecting acorns and secrets alike. Thistle accompanied Lila as her guide and friend, sharing tales of the doorway of whispers passed down through generations of woodland creatures. With the help of her newfound friends, Lila soon reached a clearing where an ancient stone archway stood, half hidden by vines and moss. This was the doorway of whispers, a gateway to the realm of wonders and secrets. The air seemed to hum with anticipation as Lila approached, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the forest. Taking a deep breath, she held the brass key before her and gently inserted it into the keyhole that seemed to appear as if by magic. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a shimmering portal. Beyond, a tapestry of colors and light danced, inviting her to step through. With Thistle perched on her shoulder, Lila entered the portal. Instantly, she found herself in a world where the ordinary was transformed. Trees sang with voices of their own, and rivers flowed with laughter and song. The air was alive with the scent of blooming dreams, and the ground beneath her feet felt like soft velvet. In this realm, Lila discovered the true nature of the magical objects around her. A simple pebble, when held in her hand, revealed the history of its journey from mountain to stream. A feather, delicate and light, shared the tales of skies it had soared through. Each object whispered its story, and Lila listened with a heart open to understanding. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, as Lila explored this wondrous land, learning from its inhabitants and gaining insights into her own heart. She realized that the magic of the realm lay not in the objects themselves, but in the stories they carried, the connections they forged between past and present, between heart and mind. As her journey in the land of whispers drew to a close, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart, a reminder that it was time to return to her own world. With gratitude and newfound wisdom, she bid farewell to the friends she had made, knowing that their lessons would remain with her always. Stepping back through the portal, Lila emerged into the clearing, the forest around her humming with life. The stone archway, now just an ordinary structure, stood silent and still. But within her, a transformation had taken place. She carried with her the understanding that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, and that the simplest of objects could hold the grandest of stories. As she made her way home, Lila felt a sense of peace and purpose. The brass key, now resting in her pocket, was a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the magic she had found within herself. She knew that she would continue to seek out the extraordinary in the everyday and share the stories she had learned with those she loved. And so, with the sun setting once more, casting its warm glow over the village, Lila returned to her cottage. She sat by the hearth, a gentle smile playing on her lips, and in her heart, a newfound understanding of the magic that lay in the world around her and the stories waiting to be told. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling ancient forest, where the leaves whispered secrets of the ages and the air was thick with the scent of pine and moss, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the natural world. This forest, with its towering oaks and babbling brooks, was not merely a home but a tapestry of life, where magic and reality danced hand in hand. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the gentle rustle of the forest came alive with the sounds of its inhabitants. In the soft glow of twilight, a kind-hearted fox named Finn emerged from his burrow. His fur gleamed with a warm, russet hue, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds, reflecting the wisdom of the forest. Finn was known among the creatures of the forest for his gentle nature and his deep understanding of the delicate balance that sustained their world. He often wandered the winding paths, listening to the stories carried by the wind and learning from the whispers of the ancient trees. With each step, his paws seemed to dance over fallen leaves, making hardly a sound, as if he were part of the forest itself. One evening, as the air turned crisp with the promise of autumn, Finn noticed something peculiar. The leaves, which usually turned from green to gold in a graceful waltz of color, seemed to be withering and falling too soon, leaving the trees looking bare and forlorn. The forest, usually a symphony of colors, was losing its harmony, and with it, the balance that kept their world in peace. Concerned, Finn padded softly through the underbrush to seek the counsel of the wise old owl, Eldon, who resided in the hollow of an ancient oak. Eldon had seen many seasons come and go, and his feathers were as silver as moonlight, a testament to his years of wisdom. As Finn approached, the owl's eyes opened, deep and knowing. "Ah, young Finn," Eldon hooted softly, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "What troubles you this evening?" Finn sat back on his haunches, the cool earth grounding him. "Eldon, the forest is changing. The leaves fall before their time and the balance feels wrong. What could be causing this?" Eldon closed his eyes for a moment, as if listening to the very heartbeat of the forest. "The change you feel, dear Finn, is the forest's response to an imbalance. The seasons, woven with magic, are out of tune. We must restore the harmony so the forest can sing once more." "But how?" Finn asked, ears pricked with curiosity and concern. "The answer lies in the ancient Glade," Eldon replied, "a place where the magic of the seasons is woven into the fabric of our world. There you will find the spirit of the seasons who guides the dance of time." Without hesitation, Finn thanked Eldon and set off toward the glade, his heart beating with hope and determination. The path was dappled with moonlight filtering through the canopy, casting gentle shadows that seemed to guide him onward. As Finn entered the glade, he was enveloped by a serene glow. The air here was different, charged with a palpable magic that tingled against his fur. At the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with leaves that shimmered in every color of the spectrum, like a rainbow captured in foliage. Beneath the tree stood the spirit of the seasons, a graceful figure whose presence radiated warmth and tranquility. Her form shifted like the seasons themselves, at times cloaked in blossoms, other times draped in the fiery hues of autumn, or wrapped in the crystalline beauty of winter. "Welcome, Finn," she spoke, her voice a gentle breeze that caressed the forest. "You seek to restore balance to our world." Finn nodded, the urgency of his mission mirrored in the earnestness of his gaze. "Yes, Spirit. The forest is unwell, and I wish to help." The spirit nodded, her expression one of gentle understanding. "The balance is delicate, dear Finn, and it has been disrupted by the loss of wisdom passed down through generations. The creatures of the forest must remember the stories and lessons of old, for it is through this knowledge that harmony is maintained." "But how can we remember?" Finn asked, feeling the weight of the task. "You must gather the creatures of the forest and share the stories of the seasons," the spirit instructed. "Remind them of their connection to the earth, the air, the water, and the fire. When they remember, the magic will flow again, and the balance will be restored." With a grateful heart, Finn bowed to the spirit and returned to the forest, where he called upon his friends. The birds, with their songs, the deer, with their gentle grace, and even the shy hedgehogs came to listen. Under the silver light of the moon, Finn told the tales of the forest's past, of how each creature, great and small, played a part in the dance of the seasons. As the stories unfolded, a warmth spread through the forest, like the first light of dawn chasing away the night. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves rustling in approval, and the earth beneath them hummed with life. The creatures listened, their hearts opening to the wisdom of the ages, and as they did, the forest began to change. The leaves on the trees regained their vibrant hues, the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the balance, once lost, was restored. Finn looked around at his friends, their faces alight with understanding and unity. The forest had found its song again, a melody of life and magic, woven through every leaf and stream. From that day forward, the creatures continued to share the stories of the forest, passing them down to new generations, ensuring that the harmony of their world would remain unbroken. And Finn, with a heart full of love and wisdom, walked the forest paths, knowing that the magic of the seasons was not just in the changing leaves, but in the connections between all living things. And so, under a sky painted with stars, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, where dreams carried the promise of a balanced tomorrow. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the air smelled of sweet pine and honeysuckle, lay the quaint village of Lullaby Hollow. It was a place where time seemed to slow and the stars twinkled brighter than anywhere else in the world. Each cottage in the village was lovingly adorned with ivy and roses, and lanterns hung from every porch, casting a warm, golden glow. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled with secrets of the wind, a peculiar thing began to happen. The village's beloved clock tower, which had always chimed the hour with perfect precision, started to strike at odd times. It rang at 8 minutes past the hour, then 12 minutes to the next, and sometimes not at all. The villagers, although initially amused, soon grew puzzled and a touch concerned. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her curious mind and kind heart. Lila loved nothing more than to unravel the mysteries of her world, and she decided this was a puzzle she had to solve. With her was her faithful companion, a small, wise squirrel named Nutty, whose bushy tail seemed to have a life of its own. One misty morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon and painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, Lila and Nutty set off towards the clock tower. The path was lined with mushrooms that glowed softly in the dawn light, and the air was alive with the songs of morning birds. "Nutty," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful, "I wonder what could be causing the clock to behave so strangely. Do you suppose it could be something magical?" Nutty twitched his nose, considering her question. "Perhaps, Lila, but sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one." As they approached the clock tower, they noticed something unusual, a trail of glittering dust leading from the tower to the edge of the woods. It shimmered in the morning light, like tiny stars fallen to the earth. Lila knelt down to inspect the dust, rubbing it between her fingers. It felt soft and cool, like powdered moonlight. "Do you see this, Nutty?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "This dust, it's not something I've seen before." Nutty, equally intrigued, scampered up to Lila's shoulder to get a better look. "It's definitely magical," he said. "We should follow it." And so, with a sense of adventure tingling in their hearts, they followed the trail of dust. It wound through the trees, past babbling brooks, and beneath the arches of ancient oaks. Along the way, they encountered several of the forest's gentle inhabitants who greeted them warmly. A family of rabbits, a pair of deer, and even a wise old owl who blinked down at them with knowing eyes. Finally, the trail led them to a small, hidden glade where a peculiar sight awaited them. In the center of the glade stood a tiny creature, a clockwork fairy, her wings made of delicate gears and springs. She was tinkering with what looked like a small, portable clock tower, her expression one of deep concentration. Lila and Nutty approached quietly, not wanting to startle the fairy, but she sensed their presence and looked up with a smile. Her eyes were a bright, twinkling blue, and her face was gentle and kind. "Hello there," she said in a voice that tinkled like wind chimes. "I suppose you're wondering about the clock tower." Lila nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, we've noticed it's been chiming at odd times." The fairy chuckled, a musical sound. "That would be my doing, I'm afraid. I'm trying to perfect my time-tuning spells. You see, I'm a timekeeper fairy, and it's my job to ensure that time flows correctly." Nutty's tail twitched with interest. "But why is the village clock affected?" The fairy sighed, her wings fluttering softly. "My equipment is a bit temperamental. It seems my practice sessions have been causing disturbances in your clock. I'm terribly sorry for the confusion." Lila smiled warmly. "It's all right. We're just glad to have found the cause. Is there anything we can do to help?" The fairy's eyes lit up with gratitude. "Actually, yes. I've been trying to gather some moon petals to fine-tune my spells. They grow in a meadow nearby, but I'm too small to carry many." Without hesitation, Lila and Nutty agreed to help. The fairy gave them directions to the meadow, and soon they were on their way, the fairy's thanks echoing sweetly behind them. The meadow was a sea of silver, the moon petals glowing softly under the dappled sunlight. Together, Lila and Nutty picked as many petals as they could carry, their laughter mingling with the rustling of the leaves. Returning to the glade, they handed the petals to the fairy, who immediately set to work. With a wave of her tiny hands and a sprinkle of the magical dust, she adjusted her clockwork spells. Within moments, the familiar, comforting chime of the village clock echoed through the woods, perfectly on time once more. The fairy beamed at them, her smile as bright as the morning sun. "Thank you, dear friends. You've helped me more than you know." Lila and Nutty bid farewell to the fairy, their hearts light with the joy of new friendship. As they made their way back to Lullaby Hollow, the village clock chimed again, its sound a sweet melody carried on the breeze. Back in the village, the townsfolk greeted Lila and Nutty with smiles, grateful for the return of normalcy. That evening, as the stars winked down from the velvet sky, Lila lay in bed, her heart full of contentment. The mystery of the clock tower had been solved with kindness and cooperation, a reminder that sometimes the answers we seek are found not just in cleverness, but in the warmth of friendship and the beauty of helping one another. And with that comforting thought, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, the gentle hum of the whispering woods lulling her into dreams filled with magic and wonder. Story 24. The Whispering Glen. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by lush, emerald forests and rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her home was a modest cottage with a thatched roof and a small garden bursting with wildflowers, where the scent of lavender mingled with the crisp, cool air. Leora was known throughout the village for her kindness and curious spirit, always eager to explore the wonders of the world around her. The village itself was a place of warmth and camaraderie, where neighbors often gathered in the evenings to share tales by the fire, their laughter mingling with the crackling of logs and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was a village where time seemed to slow down, and the worries of the world were kept at bay by the comforting embrace of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun filtered through the canopy of trees, painting the forest floor in dappled light, Leora set out on her favorite path that wound through the woods. Her footsteps were soft on the carpet of fallen leaves, and the air was alive with the song of birds and the distant babble of a stream. As she wandered deeper into the forest, her eyes caught the glint of something unusual. A shimmering stone nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. It was unlike anything she had seen before, iridescent and glowing softly as if it held the light of 1,000 stars within it. Intrigued, Leora reached down and picked up the stone, feeling a gentle warmth seep into her palm. Suddenly, a soft voice, almost like a whisper carried on the wind, spoke to her. "Welcome, seeker of wonders. You have found the heartstone of the Whispering Glen, a gift to those who listen with their hearts." Startled but not frightened, Leora looked around, but the forest was empty, save for the rustling leaves. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the voice of the glen," the whisper continued, "a guardian of stories and secrets. You, dear Leora, have been chosen to embark on a journey to a world hidden from ordinary eyes." Leora's heart raced with excitement and a touch of trepidation. She had always felt there was more to the world than what met the eye, but now, faced with this mysterious opportunity, she hesitated. Yet the allure of discovery was too strong to resist. "How do I begin this journey?" she asked, her voice steady with determination. "Follow the path that your heart sees," the whisper replied, "and let the heartstone guide you." With the stone cradled in her hands, Leora closed her eyes and took a deep breath. As she exhaled, she felt a gentle tug, as if an invisible thread was pulling her forward. She opened her eyes to find the forest transformed. The colors were richer, the sounds crisper, and the air shimmered with magic. Leora followed the path that unfolded before her, a trail of luminescent flowers that seemed to light up with each step. The glen, once familiar, now stretched into a realm of enchantment. Trees towered above her like ancient sentinels, their branches woven together to create a canopy of emerald and gold. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle murmur of the glen seemed to hum with an ancient melody. As she journeyed deeper, Leora came upon a clearing where the sun poured down like liquid gold. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its bark silvered with age, and its leaves a vivid tapestry of colors that rustled like whispered secrets. Beneath its boughs sat a figure, cloaked in robes of deepest green, their face shadowed but kind. "Welcome, Leora," the figure said, their voice rich and warm like the earth after rain. "I am Avon, keeper of the Heartstone. You have been chosen to unravel the mysteries of the Whispering Glen." Leora felt a sense of awe and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, her heart open and ready for the journey ahead. "There is a mystery hidden within this glen," Avon replied, "a story long forgotten that yearns to be told. It is a tale of friendship and courage, and it begins with you." Leora nodded, her resolve firm. With Avon as her guide, she set out to discover the secrets of the glen, each step bringing her closer to the heart of its magic. Days turned into weeks as Leora explored the hidden world of the Whispering Glen. She learned to listen to the songs of the trees, to read the stories written in the patterns of the stars, and to understand the language of the wind. She met creatures of wonder and delight, from the mischievous sprites that danced on moonbeams to the wise owls that watched over the forest with knowing eyes. Through it all, the Heartstone remained her faithful companion, its gentle glow a constant reminder of the promise she had made. And as she journeyed, Leora found herself changed. Her heart, once filled with questions, was now a vessel of understanding and compassion. She saw the world not just as it was, but as it could be, a place of endless possibilities and boundless wonder. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of crimson and gold, Leora sat beneath the great tree with Avon by her side. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of autumn leaves, and the forest was alive with the hum of life settling into the embrace of night. "You have come far, dear Leora," Avon said softly, their eyes twinkling like stars. "The glen has shared its secrets with you, and you have become a part of its story." Leora smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I have learned so much," she replied, "but there is one thing I still seek, a way to share this magic with the world beyond." Avon nodded, their expression thoughtful. "The Heartstone has chosen you not just to listen, but to be a voice for the glen. Go forth and share its stories, for in doing so, you will keep its magic alive." And so, with a heart full of hope and wonder, Leora returned to her village, her journey in the Whispering Glen, a tapestry of memories woven into her very being. She became a storyteller, her tales of the hidden world enchanting all who heard them. Through her words, the magic of the glen spread far and wide, a reminder that there is always more to the world than what meets the eye. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still and the stars shone brightly above, Leora would hold the Heartstone close, its gentle glow a comforting presence. For she knew that the magic of the Whispering Glen was always with her, a beacon of wonder and possibility in a world that was forever enchanted. Thus, in the small village by the forest, the tales of the Whispering Glen lived on, whispered by the wind and carried in the hearts of all who dared to dream. And the glen, in its timeless wisdom, continued to share its secrets with those who listened with their hearts, weaving stories of friendship and courage that transcended time and space. And the world, in its infinite beauty, remained a place of magic and wonder, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to seek the extraordinary in the ordinary, who looked beyond the surface to find the heart of the mystery. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village lay in peaceful slumber, the Whispering Glen stood as a sentinel of dreams, its secrets safe in the hands of those who believed. And Leora, with the Heartstone glowing softly beside her, drifted into a restful sleep, her heart a sanctuary of stories yet to be told. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between the sprawling fields of daisies and the gentle hum of a babbling brook, there was a place called Whimsywood. This charming village was unlike any other, for it was known for its peculiar residents, who each possessed a unique blend of magic that made everyday life an adventure. In the heart of Whimsywood stood a quaint little cottage with windows shaped like hearts and a chimney that sang the softest lullabies at night. This was the home of a peculiar inventor named Tilly Tinker, whose hair was a riot of colors, constantly shifting with the seasons. Tilly had a knack for crafting the most delightful contraptions, each infused with her special brand of magic. Her latest invention was a pair of enchanted slippers that could dance on their own, bringing joy to everyone who watched. One sunny morning, as the light filtered through the trees like golden confetti, Tilly noticed something peculiar. Her slippers, which usually rested neatly by the door, were nowhere to be found. She scratched her head, sending a cascade of colorful sparkles into the air. Now where could they have danced off to? She wondered aloud, her voice as soft as a purring kitten. Determined to solve the mystery, Tilly set out on an adventure, her colorful hair trailing behind her like a vibrant comet. She was soon joined by her best friend, Sir Bumblesnore, a wise old owl with spectacles perched precariously on his beak. Sir Bumblesnore was known for his sage advice and his fondness for puns, which he delivered with a twinkle in his eye. "Ah, Tilly, it seems your slippers have taken a fancy to a new dance floor," Sir Bumblesnore chuckled, flapping his wings gently. "Perhaps they've waltzed their way into a new adventure." Together, they meandered through Whimsywood, their path winding past the Sweetberry Bakery, where the scent of sugar and cinnamon floated through the air like an invisible hug. They paused briefly to greet Caramel the baker, who was busy crafting pastries that twinkled with sugary stars. "Have you seen my enchanted slippers, Caramel?" Tilly inquired, her eyes wide with hope. Caramel shook his head, his cheeks dusted with flour. "Not since yesterday when they were tap dancing by the flower shop. But do try the meadow, dear. Magic has a way of drifting there. Thanking Caramel, Tilly and Sir Bumblesnore ventured toward the meadow, where the grass was as soft as a lullaby, and the wildflowers painted the landscape with every shade of the rainbow. They soon spotted a trail of shimmering footprints, leading them to a curious sight. In the midst of the meadow, the enchanted slippers were engaged in a lively jig with a group of giggling fairies. The fairies, with wings that glistened like morning dew, had been captivated by the slippers' magical dance and had joined in, their laughter echoing like a melody through the trees. "My slippers!" Tilly exclaimed, clapping her hands with delight. "I see they've made new friends." The fairies fluttered over, their eyes twinkling with mischief and joy. "We found your slippers in the meadow and couldn't resist a little dance," said Flutter, the fairy with wings as blue as the summer sky. Sir Bumblesnore adjusted his spectacles thoughtfully. "Ah, a merry band indeed. But Tilly, what shall we do now? For it seems the slippers have found their rhythm." With a smile that sparkled like the stars, Tilly had an idea. "Let us create a festival," she declared. "A festival of dance and laughter, where everyone is welcome." And so, under the warm embrace of the sun, the festival of Whimsywood was born. The villagers gathered, drawn by the music and magic that filled the air. Tilly's slippers led the dance, joined by the fairies, the villagers, and even Sir Bumblesnore, who flapped his wings in time with the beat. As the day turned to dusk, the sky transformed into a canvas of pinks and purples. Laughter and music wove through the air like a gentle breeze, wrapping everyone in a cocoon of happiness. Tilly, standing amidst her friends, felt a warmth in her heart, knowing that her slippers had brought the village together in a way she had never imagined. As the stars began to twinkle, the villagers bid each other good night, their hearts full of joy and their spirits light. Tilly and Sir Bumblesnore, weary from the day's adventures, returned to the cottage where the slippers now rested contentedly by the door. "Well, Tilly," Sir Bumblesnore hooted softly, "it seems your slippers have danced their magic once more." Tilly nodded, her eyes drifting closed with the satisfaction of a day well spent. "Indeed they have, dear friend," she whispered, her voice a gentle sigh. "And tomorrow, who knows what new adventures await?" And with that, under the watchful gaze of 1,000 twinkling stars, Whimsywood settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lull of the brook and the promise of dreams yet to come. Story 26. Once upon a time, nestled in a quiet village surrounded by whispering woods and golden fields, there lived a young woman named Cora. Cora was known for her gentle heart and her deep love for the old forest that cradled her home. Yet despite her love for the woods, Cora found herself troubled by a growing restlessness, a yearning for something more than the familiar paths and the comforting routine of village life. Every day, Cora would wander beneath the towering trees, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind. She would pause by the ancient oak at the heart of the forest, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky, as if in conversation with the stars. Yet even here, in her favorite place, she felt a whisper of discontent, a desire to change and grow, like the seasons that transformed the forest. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Cora found herself drawn deeper into the woods than ever before. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground was a tapestry of fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot. Cora wandered until she came upon a clearing she had never seen, at the center of which stood a peculiar tree, unlike any she had ever encountered. Its bark was a shimmering silver, and its leaves were a deep, iridescent blue. As Cora approached, she noticed a small door carved into the trunk, just large enough for her to step through. Trembling with a mixture of fear and excitement, she reached out and pushed the door open. Inside, she found herself in a cozy room, aglow with the warm light of 1,000 tiny fireflies. The air was filled with the soothing aroma of lavender and honey. In the center of the room sat an old woman, her hair as silver as the tree's bark, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "Welcome, dear Cora," she said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I have been waiting for you." Cora was surprised. "You know my name?" she asked. The old woman chuckled softly. "I know many things, child. I am the keeper of changes, the guardian of those who seek transformation." Cora felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging she had never felt before. "I don't know how to change," she confessed. "I feel lost, and I'm afraid of leaving behind what I know." The keeper nodded, understanding. "Change is a journey, not a destination," she said. "And like any journey, it begins with a single step. But fear not, for you are not alone. The forest is full of friends who will guide and support you." As Cora listened, the room seemed to shift and expand, its walls dissolving into the forest itself. The keeper gestured, and Cora turned to see a small, bright-eyed fox, its fur the color of autumn leaves, and a wise old owl perched serenely on a branch. "The fox will teach you the joy of curiosity and play," the keeper said, "and the owl will offer wisdom and perspective." With a grateful heart, Cora stepped out into the forest once more, the fox and the owl by her side. Each day she wandered deeper into the woods, learning to see the world anew through their eyes. The fox led her on playful adventures, showing her the beauty in every moment, while the owl shared stories of the forest's history, teaching her patience and understanding. As the days turned into weeks, Cora found herself changing, her heart growing lighter and her spirit more adventurous. She learned to listen to the forest's whispers, to feel its rhythms, and embrace its ever-changing nature. She discovered the strength within herself, the courage to leave behind what she once knew and embrace the unknown. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Cora returned to the clearing where she had first met the keeper. The magical tree stood silent and serene, its silver bark shimmering in the moonlight. Cora stepped inside once more, finding the keeper waiting with a gentle smile. "You have found your path, dear Cora," the keeper said warmly. "You have learned to trust in yourself and the world around you." Cora nodded, her heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, "for showing me that change is not to be feared, but to be embraced." The keeper took Cora's hands, her touch as soft as a breeze. "Remember, child, that you are as much a part of this forest as the trees and the wind. Your journey is only beginning, and the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered." With these words, the keeper faded into the gentle glow of the fireflies, leaving Cora standing in the quiet beauty of the forest. She stepped out into the night, the snowflakes kissing her cheeks, and felt a deep peace settle within her. From that day on, Cora continued to explore the world around her, her heart open to the endless possibilities of life. She shared her newfound wisdom with the villagers, guiding others on their own journeys of change and growth. And whenever she felt the stirrings of restlessness, she would return to the magical clearing, knowing that the keeper and her forest friends were always there, whispering encouragement and love. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, Cora found her place, forever growing and transforming, a part of the magical tapestry of life. And as she lay each night beneath the canopy of stars, she knew she was home, at peace with herself and the world around her. Story 27. In the heart of the whimsical whispering wood, where the trees wore crowns of golden leaves and streams giggled as they skipped over stones, there lived a group of quirky, endearing creatures known as the ticklewhims. These small, round beings with fluffy, bright-colored fur and eyes as big as saucers spent their days crafting laughter and joy from the magic that flowed through their enchanted forest. Each ticklewhim had a unique trait that set them apart. There was Binky, who had ears so large they flopped as he walked, allowing him to hear the softest whispers of the wind. Then there was Lolly, whose fur was a patchwork quilt of every color imaginable, and who could mix the most delightful scents from the flowers of the forest. And finally, there was Pippin, whose tiny feet never seemed to touch the ground, for he bounced everywhere he went, leaving a trail of twinkling stardust behind him. One bright morning, as the sun cast playful beams through the canopy, the ticklewhims gathered in their favorite spot, a sun-dappled clearing surrounded by whispering willow trees. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees busying themselves nearby. The ticklewhims were preparing for the Great Giggle Gathering, an annual festival where they shared their laughter and stories with the entire forest. However, as they danced and giggled, a peculiar thing happened. A soft, mischievous breeze swirled through the clearing, carrying with it a shimmering cloud of magic dust. It was the work of the sprightly zephyrs, playful spirits of the air who loved nothing more than a bit of harmless mischief. The magic dust settled over the ticklewhims, and suddenly their giggles began to sound like hiccups. At first, the ticklewhims found this turn of events amusing, but soon they realized that if they couldn't giggle properly, the great giggle gathering would be in jeopardy. The hiccuping giggles sent the forest animals into fits of confusion, and even the usually composed owls seemed to be chuckling uncontrollably in their nests. Determined to restore their giggles, the ticklewhims set off on a journey to find a solution. They decided to visit the wise old Moonbeam, the ancient owl who resided in the tallest tree of the forest. Moonbeam, with his feathers as silver as the moonlight, was known for his wisdom and gentle nature. As they approached Moonbeam's tree, the ticklewhims were greeted by the owl's soothing hoot. "Oh, dear little ones," he chuckled softly, "I see the zephyrs have been up to their tricks again. But fear not, for I believe there's a way to turn those hiccups back into giggles." Moonbeam explained that they needed to collect 3 special ingredients: the glow of a firefly, the dew from a laughing lily, and the song of a happy cricket. These ingredients, when combined, would create a potion that could dispel the zephyr's magic. With Moonbeam's guidance, the ticklewhims set out on their quest. Binky, with his keen ears, soon found a colony of fireflies nestled in a grove. He listened carefully to the gentle hum of their wings and managed to coax a friendly firefly to lend its glow. Meanwhile, Lolly used her gift of scent to locate the rare laughing lilies, which only bloomed at the edge of the forest where the sunlight kissed the earth at dawn. The lilies, with petals that quivered in mirth, released a sweet, dew-like nectar that Lolly carefully collected. Pippin, with his buoyant nature, bounced along the forest floor until he found a cricket chirping joyfully beneath a mushroom. The cricket, amused by Pippin's stardust trail, gladly offered its song. With all 3 ingredients in hand, the ticklewhims returned to Moonbeam, who mixed them with a flourish of his wings. The resulting potion was a bubbling, sparkling concoction that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. The ticklewhims drank the potion, and in an instant their hiccuping giggles returned to their natural, joyous sounds. The forest, once again filled with the familiar sound of their laughter, sighed in relief and delight. With the giggles restored, the great giggle gathering commenced. Animals from every corner of the forest joined the celebration, dancing and sharing stories under the starlit sky. The sprightly zephyrs, watching from above, even joined in the fun, swirling in friendly breezes that tickled leaves and ruffled fur. As the night drew to a close, the ticklewhims gathered around a crackling fire, their hearts full of happiness and gratitude. They had learned the value of creativity and friendship, and that even the most unexpected challenges could be overcome with a little wisdom and a lot of kindness. And so, beneath the watchful eyes of the moon and the twinkling stars, the whispering wood settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle hum of crickets and the soft lullaby of the night breeze. And in that cozy, magical world, all was well. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling meadows and babbling brooks, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her life seemed ordinary on the surface, Willow harbored a secret that would soon unfurl into an extraordinary adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the forest gathering wildflowers, she stumbled upon an ancient, moss-covered stone. Curiosity piqued, she brushed away the leaves to reveal a peculiar symbol etched into the rock's surface. As her fingertips traced the intricate lines, the symbol began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Willow gasped, stumbling backwards as the ground beneath her feet trembled. Suddenly, a tiny door materialized in the base of a nearby oak tree, beckoning her to enter. Her heart racing with equal parts fear and excitement, Willow mustered her courage and stepped through the diminutive portal. She found herself in a world unlike anything she could have imagined. Realm where towering mushrooms dotted a landscape of vibrant, undulating grass, and creatures both whimsical and strange scurried about. A path of glittering stones wound its way through this enchanted realm, and Willow knew she had to follow it, her thirst for adventure overshadowing her initial trepidation. As she ventured deeper into this hidden world, Willow encountered a peculiar creature, a wizened old gnome with a shock of silver hair and twinkling eyes. "Welcome, young one," he greeted her warmly. "I am Oakenheart, keeper of the Emerald Grove. What brings you to our humble realm?" Willow explained her accidental discovery of the ancient symbol and the subsequent appearance of the tiny door. Oakenheart nodded sagely, stroking his wispy beard. "Ah, yes, the Seal of Portals, a powerful relic that bridges the gap between our worlds. You have been chosen, Willow, to embark on a quest of great importance." Oakenheart revealed that a dark force had been slowly draining the life from the Emerald Grove, withering its vibrant foliage and corrupting its gentle inhabitants. The only hope of restoring balance lay in retrieving the 3 gemstones of equilibrium, ancient artifacts scattered across the realm, each imbued with the essence of the natural world. Despite her apprehension, Willow felt a sense of purpose stirring within her. She vowed to help Oakenheart and the denizens of the Emerald Grove, setting forth on a journey that would test her courage, her wits, and her capacity for friendship. Her first challenge awaited in the misty marsh, a treacherous expanse of murky waters and twisted, gnarled trees. There, Willow befriended Ribbit, a plucky frog who offered to guide her through the perilous wetlands in search of the Sapphire of Serenity. Together, they navigated the twisting paths, evading the snapping jaws of ravenous bog beasts and leaping across precarious lily pads. Their bond grew stronger with each obstacle they overcame, and Willow marveled at Ribbit's unwavering loyalty and resourcefulness. At last, they reached the heart of the marsh, where a shimmering blue light pulsed from beneath the inky waters. Willow plunged her hands into the cold depths, retrieving the Sapphire of Serenity, a gemstone that radiated a calming aura, instantly pacifying the restless spirits that haunted the marsh. Their quest successfully completed, Willow and Ribbit set off for the next challenge, scaling the towering spires of the crystalline peaks in search of the Ruby of Resilience. This arduous climb would test their endurance and determination like never before. As they ascended the treacherous slopes, buffeted by biting winds and pelted by shards of ice, Willow's resolve was shaken. But Ribbit's unwavering optimism and encouragement buoyed her spirits, reminding her of the importance of their mission. At the summit, they discovered a labyrinth of glittering ice caves, each more dazzling than the last. Within the heart of this frozen fortress, they confronted the fearsome ice wraith, a terrifying creature of bitter cold and malice. Willow and Ribbit combined their wits and courage, devising a cunning plan to outwit the icy beast. With a well-timed distraction and a daring maneuver, they emerged victorious, claiming the Ruby of Resilience and melting the ice wraith's icy grasp on the crystalline peaks. Their journey then led them to the verdant canopy of the Whispering Woods, where they sought the final gemstone, the Emerald of Renewal. This ancient forest was home to a myriad of wondrous creatures, including the wise and enigmatic Traints, sentient trees that watched over the woodland realm. Willow and Ribbit forged an unlikely friendship with a young Traint named Oakling, who agreed to guide them through the twisting, overgrown paths. Together, they navigated treacherous undergrowth, evaded the snares of carnivorous vines, and solved the riddles posed by the Treant's elders. At the heart of the forest, they discovered a hidden glade where the Emerald of Renewal pulsed with life-giving energy. But their triumph was short-lived, as a sinister force descended upon them, a twisted, thorny creature called the Bramble Fiend, bent on draining the forest of its vitality. In a desperate struggle, Willow and her companions combined the power of the 3 gemstones, unleashing a torrent of rejuvenating energy that banished the Bramble Fiend and restored the Whispering Woods to its former glory. With the 3 gemstones of equilibrium reunited, Willow and her friends returned to the Emerald Grove, where Oakenheart awaited them with a grateful heart. Together, they harnessed the gemstone's power, revitalizing the realm and safeguarding it from further harm. As Willow prepared to return to her own world, she realized the profound impact her journey had left upon her. She had faced her fears, forged unbreakable bonds of friendship, and discovered an inner strength she never knew existed. Bidding a tearful farewell to Ribbit, Oakling, and the other wondrous creatures she had met along the way, Willow stepped through the tiny portal, emerging back in the familiar forest of her home. But she carried with her the memories and lessons of her extraordinary adventure. forever changed by the magic and wonder she had experienced. From that day forward, Willow walked through life with a renewed sense of purpose and appreciation for the natural world around her. She cherished the friendships she had formed and the courage she had found within herself, knowing that no matter what challenges lay ahead, she possessed the resilience and wisdom to overcome them. And as the sun set over the meadows and streams of her beloved village, Willow would often gaze upon the ancient symbol etched in stone, her heart filled with gratitude for the enchanting realm that had forever altered her path. Story 29. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the sky, and the ground was a tapestry of emerald moss, lay a hidden world teeming with life. This was no ordinary forest. It was a place where the boundaries between the real and the magical danced like dappled sunlight on a forest floor. Here, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the ancients and the rhythms of the seasons. As dawn's first light filtered through the canopy, the forest awoke with a gentle luster. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of pine and damp leaves. A brook, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal, meandered through the trees, its gentle babble a lullaby to all who listened. In this enchanted realm, a wise old owl named Orin perched high in the branches of a grand oak. Orin, with his feathers the color of moonlight and eyes like twin lanterns in the night, was the keeper of the forest's stories. His hoots, deep and resonant, were woven with the wisdom of generations. One morning, as the forest slowly came to life, Orin noticed an unusual stillness in the air, as if the very breath of the woods held its tongue in anticipation. His sharp eyes spotted a young fox named Finn scampering through the underbrush, his russet fur a fiery streak against the green. Finn was a curious creature, always eager to explore and learn the secrets of his world. Today, though, his eyes were wide with concern. He approached Orin with a respectful nod, his ears twitching with unease. "Orin," Finn began, his voice a soft rustle of leaves, "the brook's song is different today. Its melody is quiet, almost a whisper. What does it mean?" The owl tilted his head, contemplating the fox's words. "Ah, young Finn," Orin replied, his voice like the gentle rustle of feathers, "the brook sings the song of balance. When its tune falters, it speaks of changes in our world." Finn's eyes widened as he listened, the importance of Orin's words sinking into his heart like rain into thirsty soil. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice tinged with the earnestness of youth. "To understand the brook's message," Orin said, "we must seek the wisdom of the winds, for they carry the whispers of faraway lands and the stories of time." With this guidance, Finn set off through the forest, the sun casting golden patterns on his fur. He moved with the grace of a gentle breeze, his paws silent on the soft earth. As he traveled, the forest creatures watched him with knowing eyes, their instincts attuned to the delicate balance of their home. Eventually, Finn reached a clearing where tall grasses swayed like dancers in the wind. Here he found Zephyr, the gentle spirit of the wind, who appeared as a shimmering figure with hair like silver threads and eyes that mirrored the sky. "Zephyr," Finn called softly, his voice carrying the sincerity of his quest, "Orin sent me to seek your wisdom. The brook's song has changed, and the forest is uneasy." Zephyr smiled, a breeze lifting the grasses in a warm embrace. "Ah, dear Finn," she said, her voice as light as a sigh, "the seasons are shifting, and with them the balance of our world. The brook speaks of the coming rains that will nurture the earth and fill its banks anew." Finn's heart eased at her words, understanding now that the forest's changes were a part of its eternal cycle. "Thank you, Zephyr," he said, his gratitude as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. With newfound knowledge, Finn returned to Orin. The owl nodded approvingly, his eyes twinkling with the light of ancient wisdom. "You have done well, young one," Orin said. "Remember, the forest thrives on balance and harmony. Each creature, each element plays its part in the grand symphony of life." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, the forest settled into its nighttime lullaby. The brook's song, now a gentle crescendo, mingled with the chorus of crickets and the soft hoot of Orin, the guardian of their world. Finn curled up beneath the grand oak, feeling the earth's heartbeat beneath him. He closed his eyes, comforted by the knowledge that the forest, in all its magic and mystery, was a place of harmony and peace. A place where the wisdom of the ancients flowed like the brook's eternal melody, guiding each creature through the dance of life. Story 30. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air tasted of pine and moss, and the earth whispered secrets through the rustling leaves, there lay a glen untouched by the march of time. Here the forest thrived with a gentle hum of life, a tapestry of interconnected beings living in harmonious balance, hidden from the eyes of those who did not know where to look. The forest was cloaked in the golden hues of autumn, the air crisp with a chill that hinted at the approaching winter. Leaves, resplendent in shades of amber and crimson, drifted lazily to the ground, carpeting the path in a soft, rustling welcome. Amidst this vibrant setting, there was a community of creatures who worked tirelessly to maintain the delicate balance of their world. At the center of the glen, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, there stood an ancient tree known as the heartwood. It was said that the heartwood held the wisdom of the ages within its gnarled branches, its roots entwined with the very soul of the forest. The tree's bark was a patchwork of silvery lichen and deep, grooved lines that told stories of seasons long past. Beneath the heartwood, a wise old tortoise named Thistle slowly made his way over a cushion of fallen leaves. His shell was a mosaic of browns and greens, each segment telling tales of the seasons he had witnessed. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's lore, and his eyes, though aged, sparkled with the knowledge passed down through countless generations. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that danced among the trees, Thistle gathered the forest dwellers for their evening story. They came from all corners of the glen, the sprightly squirrels, their fur the color of roasted chestnuts, the gentle deer with eyes like pools of liquid night, and the playful foxes whose coats glistened like copper under the fading light. The creatures settled in a circle around Thistle, who began his tale in a voice as soft and rhythmic as the breeze that swept through the branches. Long ago, he said, when the world was still young and the stars shone brighter, the forest was bestowed with a gift from the sky. A gentle rain fell upon the earth, not of water, but of shimmering stardust. It was this stardust that gave life to the heartwood, and through it the forest was bound in eternal harmony. Thistle paused, allowing the rustle of the leaves to fill the silence before continuing. With each passing season, the heartwood sent forth its magic, guiding the rhythm of life. In spring, it awakened the flowers, coaxing them to bloom in a riot of colors. In summer, it called forth the rains to nourish the thirsty earth. Autumn brought a tapestry of leaves, and in winter, the forest slept under a blanket of snow, dreaming of the cycle to come. The creatures listened intently, their hearts swelling with the ancient magic of the forest. They knew well the importance of the seasonal dance, and how each being played a part in maintaining the balance. The bees, with their gentle hum, pollinated the flowers to ensure the bounty of fruit and seed. The birds, in their ceaseless song, carried the seeds far and wide, sowing the promise of new life. But as Thistle spoke, a gentle reminder of the forest's fragility wove through his words. There are times, he said, when the balance falters, when the winds blow too fiercely, or the rains refuse to fall. It is in these moments that we must come together, for the forest is not just our home, but our family. His gaze swept across the circle, meeting the eyes of each creature. Remember, dear friends, that wisdom is not found in strength or speed, but in understanding and cooperation. It is through friendship and kindness that we keep the forest whole. The gathering nodded in agreement, their spirits uplifted by Thallos's gentle wisdom. As the last rays of sunlight slipped beneath the horizon, the creatures dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story within their hearts. The night unfolded like a velvet quilt, stars twinkling like diamonds above the sleeping forest. A soft breeze whispered through the branches of the heartwood, carrying the promise of another day, another cycle of life to begin anew. And so in this ancient forest where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures lived in a symphony of harmony, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the enduring bonds of friendship. The seasons turned, as they always had, weaving a tapestry of life that shimmered with the stardust of dreams. And there, beneath the watchful boughs of the heartwood, the forest remained at peace, its secrets cradled in the gentle embrace of time. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sighed in contentment and the brook babbled secrets to the mossy stones, there lay a quaint little village known as Glade. Glade was a place where the air always smelled of honey and lavender, and the sun seemed to dapple the cobblestone streets with a gentle, golden light. Here the villagers lived in harmony with nature, and peace was as much a part of the village as the ancient oak that stood in the center, its branches stretching wide like a guardian's arms. However, as autumn's cloak began to wrap the village in hues of amber and crimson, a curious event unfolded that stirred the gentle rhythm of life in Glade. Each morning, as the villagers awoke and went about their tasks, they discovered that the bright, cheerful colors of their beloved gardens had mysteriously faded overnight, leaving the plants looking pale and listless, as if they had shared their dreams with the moon and forgotten to wake. The villagers were puzzled. They gathered in the cozy warmth of the village inn, a rustic building with walls that whispered stories of old and a hearth that crackled with laughter. It was here that they would sip mulled cider and nibble on cinnamon biscuits as they pondered the mystery. Among them was a young girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Lila was known for her keen mind and gentle heart, and she was determined to solve the riddle of the fading colors. One crisp morning, as the mist hung low like a silken veil across the fields, Lila decided to seek counsel from the wisest creature in all the whispering woods, a kindly old owl named Professor Hoot. Professor Hoot resided in the highest branches of the ancient oak, his home a cozy little nest lined with soft feathers and curious trinkets collected over the years. Climbing the oak was like ascending a natural staircase, the bark rough but comforting under Lila's hands. As she neared the top, she heard the gentle hoot of the professor, welcoming her. "Ah, young Lila," he greeted, his voice as smooth as velvet. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine autumn day?" Lila explained the strange occurrences, her voice tinged with wonder and concern. Professor Hoot listened intently, his great golden eyes reflecting the light of the rising sun. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded sagely. "It seems, my dear, that the essence of the colors is being borrowed by something or someone. We must find the borrower and understand their purpose." With the professor's guidance, Lila learned to observe the world with new eyes. They ventured through the woods, the crunch of leaves underfoot a soft symphony. Lila noticed how the dew on the grass sparkled like tiny jewels, and how the wind carried secrets in its gentle caress. As they explored, they encountered other woodland creatures, a family of squirrels scampering playfully, a doe and her fawn stepping gracefully through the underbrush, and a chattering jay that seemed to be delivering messages from tree to tree. It was the jay that provided their first clue. "The colors have been seen dancing at dusk," it chattered, its blue feathers shimmering like the sky at twilight, near the edge of the woods where the shadows play. Intrigued, Lila and Professor Hoot made their way to the spot the jay described. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of vermilion and gold, they saw a peculiar sight. There, in a small clearing, the colors of the village garden swirled and danced, forming a vibrant tapestry that glowed with an inner light. In the center of this magical display was a tiny creature, no bigger than a mouse, with wings that shimmered like rainbows. It was a color sprite, a mischievous yet well-meaning being known for borrowing colors to weave magnificent tapestries of light. Lila approached the sprite with kindness in her eyes. "Why do you borrow our colors, little one?" she asked softly. The sprite paused its dance, looking at Lila with eyes as round as marbles. "I meant no harm," it chirped in a voice as delicate as a breeze. "I wish to create a gift for the Harvest Moon Festival, something beautiful to share with the world." Understanding dawned on Lila, and she smiled gently. "Perhaps we can help you, dear sprite. We can share our colors with you for the festival, and in return, you can return them to our gardens each morning." The sprite fluttered its wings in delight, the colors around it twinkling like stars. "Oh, that would be wonderful," it exclaimed, its joy as infectious as a sunrise. And so a new partnership was formed. Each evening, the sprite would borrow the colors, and each morning, they would be returned, more vibrant than before. The villagers marveled at the newfound brilliance of their gardens, and the Harvest Moon Festival was a dazzling success, with the sprites' tapestry illuminating the night like a living masterpiece. As the festival came to a close, Lila stood with Professor Hoot beneath the ancient oak, watching the stars wink into existence. "Thank you for your wisdom, Professor," she said, her heart full of gratitude. Professor Hoot chuckled softly, his feathers ruffling in the breeze. "It was your kind heart and open mind that solved the mystery, dear Lila. Remember, the world is full of wonders when seen through the eyes of friendship and understanding." With those words, Lila felt a warmth spread through her, a warmth that lingered long after she had returned to her cozy home, where the crackling fire welcomed her like an old friend. And as she drifted into dreams, she knew that the magic of Willow Glade would always be there. A reminder that even the smallest mysteries could be solved with kindness, curiosity, and a little sprinkle of magic. Story 32. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of old and the air smelled of pine and fresh morning dew, there lived a young woman named Amara. Amara had always been wary of change, preferring the comfort of her familiar routines. She was known for her gentle nature and her love for tending to her small garden, where she grew the most vibrant wildflowers in the village. Her days were filled with the soft rustle of leaves, the delicate hum of bees, and the gentle caress of the sun on her skin. Despite the tranquility of her life, Amara felt a stirring restlessness deep within her heart, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was as persistent as the morning mist that clung to the forest. Change, however, was a daunting specter to Amara, and she found herself hesitating on the brink of the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced their fiery waltz to the ground, Amara ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the crispness of the season's breath. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her, each step accompanied by the distant call of a wood thrush and the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush. Amara soon found herself in a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where an ancient oak stood with branches stretching skyward as if in gentle embrace. At the base of the oak, she noticed a small, peculiar door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled light. Curiosity fluttered within her like a tentative bird, and she felt an inexplicable pull to open the door. As her fingers brushed the cool wood, the door swung open effortlessly, revealing a staircase spiraling downward into a soft, welcoming glow. Taking a deep breath, Amara stepped inside, the warmth of the light wrapping around her like a comforting shawl. The air inside was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft murmur of distant streams. Descending the staircase, she found herself in a cavernous room filled with the soft glow of luminescent crystals that lined the walls like stars in an underground sky. In the center of the room stood a pool of water, so still it mirrored the ceiling's light perfectly. A gentle voice, like the rustling of leaves, echoed around her. "Welcome, Amara," it said, "to the Grove of Reflection." Amara turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a wise, elderly woman with eyes as deep as the forest itself. Her name was Leora, the guardian of the grove, and her presence was as comforting as a mother's embrace. "This place mirrors the soul," Leora explained, her voice a soothing melody. "Here, you will find the answers you seek, if you are willing to look within." Amara approached the pool and peered into its depths. At first, she saw only her reflection, but slowly the water began to swirl, images unfolding like petals of a blossoming flower. She saw herself as a child, timid yet curious, her eyes wide with wonder at the world. She saw moments of fear, of hesitation, and of missed opportunities. But she also saw moments of kindness, courage, and the gentle strength that lay within her heart. As the images faded, Amara felt a warmth spreading through her, a realization dawning like the first light of dawn. Change was not something to fear, but a path to growth, a way to embrace the fullness of life. She understood now that the restlessness she felt was her spirit urging her to spread her wings and explore new horizons. With a newfound sense of peace, Amara turned to Leora, who nodded approvingly. The magic of transformation lies within you, dear one. Let it guide you as you embrace the journey ahead. Thanking Leora for her guidance, Amara ascended the staircase, her heart lighter than it had ever been. As she emerged into the clearing, the autumn sun wrapped her in its warm embrace. The forest seemed to hum with approval, the leaves whispering encouragement as they drifted down around her. In the days that followed, Amara began to embrace change with open arms. She ventured beyond the boundaries of her village, exploring new places and meeting new people. Her garden flourished in new and unexpected ways, reflecting the growth within her. She shared her experiences with her neighbors, encouraging them to embrace their own paths of transformation. Amara's journey was not always easy, but with each challenge, she grew stronger and more resilient. She learned that true magic lay in the courage to face the unknown and the wisdom to find beauty in every step of the journey. Her heart, once hesitant, now beat with the rhythm of life's ever-changing song. And so, amid the gentle whispers of the forest and the warm glow of the hearth at home, Amara continued to grow and transform, her life a testament to the power of embracing change with grace and an open heart. In the end, she discovered that the greatest magic of all was the discovery of her own boundless potential, shining bright as the stars that now guided her path. And as the village nestled into the calm of night, with the soft glow of moonlight casting gentle shadows, Amara's story became a cherished tale, told by the fireside to inspire others to find the courage to explore the unknown and the wisdom to embrace their own magical transformations. Story 33. In a small, sleepy village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Glen, the world seemed to pause each evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The villagers often spoke of the glen with a hushed reverence, for it was a place where the ordinary was gently brushed by the extraordinary. Here, under the canopy of ancient trees, time itself seemed to breathe in a rhythm all its own, inviting those with open hearts to listen and learn. Among the villagers lived a young girl named Leora. With her bright eyes and unruly curls, she possessed a curiosity as boundless as the sky. Leora had always felt a peculiar pull towards the Whispering Glen, feeling as though it held secrets meant especially for her. Yet the stories her grandmother told, tales of gentle spirits and hidden wonders, kept her visits to the edge, where she'd sit and listen to the rustling leaves, imagining the world beyond. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, Leora decided she could no longer resist the glen's call. She tucked a small satchel with an apple, her grandmother's woven shawl, and a notebook for sketches and musings. The air was rich with the scent of fallen leaves and the whisper of promises carried on the wind. With a deep breath, Leora stepped into the Whispering Glen. As she ventured deeper, the world around her transformed. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the earthy scent of moss and bark enveloped her like a comforting embrace. The quiet was profound, yet alive with the soft hum of nature, birdsong, the gentle babble of a hidden stream, and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. Leora's heart swelled with a sense of belonging. She wandered through the glen, her fingers brushing against the rough bark of ancient oaks and the soft petals of wildflowers. Here, she felt as though she was a part of something greater, a tapestry woven with threads of wonder and serenity. As she meandered, Leora stumbled upon a clearing where the sun poured down like liquid gold. In the center stood a magnificent oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, roots sprawling like the fingers of time itself. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a remarkable sight, a small, shimmering pool of water that glowed with an ethereal light. Intrigued, Leora knelt by the pool. The surface shimmered, reflecting her face in rippling waves that seemed to whisper stories of old. As she leaned closer, she noticed a peculiar object glistening beneath the water, a delicate silver key, intricately designed with patterns of swirling vines and stars. Reaching into the pool, she retrieved the key, its cool surface sending a gentle tingle through her fingers. It felt as if it was meant to be found, a piece of a puzzle she hadn't known she was solving. Her heart leapt with excitement and curiosity. What door, what secret, did this key unlock? As Leora pondered, she felt a presence behind her. Turning, she found herself face to face with an unexpected companion, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and warmth. The fox sat calmly, its tail curled around its paws, watching her with an expression that seemed almost knowing. "Hello," Leora greeted softly, sensing in the fox a kindred spirit. The fox blinked slowly, as if acknowledging her presence and her discovery. Feeling a surge of courage, Leora held up the key. "Do you know what this is for?" she asked, feeling slightly foolish for speaking aloud to an animal. Yet, in this magical place, it felt entirely natural. To her surprise, the fox rose, giving a small nod before trotting off towards a path that wound deeper into the glen. Leora hesitated for only a moment before following. The path was narrow, lined with ferns that brushed against her legs, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. As they walked, Leora felt the world around her shift subtly, as if she was moving between the lines of a story yet to be told. The forest grew denser, the light softer, until they arrived at a small, moss-covered cottage nestled against the roots of another ancient tree. The cottage seemed to grow out of the earth itself, its roof a patchwork of leaves and branches. The fox paused at the threshold, glancing back at Leora with an encouraging look. Taking a deep breath, she approached the door, noticing a small lock embedded in the wood, adorned with the same swirling patterns as the key. With trembling hands, Leora inserted the key and turned it. The lock clicked softly, and the door swung open with a gentle creak. Inside the cottage was warm and inviting, filled with the scent of herbs and the soft glow of lanterns. Shelves lined the walls, brimming with jars of dried flowers, books, and curious trinkets. In the center of the room was a table, and upon it lay a map of the glen, its surface marked with symbols and notes that seemed to tell a story of the land and its secrets. Leora's eyes widened with awe, realizing she had stumbled upon a hidden sanctuary, a place where the mysteries of the Whispering Glen were recorded and cherished. The fox padded inside, settling at her feet as if to say, "Welcome home." Leora's heart swelled with gratitude and wonder. She spent the afternoon exploring the cottage, each discovery a new piece of the Glen's story, tales of forgotten guardians, hidden paths, and the delicate balance of nature. As evening fell, casting the room in shades of twilight, Leora returned to the table. Her fingers traced the lines of the map, feeling a connection to the stories it held. She realized that the key she had found was not just a physical object, but a symbol of her own journey, a journey of discovery and belonging, of unlocking the mysteries within herself and the world around her. The fox watched her with gentle eyes, a silent companion in her newfound adventure. Leora knew that she had found a friend, one who understood the language of the glen and the stories it whispered. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora felt a deep peace settle over her. She understood now that the Whispering Glen was not just a place, but a living story, one that welcomed those who listened with open hearts and minds. And she, with her newfound friend and the key to its secrets, was now a part of that story. Closing her eyes, Leora listened to the soft rustle of the leaves, the gentle song of the breeze, and the steady heartbeat of the earth. She knew that tomorrow would bring new adventures, new stories to uncover and cherish. And with that comforting thought, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the warmth of the cottage and the gentle presence of the fox, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be, at home in the heart of the Whispering Glen. Story 34. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, lived a young girl named Clara. Her days were filled with the gentle rhythms of village life, where every morning brought the smell of fresh bread from the bakery, and evenings were serenaded by the soft chirping of crickets. But Clara had always sensed that there was something more to her world, something just beyond the ordinary. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Clara wandered to the edge of the village. There, hidden beneath a gnarled oak tree, she discovered an old, weathered chest. Its hinges were rusted, and the wood was worn smooth by time. Curious, Clara knelt and gently lifted the lid. Inside she found a small, intricately carved mirror. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, with a frame of swirling silver vines and a glass that shimmered with a mysterious light. As she peered into the mirror, Clara felt a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers. The mirror seemed to whisper secrets to her, revealing hidden wonders and forgotten stories. She realized this was no ordinary mirror. It was a magical portal to places unknown, a key to adventures she had only dreamed of. Just then, a soft rustling in the leaves caught Clara's attention. Out stepped a small, plump hedgehog with twinkling eyes and a friendly smile. "Greetings, dear Clara," he said in a voice as smooth as honey. "I am Oliver, the guardian of the mirror. It holds the wisdom of ages, and it has chosen you for a special journey." Clara's eyes widened in wonder. "A journey? But where will it take me?" "That, my dear, is for you to discover," Oliver replied, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "But fear not, for I will be your guide." With a heart full of anticipation, Clara took a deep breath and gazed into the mirror once more. The world around her began to shimmer and blur, and she felt herself being gently pulled into its depths. As the light faded, she found herself standing in a lush, vibrant forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the soft murmur of a nearby stream sang a soothing melody. As Clara marveled at her surroundings, a gentle tap on her shoulder made her turn. She was greeted by a wise old owl perched on a low branch. His feathers were a mosaic of earthy browns and whites, and his eyes held the depths of ancient wisdom. "Welcome, young traveler," the owl hooted warmly. "I am Alaric, keeper of the forest. Your journey begins here." Clara nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, eager to begin. "Your task is to find the Heartstone," Alaric explained. "It lies within the enchanted glade and holds the power to illuminate the path of kindness and understanding. But beware, for the path is hidden and only revealed to those who seek with pure intentions." With Oliver and Alaric by her side, Clara set off on her journey. They traveled through sun-dappled clearings and over babbling brooks, each step filled with wonder and discovery. Along the way, they met a host of delightful creatures, a playful squirrel who shared tales of the forest, a wise tortoise who offered sage advice, and a family of deer who guided them through the thicket. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Clara faced challenges that tested her heart and mind. A riddle posed by a mischievous fox required her to think deeply and listen intently, teaching her the value of patience and reflection. A tangled vine blocking their path demanded cooperation and creative thinking, showing her the power of teamwork and friendship. Through each trial, Clara's companions offered support and encouragement, their unique perspectives illuminating the way forward. Oliver's cheerful optimism lifted her spirits, while Alaric's calm wisdom grounded her decisions. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and a fleeting moment, they arrived at the enchanted glade. Bathed in a gentle, golden light, the glade was a place of serene beauty. At its center lay the Heartstone, a magnificent gem that pulsed with a soft, comforting glow. As Clara approached the Heartstone, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. She understood now that the journey was not just about finding the stone, but about discovering the strength and kindness within herself. The Heartstone was a mirror of her own heart, reflecting the love and wisdom she had gained along the way. With a gentle touch, Clara reached out and held the Heartstone in her hands. It was warm and reassuring, a beacon of hope and understanding. The forest seemed to hum with approval, and Clara knew her journey was complete. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight, Clara bid farewell to her new friends. Oliver and Alaric promised to always be near in spirit, their friendship a cherished gift. With a final glance at the magical forest, Clara returned through the mirror, emerging once more beneath the old oak tree. The village was just as she had left it, but Clara felt forever changed. She carried the lessons of her journey in her heart, knowing that true magic lay not in the objects of the world, but in the love and wisdom shared among friends. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Clara drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle echoes of her wondrous adventure. And in her heart, she knew that wherever she went, the magic of the forest would always be with her, guiding her with the light of kindness and understanding. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed with the softest of breezes, and the moonlight painted silver patterns on the forest floor, nestled a quaint village known as Elderglen. Elderglen was a place where magic quietly mingled with the everyday, where the sky wore a cloak of twinkling stars, and the air was infused with the scent of honeyed clover and dewy moss. In this village, there lived a gentle and thoughtful young squirrel named Finn. Finn was known for his bushy tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often twitching in excitement or curling up in thought. He was a creature of curiosity, always keen to understand the world around him. His best friend, a wise old owl named Sage, often shared tales of the forest's mysteries from his perch high up in the great oak. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned into a tapestry of amber and crimson, the village began to experience a series of peculiar events. The first sign was the sudden disappearance of the luminous glow from the lantern mushrooms that lined the woodland paths. These mushrooms had always guided the villagers home after dusk, their soft light a comforting beacon against the dark forest. The villagers were perplexed. Without the glow of the lantern mushrooms, the woods seemed more daunting. Granny Willow, the village elder with a heart as warm as her fresh-baked pies, gathered the villagers to discuss this strange occurrence. She spoke with a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "There is a reason for everything in nature. We must seek to understand it." Finn listened intently, his tail twitching with interest. He turned to Sage, whose golden eyes gleamed with wisdom. "Perhaps we should investigate," Finn suggested, his voice soft but filled with determination. Sage nodded, his feathers ruffling slightly in the evening breeze. "A mystery is like a puzzle, Finn. Let us gather the pieces and see what picture they form." The next morning, Finn and Sage set off through the forest, the air crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. They were accompanied by a chorus of chirping birds and the gentle rustle of the forest creatures. As they walked, Finn noticed the mushrooms' caps were still intact, their surfaces smooth and unblemished. "It seems they haven't been picked or eaten," Finn observed, his keen eyes scanning the ground. Sage nodded, his head swiveling with practiced grace. "Indeed, and yet their glow has faded. We must look closer." As they ventured deeper into the forest, they came across a clearing where the sunlight danced in patches through the canopy. Here they met Luna, a sprightly fairy with wings that shimmered like dewdrops in the morning light. Luna was known for her laughter that chimed like silver bells and her knack for finding things that were hidden. "Good day, Finn and Sage," Luna greeted, her voice as bright as her smile. "What brings you to this sunlit glen?" Finn explained the mystery of the lantern mushrooms, his voice calm and steady. Luna listened with wide, curious eyes. She fluttered closer to one of the mushrooms, her tiny fingers tracing its edge. "I've heard whispers among the willow trees," Luna said thoughtfully. "They speak of a creature who loves light, one who gathers glows like treasures." Finn's ears perked up. "A creature that collects light? Could that be why the mushrooms no longer shine?" Luna nodded, her wings fluttering with excitement. "I believe so. The creature is known as the Luminara, a gentle soul who resides by the moonlit pond. It is said to collect light to weave a tapestry of dreams." Sage, who had been silently pondering, spoke up. "Perhaps the Luminara does not realize the trouble its actions have caused." With Luna fluttering beside them, Finn and Sage made their way to the moonlit pond, a serene, mirror-like water body that reflected the sky's every hue. As they approached, they noticed a glimmering figure by the water's edge. The Luminara was a creature of ethereal beauty, its form a soft glow of shifting colors, like moonlight on rippling water. Finn stepped forward, his voice gentle as a whisper. "Luminara, might we speak with you?" The Luminara turned, its eyes like pools of liquid silver. "Why, hello there," it replied in a voice as soft as the night breeze. "What brings you to my tranquil abode?" Finn explained the plight of the villagers, his words kind and understanding. The Luminara listened intently, its glow dimming slightly with concern. "I had no intention of causing harm," the Luminara said, its voice tinged with regret. "I collect the glow to weave dreams for the creatures of the night, to bring comfort and peace." Sage nodded, his eyes soft with empathy. "Perhaps there is another way to gather light, one that does not take from the mushrooms." The Luminara pondered this, its form shimmering like starlight. "There is an ancient fountain, the Fountain of Reflections, which holds the light of 1,000 stars. If I could draw from its depths, the mushrooms could keep their glow." With the mystery unraveled and a plan in place, Finn, Sage, and Luna accompanied the Luminara to the Fountain of Reflections. Hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, the fountain was a marvel to behold. Its waters sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars, each droplet a tiny universe unto itself. The Luminara dipped its slender fingers into the water, drawing up strands of light that danced like fireflies. As it wove these into its tapestry of dreams, the lantern mushrooms began to glow once more, their gentle light guiding the villagers safely through the forest paths. As the village settled back into its peaceful rhythm, Granny Willow gathered everyone for a celebration under the starlit sky. Finn and Sage, alongside Luna and the Luminara, were hailed as heroes, their names whispered with gratitude and joy. The villagers learned a valuable lesson that day, one of understanding and cooperation, of seeing beyond the surface to the heart of the matter. And as the night deepened, the soft glow of the lantern mushrooms mingled with the twinkling stars, casting a warm and comforting light over Elderglen. With hearts full and spirits light, the villagers of Elderglen drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the Whispering Woods. And in the quiet of the night, the Luminara continued to weave its tapestry, a gift of dreams for all who called the forest home. Story 36. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy like scattered gold dust, there lay a hidden glade known only to the creatures of the natural world. This glade was a sanctuary, a place where the air shimmered with the scent of pine, and the gentle murmur of a bubbling brook sang a soothing lullaby. Ferns unfurled their delicate fronds in the dappled light, and wildflowers swayed gently, painting the ground with hues of violet and yellow. In this secret haven lived a community of creatures, a wise old owl, a family of rabbits, a pair of industrious beavers, and a soft-spoken deer named Lyra. Each of them played a unique role in maintaining the harmony of their small world, taking only what they needed and giving back in return. The forest was governed by the ancient wisdom of the seasons, each bringing its own form of magic. Spring was a time of renewal, with the air fragrant with the promise of new life. In summer, the forest buzzed with energy, the sun warming the earth and filling the streams with laughter. Autumn painted the leaves in fiery tones, whispering tales of transformation, while winter blanketed the land in a serene stillness, a time for rest and reflection. One day, as the first whispers of autumn began to color the edges of the leaves, a gentle rain began to fall. This was no ordinary rain, but a magical phenomenon known as the Tears of the Ancients. Legend told that these drops carried the wisdom of generations, a gift from the forest's ancestors to those who would listen. Lyra, with her gentle eyes and attentive heart, was the first to notice the change in the air. The raindrops, rather than simply wetting the earth, seemed to shimmer with an inner light, each one a tiny vessel of knowledge. She knew this was a rare occurrence, and her heart swelled with the importance of the moment. Gathering her friends, Lyra led them to the heart of the glade. The wise owl, whose feathers were as soft as the night, perched on a low branch, his eyes reflecting the raindrops like tiny moons. The rabbits, with their twitching noses, nestled close, while the beavers paused in their work, their broad tails resting lightly on the ground. The tears of the ancients, the owl began, his voice a deep and comforting rumble, are a reminder of the balance we must keep. Each drop holds the stories of those who came before us, and the lessons they learned in their time. As the rain continued to fall, the forest creatures listened intently. The owl spoke of the importance of harmony, of living in tune with the rhythms of the earth. He shared tales of past seasons when the balance had been upset, when the rivers ran dry or the trees bore no fruit, and how the creatures of the forest had worked together to restore the equilibrium. And so, the owl concluded, we must remember that we are all threads in the tapestry of this forest. Each action we take, no matter how small, affects the whole. The rain eased, leaving the forest refreshed and glistening. As the clouds parted, a soft golden light spilled across the glade, and the creatures felt a deep sense of peace. They understood that their lives were intertwined with the forest, that their actions could nurture or disrupt the delicate balance. Inspired by the stories and wisdom of the ancients, the creatures resolved to continue their efforts to care for their home. The beavers, with their skillful paws, would ensure the streams flowed freely. The rabbits would tend to the undergrowth, making sure the young plants had room to grow. Lyra, with her gentle presence, would remind them all to tread lightly, to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest prepared for the embrace of winter. The creatures worked together, their actions guided by the wisdom of the rain. And when the first snowflakes began to fall, they gathered once more in the glade, warmed by the knowledge that they had done their part to preserve the harmony of their world. In the quiet of the forest, beneath the starlit sky, a sense of gratitude filled the air. The creatures nestled close, sharing warmth and stories, their hearts at ease. They knew that as long as they listened to the lessons of the ancients and cared for one another, the forest would continue to thrive, a sanctuary of balance and beauty for generations to come. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic danced with the changing seasons, the creatures found their peace, cradled by the gentle arms of nature, ever guided by the wisdom of those who had walked the path before them. Story 37. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies, and the air was perpetually scented with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, there lay the quaint village of Eldergrove. The houses, with their thatched roofs and brightly painted shutters, nestled comfortably among the tall, ancient oaks. Eldergrove was a place where magic lingered in the very soil, and where the gentle glow of fireflies lit the evening paths. It was here, one crisp autumn evening, that something curious began to unfold. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, when the villagers noticed that their evening lanterns, which were always lit by the gentle touch of the firelight fairies, flickered strangely. Instead of their usual steady glow, the lights danced erratically, casting wild shadows that seemed to leap joyously across cobblestone streets. Among those who noticed the peculiar behavior of the lanterns was a thoughtful young girl named Lila. With her chestnut hair tied back in a neat braid and her eyes as bright as the morning dew, Lila was known for her keen sense of curiosity and her kind heart. She often wandered the woods, befriending the woodland creatures and learning their secrets. As the lanterns flickered, Lila's mind buzzed with questions. She decided to seek the wisdom of the village elder, old Thistle, a kindly sage with a long, snowy beard and eyes that twinkled with the knowledge of ages. His home was a cozy nook nestled at the base of the oldest oak, its walls lined with shelves overflowing with books and jars filled with mysterious herbs. "Ah, Lila," old Thistle greeted warmly as the door creaked open to his inviting abode. "What brings you here this fine evening?" "The lanterns, sir," Lila replied, her voice a mix of wonder and concern. "They're behaving quite oddly, and I thought you might know why." Old Thistle chuckled softly, the sound like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "Indeed, I've noticed the little dance they're doing. I suspect it has something to do with the firelight fairies. They're playful spirits, but they usually have a reason for their mischief." Intrigued, Lila decided to visit the glen where the firelight fairies made their home. She wrapped herself in a warm cloak and set off through the woods, the path illuminated by the moon's soft glow. The air was crisp, and as she walked, she could hear the distant hoot of an owl and the gentle rustle of leaves. The fairy glen was a magical place, a hidden sanctuary where the air shimmered with sparkling lights and the trees whispered secrets to those who would listen. As Lila approached, she saw the fairies flitting about, their tiny forms like sparks of light dancing in the night air. "Good evening, fairies," Lila called softly, her voice respectful and kind. "I seek your counsel." The fairies paused in their dance, and one, with wings as delicate as spun glass, approached. "Greetings, Lila," chimed the fairy in a voice that was both musical and soothing. "What brings you to our glen?" "The lanterns in Eldergrove are flickering strangely," Lila explained. "I thought you might know why." The fairy's eyes twinkled with a mischievous light. "Ah, yes, we have been playing a little trick, but not without purpose, dear Lila. We wish to draw attention to something important." Curiosity piqued, Lila asked, "And what might that be?" The fairy gestured towards a small patch of earth near the glen, where a cluster of flowers grew. "The moonlit blooms have not opened this year. They are vital to the health of our forest and the magic that keeps it alive. We hoped someone might notice and help us find the cause. Lila knelt beside the flowers, their petals tightly closed even under the gentle glow of the moon. She examined the soil, noticing it was unusually dry. Perhaps they need more water, she suggested thoughtfully. The fairy nodded. Yes, the stream that feeds this part of the forest has been diverted. We are too small to fix it ourselves. Determined to help, Lila thanked the fairies and set off towards the stream, guided by the fairies' soft light. She followed the babbling brook until she found the source of the problem. A fallen branch had created a small dam, blocking the water's flow. With careful hands, Lila worked to remove the branch, her breath forming tiny clouds in the chilly night air. As the water began to flow freely once more, she felt a sense of satisfaction swell in her chest. Returning to the glen, Lila was greeted by the sight of the moonlit blooms unfurling their petals, releasing a delicate, sweet fragrance that filled the air. The fairies danced joyfully, their lights twinkling like stars. "You've done it, Lila!" the fairy exclaimed, gratitude shining in her tiny face. "Thanks to you, the flowers will flourish once more." Lila smiled, feeling warmth spread through her heart. "I'm glad I could help," she replied, her voice as soft as the night breeze. With the mystery solved and the forest's balance restored, Lila made her way back to Eldergrove. The lanterns now glowed steadily, casting a warm, comforting light over the village. As she slipped into bed, Lila felt a deep sense of peace, knowing she had helped her friends, both human and magical, in their time of need. And so, in the cozy village of Eldergrove, beneath the watchful gaze of the whispering woods, the villagers slept soundly, wrapped in the gentle embrace of their magical world, where kindness and curiosity were always rewarded, and where the bonds of friendship could light even the darkest of nights. Story 38. Once upon a time, nestled within the embrace of an ancient forest, where the whispering winds carried secrets of old, there lay a realm untouched by the harshness of time. The trees stood tall and proud, their bark etched with intricate patterns that told stories of years gone by. Their canopies stretched high above, weaving a tapestry of green and gold that danced gently under the watchful gaze of the sun. In this enchanted forest, the creatures lived in a delicate balance, each one playing its part in the grand symphony of life. At the heart of the forest lay a crystal-clear lake, its surface smooth as polished glass, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. Nearby, a gentle stream meandered through the trees, its merry babbling a constant lullaby to those who listened. Among the inhabitants of this magical forest was a wise old owl named Orion. His feathers were as soft as the finest down, their tips dappled with the silver of the moon's glow. Orion had seen many seasons come and go, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's secrets, a guardian of its delicate balance. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Orion perched upon his favorite branch. He surveyed the forest with a gentle gaze, marveling at the harmony that enveloped the land. Yet, there was something amiss, a subtle discord in the symphony that only a soul as attuned as his could discern. He called forth the creatures of the forest, inviting them to gather beneath the ancient oak that stood sentinel by the lake. The soft rustle of leaves heralded the arrival of a graceful deer named Lyra, her coat a rich chestnut that shimmered like autumn leaves in the fading light. The mischievous squirrel named Pippin scampered down the tree, his eyes bright with curiosity and a hint of mischief. As the animals assembled, Orion spoke in a voice as soft and soothing as the evening breeze. "Friends, I sense a change upon us," he began, his gaze sweeping across the gathered creatures. "The forest's harmony is shifting, and we must discover the cause." Lyra, ever perceptive and gentle, stepped forward. "Could it be the weather? The storms have been fiercer, and the rains less frequent," she suggested, her voice as melodic as the songbirds at dawn. Pippin nodded, his tiny paws clasped together. "And the leaves, they fall too soon. The colors have not yet reached their full splendor," he added, his tone tinged with concern. Orion nodded, his wise eyes reflecting the fiery hues of the sunset. "Indeed, the weather has been unusual, but there is more to this mystery," he mused, his gaze turning towards the distant mountains, their peaks shrouded in mist and mystery. He spoke of the ancient legends, tales passed down through the ages that told of the weather weavers, mystical beings who guided the seasons and ensured the balance of nature. It was said that when the harmony of the forest was threatened, the weather weavers would appear, their presence heralded by the dance of the auroras across the night sky. As the creatures listened, a soft, luminescent glow began to spread across the heavens, painting the twilight with ribbons of emerald and sapphire. The auroras danced with a grace and fluidity that captivated every heart, their beauty a silent promise of hope and renewal. Orion spread his wings wide, feeling the gentle caress of the cool evening breeze. "We must seek the weather weavers," he declared, "and learn what has unsettled the balance of our forest." With a newfound determination, the creatures set forth on their journey, guided by the shimmering lights above. They traveled through the night, their path illuminated by the celestial glow. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the usual nocturnal chorus replaced by a profound stillness. As dawn broke, casting the world in a soft golden light, they reached the edge of the forest, where the mountains loomed tall and majestic. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. Here, where the land met the sky, they found the weather weavers, ethereal figures cloaked in robes of mist and starlight. The leader of the weather weavers, a figure with eyes as deep and endless as the ocean, stepped forward. "We have awaited your coming, wise Orion," she spoke, her voice a gentle melody that resonated with the very essence of the forest. Orion bowed his head in respect, his heart filled with a quiet reverence. "We seek your guidance, for the balance of our forest is disturbed," he said softly. The weather weaver nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "The balance is indeed fragile, for the world is ever changing," she replied. "Yet it is the heart of the forest that holds the key to restoring harmony." With a graceful wave of her hand, she conjured an image of the ancient oak by the lake, its roots deep and its branches wide. "This tree, the heart of your forest, is where the wisdom of ages resides. It is here that you shall find what you seek." Understanding dawned upon Orion and his companions. The ancient oak, the sentinel of their forest, held the secrets of the seasons and the wisdom to heal the land. With gratitude in their hearts, they returned to their beloved forest, where the sun now bathed the land in a warm embrace. Beneath the oak's sprawling branches, they found the answer they sought. A gentle touch of the tree's bark revealed a hidden hollow, within which lay a collection of smooth, polished stones, each one glowing with a soft inner light. Orion understood these stones represented the elements of the seasons, a gift from the weather weavers to restore balance. With careful precision, they placed the stones around the roots of the oak, each one settling into its place with a gentle hum. As the last stone found its home, a wave of warmth spread through the forest. The leaves rustled in a joyful chorus, their colors vibrant and full of life. The stream gurgled with renewed vigor, its waters sparkling like diamonds. The forest, once more in harmony, sang a song of gratitude to its guardians. The creatures gathered beneath the oak, their hearts filled with peace and contentment. Orion, with a twinkle in his wise eyes, looked upon his friends. "Together we have restored the balance, for it is friendship and wisdom that guide us," he said, his voice as gentle as the breeze that rustled the leaves. And so the forest thrived, a haven of tranquility and magic, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred, and the beauty of nature flourished in eternal harmony. As the sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky with its final brushstrokes of the day, the auroras once more danced across the heavens, a promise of peace and balance for generations to come. In this enchanted forest, the creatures lived on, their lives intertwined in the grand tapestry of nature, forever guided by the wisdom of the ancients and the gentle glow of the weather weaver's stones. And in the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the story of their journey was whispered through the leaves, a timeless tale of friendship, balance, and the enduring magic of the natural world. Story 39. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. Leora, Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of. Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say, "the forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 40. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the moonlight painted silver trails on the forest floor, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The villagers of Willowbrook were as gentle and warm-hearted as the sunlit days of spring, but recently a curious mystery had begun to weave its way through their peaceful existence. One early evening, as the sun dipped behind the velvet hills and the first stars twinkled into view, young Thomas, a bright-eyed boy with a penchant for adventure, noticed something peculiar. The lanterns that lined the village pathways, which usually flickered to life as dusk settled, remained stubbornly dark. The villagers soon gathered, their faces painted with mild concern and curiosity. Mrs. Peony, the kind grandmother of the village, who always smelled of fresh-baked bread and lavender, suggested that perhaps the fireflies, who usually danced around the lanterns, were feeling under the weather. But Thomas wasn't convinced. His heart whispered of something more magical, something more mysterious. With the gentle encouragement of his parents and the blessing of the village elders, Thomas decided to investigate. Armed with his trusty satchel, a gift from his beloved grandfather, he set out into the Whispering Wood. The forest was alive with the sounds of crickets singing their nightly serenade and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Thomas noticed a soft glow emanating from a clearing up ahead. He crept closer, his heart beating with a mix of excitement and wonder. There, in the heart of the clearing, stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches adorned with countless twinkling lights. To his astonishment, he realized that each light was a tiny, luminous creature, no bigger than a thimble, with gossamer wings that shimmered like the morning dew. These were the rare moon sprites, gentle beings known to appear only when the world was in need of a little extra magic. "Hello, young Thomas," came a voice as soft as a breeze, startling him momentarily. He turned to see a wise old owl perched on a low branch, its eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. "Who are you?" Thomas asked, his curiosity piqued. "I am Solana, the guardian of the Whispering Wood," the owl replied. "It seems the moon sprites have chosen this night to offer their light. They have sensed a sadness in the village and wish to bring some joy." "But why are the village lanterns dark?" Thomas queried, puzzled. Solana chuckled, a sound much like the rustling of leaves. "Ah, that is because the fireflies, who usually light your way, have been enchanted by the moon sprite's song. They have gathered here, drawn by the melody that only they can hear." Thomas smiled, understanding dawning upon him. "So, if the fireflies return, the lanterns will light again?" "Indeed," nodded Solana. "The moon sprites meant no harm, only to share their light and happiness. With a heart full of gratitude, Thomas thanked Solana and the moon sprites for their kindness. As he turned to leave, a gentle breeze carried a melody through the air, a song so sweet that it seemed to awaken the very stars. The fireflies, enchanted by the music, began to rise, their tiny lights flickering like stars as they followed Thomas back to the village. Upon his return, the villagers marveled at the sight of the glowing procession. The fireflies settled around the lanterns, and one by one, the paths of Willowbrook were illuminated once more, casting a warm, comforting glow across the village. In the days that followed, the villagers spoke of the mysterious lights and the magical creatures that had visited their home. They learned to listen more closely to the whispers of the forest and to cherish the small wonders that life offered. As for Thomas, he became known as the boy who brought back the light, his heart forever touched by the magic of the Whispering Wood. And though the moon sprites soon departed, their gentle glow remained in the hearts of all who had witnessed their wondrous dance. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle sway of the willow trees, Willowbrook returned to its peaceful slumber, forever grateful for the night when the moon sprites shared their light. As the village drifted into dreams, the Whispering Wood hummed its lullaby once more, cradling all within its embrace, promising new adventures and gentle mysteries for those who dared to listen. Story 41. In the quiet reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet tapestry, two worlds orbited the same sun, yet could not have been more different. One was the lush and vibrant planet of Viridia, where emerald forests whispered secrets to the passing winds and rivers sang lullabies to the creatures that dwelled beside them. The other, a stark contrast, was the rocky and barren planet of Zephyria, where towering spires of crystal jutted from the ground, catching the light of the sun and casting rainbows across its desolate plains. On Viridia, there lived a gentle creature named Arlo. Arlo was a Viridian, known for their leaf-green skin that shimmered like dew-kissed grass and eyes that reflected the deep blue of the Viridian seas. Arlo spent his days tending to the gardens of his home, speaking softly to the flowers that bloomed in response to his care. He was a creature of peace and harmony, never having known conflict or strife. Meanwhile, on Zephyria, there was a being called Kayla. She was a Zephyrian, a species characterized by their crystalline bodies that sparkled under the sun. Her people were resilient and resourceful, having adapted to the harsh, unyielding environment of their world. Kayla was a skilled navigator, guiding her fellow Zephyrians through the treacherous landscape with precision and grace. Though their lives were worlds apart, fate had woven their destinies together. It began on a day when the universe seemed to hold its breath, as a rare celestial event aligned their planets in the closest proximity in centuries. On this special day, an ancient spacecraft, long dormant and forgotten, reactivated, sending a signal that resonated through both worlds. Arlo, drawn by the mysterious call, found himself venturing beyond the familiar embrace of his garden, stepping onto a path of adventure he had never imagined. Similarly, Kayla, ever curious and bold, followed the signal to its source, her crystalline heart pulsating with the thrill of the unknown. Their paths converged at the sight of the ancient spacecraft, its metal hull gleaming under the light of 1,000 stars. As they approached, Arlo and Kayla regarded each other with curiosity and caution. To Arlo, Kayla appeared as a living prism, her form reflecting and refracting light in mesmerizing patterns. To Kayla, Arlo seemed a being of pure serenity, his presence calming as a gentle breeze. Their first meeting was marked by a series of misunderstandings, as neither understood the language nor customs of the other. Arlo extended a hand, a gesture of greeting on Viridia, but Kayla mistook it for a challenge, responding with a defensive stance. Realizing their error, both retreated, their initial encounter ending in confusion. Despite this rocky start, the two were united by a shared goal, to uncover the secrets of the spacecraft. Hours turned into days as they worked side by side, slowly learning to communicate through gestures and expressions. Arlo showed Kayla how to coax the ancient technology to life with the gentle touch of a Viridian, while Kayla taught Arlo how to decipher the intricate star maps etched into the ship's interior. As they labored together, a bond began to form between them. Arlo admired Kayla's resilience and ingenuity, qualities that shone as brightly as her crystalline form. Kayla, in turn, found solace in Arlo's gentle nature, his presence a soothing balm to her often tumultuous world. One evening, as they sat beneath the ship's open hatch, gazing up at the star-studded sky, Kayla turned to Arlo and shared a story of her people, of how they had struggled and thrived on a planet that offered no kindness. In response, Arlo spoke of the harmony of Viridia, where life thrived in a delicate balance. It was a moment of mutual understanding, a bridge built between their worlds. Their journey was not without its challenges. As they delved deeper into the secrets of the spacecraft, they discovered it was powered by a core that required a rare mineral found only on Zephyria. Together, they embarked on a daring expedition across Kayla's home planet, facing the biting winds and treacherous terrain with courage and determination. Throughout their adventure, Arlo's gentle wisdom and Kayla's fierce courage complemented each other perfectly. When a fierce storm threatened to tear them apart, it was Arlo who calmed the winds with a soothing song, while Kayla used her crystalline body to shield them from the elements. In moments of doubt, they found strength in each other's presence, a silent promise that together they could overcome any obstacle. At last, they reached the heart of Zephyria, where the rare mineral lay hidden beneath layers of crystal. It was here that their friendship was truly tested. The mineral was guarded by a creature of legend, a guardian as old as the planets themselves. With respect and humility, Arlo and Kayla approached, offering their intentions of peace and unity. The guardian, sensing the sincerity of their hearts, allowed them passage, granting them the mineral they needed to power the ancient spacecraft. With gratitude, they returned to the ship, their mission nearing completion. Back on Viridia, under the glow of 1,000 fireflies, Arlo and Kayla worked side by side to install the mineral into the spacecraft's core. As the ship hummed to life, a soft light enveloped them, a testament to their shared journey and the bond they had forged. With the spacecraft restored, it offered them a choice, to explore the universe together or return to their respective worlds. Arlo and Kayla stood in silent contemplation, each considering the path ahead. Finally, they turned to each other, their decision unspoken yet understood. Together they chose to embark on a new adventure, exploring the stars and learning from each other in ways they had never imagined. Their friendship, once an unlikely spark, had grown into a guiding light, illuminating the path before them. As the spacecraft lifted into the night sky, leaving behind the familiar embrace of their worlds, Arlo and Kayla shared a smile, knowing that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. In their hearts, they carried the true meaning of friendship, a bond unbreakable and eternal, forged through understanding, respect, and a shared dream of exploration. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Arlo and Kayla ventured forth, their journey just beginning, a testament to the power of friendship and the endless possibilities of the universe. Story 42. The Whispering Forest. Once, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a sprawling, mysterious forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, but her nights were where her heart truly thrived. Under the silvery glow of the moon, Lila would sit by her window, lost in the pages of her favorite stories about distant lands and magical adventures. Lila had always been drawn to the forest that stretched beyond her village. It was a place of secrets and whispers, where the trees seemed to lean in close, sharing tales with the wind. Her grandmother, a wise old woman with twinkling eyes and silver hair, often warned her about the forest's enchantment. "It's a place of wonders, my dear," she would say, her voice like a gentle breeze. "But it's also a place of challenges, where only the pure of heart can find their way." One crisp autumn day, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Lila ventured to the edge of the forest. Her heart fluttered with anticipation and a hint of trepidation. She had heard the old stories of the Whispering Forest, where the very trees were said to hold magic, their roots entwined with the essence of time itself. As she stepped onto the soft moss-covered path, a gentle rustling greeted her. The air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and the sweet aroma of wildflowers. Lila felt a strange pull, as if the forest itself was calling her deeper into its embrace. She wandered through the trees, her footsteps light and careful. The forest was alive with sounds, the chirping of crickets, the soft hoot of an owl, and the rustling leaves whispering secrets to each other. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a dappled pattern on the forest floor, and Lila felt as if she were walking through a living tapestry. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling wide and its roots gnarled and strong. At its base lay an object glinting in the sunlight. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines. Lila's heart quickened as she knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the beautiful carvings. Curiosity got the better of her, and with a gentle push, she opened the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft moss, was a shimmering stone, its surface swirling with hues of blue and green. As Lila picked it up, she felt a warmth spread through her fingertips, a comforting glow that seemed to resonate with her very soul. With the stone in hand, Lila felt a strange sensation, as if the forest around her was suddenly more vibrant, more alive. The whispers grew louder, and she found she could understand them. The trees spoke of ancient times and forgotten tales, of love and loss, and of the magic that flowed through their roots. As she listened, a gentle voice emerged from the whispers, warm and kind. "Welcome, Lila," it said. "You hold the heart of the forest, a gift to those who seek to understand and protect the secrets of this land." Lila's eyes widened in wonder. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," the voice replied, carrying a note of wisdom. "With this stone, you can hear the whispers of the forest and see the hidden world that lies within." Lila's heart swelled with emotion. She had always dreamed of finding something magical, something that connected her to the stories she loved so dearly. And now here it was, a gift beyond her wildest imaginings. For the next few days, Lila returned to the forest, guided by the whispers that now felt like old friends. She discovered hidden streams where the water sparkled like diamonds, and groves where flowers bloomed in impossible colors. She learned the songs of the birds and the secrets of the wind, each day deepening her bond with the forest. But as the days turned into weeks, Lila began to notice a change. The forest seemed quieter, the whispers more subdued. The trees spoke of a shadow that loomed on the horizon, a threat to the balance they held dear. Lila felt a pang of worry. She knew she had to do something, but what could she, a young girl, possibly do to help? The answer came one moonlit night, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the heart of the forest warm in her hand. The gentle voice returned, guiding her thoughts. "There is a darkness that seeks to take the forest's magic for itself," it said. "To stop it, you must find the keeper of the forest, a guardian who resides in the heart of the hidden world." Determined, Lila set off on a journey deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before. The path was winding and treacherous, but the whispers guided her, offering comfort and encouragement. As she walked, she felt a change within herself, a growing confidence and strength she hadn't known she possessed. After what felt like days of travel, Lila arrived at a place where the forest opened up to reveal a breathtaking sight. A hidden valley stretched before her, filled with vibrant flowers and cascading waterfalls. At the valley's center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As Lila approached, she saw a figure standing beneath the tree, a tall, graceful being with eyes like pools of starlight and hair that shimmered with the colors of the forest. The keeper of the forest. "Welcome, Lila," the keeper said, their voice a soothing melody. "I have been waiting for you." Lila felt a wave of awe and reverence. "The forest is in danger," she said, her voice steady despite her fear. "I want to help." The keeper nodded, a gentle smile playing on their lips. "You hold the heart of the forest, and with it you have the power to restore balance. But it must be done through understanding and friendship, not force." Lila listened intently as the keeper explained the source of the darkness, a creature born of loneliness and misunderstanding, seeking to claim the forest's magic to fill its own emptiness. "You must reach out to this creature," the keeper said. "Show it the beauty of friendship and the joy of belonging." With newfound purpose, Lila set off once more, guided by the whispers that now carried a note of hope. She followed a narrow path to a secluded glade, where the shadows seemed to gather and dance. In the center of the glade stood the creature, a being of shadow and sorrow, its eyes filled with longing. Lila approached slowly, her heart open and her spirit calm. "Hello," she said softly, holding out the heart of the forest. "I am Lila, and I have come to share the magic of the forest with you." The creature hesitated, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. "Why would you do this?" it asked, its voice a low, mournful whisper. "Because everyone deserves to feel the warmth of friendship," Lila replied, her words gentle and sincere. "And the forest is more beautiful when shared." As the creature listened, the shadows around it began to dissolve, revealing a form of delicate light. It reached out tentatively, its touch like a soft breeze, and the heart of the forest glowed brighter, its light enveloping them both. In that moment, the creature understood. It felt the warmth of the forest, the joy of connection, and the peace of belonging. The darkness within it faded, replaced by the gentle light of understanding and friendship. The forest, sensing the change, erupted in a symphony of sound and color. The trees swayed in harmony, the flowers bloomed brighter, and the air was filled with the sweet melody of the birds. The keeper appeared beside Lila, their eyes shining with gratitude. "You have done well, Lila," they said. "Through your kindness and courage, you have restored the balance." Lila smiled, her heart full and content. She had found her place within the stories she loved, not as a mere observer, but as a part of the magic itself. As she made her way back to the village, the heart of the forest still warm in her hand, Lila knew she would always carry the whispers with her, a reminder of the beauty and power of friendship. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle embrace of the forest, Lila's story became a new whisper, a tale passed down through the ages, a beacon of hope and harmony for all who would listen. Story 43. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, They made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 49. Story 50. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Maren began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Maren, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Maren's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Maren found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Story 51. Story 52. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring." With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. Story 53. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Faron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his 3 eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the whispering woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens. Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Story 89. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 90. Once upon a time, in a world where magic danced through the air like fireflies, there lived a young girl named Willow. She resided in a cozy cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, surrounded by towering trees that whispered ancient secrets. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling hearth, she noticed something peculiar. The flames in the fireplace seemed to flicker with unusual patterns, almost as if they were trying to communicate. Willow rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but the flames continued their intricate dance. Perplexed, Willow sought guidance from her wise mentor, Oakley the ancient oak tree. His gnarled branches swayed gently as he listened to her tale. "Ah, my dear Willow," he said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, "it seems the elements themselves have a message for you." Intrigued, Willow returned to her cottage, determined to unravel this mystery. Each night, she studied the fireplace intently, jotting down the patterns she observed in the flames. Soon she began to notice shapes forming, a swirling leaf, a flickering acorn, and other symbols of the forest. One evening, as Willow sat entranced by the dancing flames, a gentle knock sounded at her door. She opened it to find a tiny creature with gossamer wings and a warm, glowing aura. "Greetings, Willow," the creature said in a melodious voice. "I am Ember, a fire sprite, and I've come to shed light on the mystery that's been unfolding before your eyes." Ember explained that the flames were trying to communicate a message from the heart of the forest itself. A dark force had been slowly spreading, threatening the delicate balance of nature. The sprites, nymphs, and other magical beings needed Willow's help to restore harmony. With Ember's guidance, Willow embarked on a quest through the enchanted woods, deciphering clues hidden within the elements themselves. She listened to the whispers of the wind, observed the patterns in the flowing streams, and sought wisdom from the ancient trees. Along the way, she encountered a host of friendly creatures, playful pixies who showed her hidden paths, wise old owls who shared their knowledge, and mischievous gnomes who delighted in offering riddles and puzzles. As Willow's understanding deepened, she learned that the dark force was born from the fear and doubt that had taken root in the hearts of humans who had forgotten their connection to nature. With each step, she rekindled the bond between the natural world and those who had strayed, spreading hope and rekindling the magic that flowed through all living things. Finally, on the night of the autumn equinox, Willow stood before a great willow tree in a moonlit glade. With Ember's guidance and the collective power of the forest creatures, she performed an ancient ritual, calling forth the essence of balance and harmony. As the last notes of the ceremony faded, a warm, gentle light began to emanate from the willow tree, spreading through the forest like a radiant sunrise. The dark force dissipated, and the magic of the woods was restored, stronger and more vibrant than ever before. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forest, working in harmony with the magical beings to ensure that the delicate balance was never again disrupted. And whenever she sat by her hearth, watching the flames dance and flicker, she knew that the heart of the enchanted woods beat strong, whispering its secrets to those who would listen with open hearts and minds. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Once upon a time, in a quaint village cradled between the emerald folds of misty mountains, there lived a young dreamer named Leora. She was known for her curious spirit and the twinkle in her eye that spoke of adventures untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Leora would sit by the hearth, listening to the crackling fire and dreaming of lands beyond the mountains. One crisp morning, as the village lay blanketed in the gentle embrace of dawn's first light, Leora decided to follow the winding path that led to the edge of the forest. With her heart beating a rhythm of excitement, she stepped into the woods, where ancient trees stood like wise old sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets in the soft breeze. The forest was a tapestry of wonders, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet melody of birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor and illuminating Leora's path with a warm, golden glow. As she ventured deeper, the familiar sounds of the village faded, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a hidden stream. Leora's journey led her to a clearing where the air shimmered with magic. In the heart of this enchanted grove stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars in the twilight. Around its base, tiny creatures flitted about, delicate winged beings with eyes like polished stones and laughter that tinkled like chimes. "Welcome, traveler," chimed a voice as soft as silk. Leora turned to see a creature unlike any she had ever imagined, a small, fox-like being with silvery fur and eyes that sparkled like moonlit water. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glen," said the creature, bowing with a flourish. "What brings you to our enchanted realm?" "I seek to explore and learn," Leora replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I wish to see the beauty and magic the world holds." Zephyr nodded approvingly. "To explore is to find courage within," he said, "and each step you take reveals more about your heart." As Leora and Zephyr wandered through the grove, they encountered whimsical wonders. Flowers that sang when touched by sunlight, streams that danced and laughed as they tumbled over stones, and clouds that floated low, carrying whispers from lands far away. In this realm of enchantment, Leora faced gentle challenges that called upon her wit and kindness. She helped a family of squirrels trapped in a maze of tangled vines, using her nimble fingers and gentle words to free them. She calmed a stormy sky by singing a lullaby she remembered from her childhood, soothing the winds into a peaceful slumber. With each act of kindness and bravery, Leora felt her heart grow lighter, filled with the warmth of friendship and the joy of discovery. She realized that courage was not the absence of fear, but the determination to seek beauty and truth, no matter where they might be found. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with a tapestry of crimson and amber, Leora knew it was time to return to her village. But she did not leave empty-handed. The memories of her journey, the lessons learned, and the friendships forged were tucked safely in her heart. "Remember, dear traveler," Zephyr called as Leora took her leave, "the magic of exploration lies not just in the places you discover, but in the courage to seek them out." With a heart full of gratitude and eyes alight with dreams anew, Leora made her way back home. As she stepped into the familiar warmth of her village, the twilight sky began to twinkle with stars, each one a reminder of the wondrous world just beyond the horizon. And so, nestled by the hearth, with the gentle crackle of the fire lulling her to sleep, Leora dreamed of the adventures yet to come, her heart ever open to the magic that awaited in the unknown. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees were as old as time itself, a gentle symphony of life played out among the rustling leaves and whispering winds. Here, the air was thick with the fragrance of pine and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, while the ground was a soft carpet of moss and fallen leaves, cool and inviting beneath bare feet. This enchanted forest was a realm where reality and magic intertwined seamlessly. The trees were not just trees. They were wise old sentinels that stood watch over the land, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. In their branches, birds of every color sang melodious songs, their notes blending harmoniously with the gentle babble of a nearby brook, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal under the dappled sunlight. In this hidden world, creatures of all shapes and sizes lived in a delicate balance, each playing a role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a small, kind-hearted squirrel named Finn. With fur the color of autumn leaves and bright, curious eyes, Finn was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and quick wit. Finn lived in a cozy nest high in the branches of an old oak tree, its gnarled limbs reaching out like welcoming arms. His home was filled with the comforting scents of acorns and dried herbs, a testament to his careful preparation for the colder months. Each morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn would venture out to greet the day, his heart filled with the simple joy of being alive. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was ablaze with the fiery colors of the season, Finn noticed something unusual. The leaves, which normally fluttered to the ground in a gentle cascade, seemed to be swirling up into the air, caught in a dance with the wind. It was as if they were alive, moving with a purpose and grace that defied explanation. Intrigued, Finn decided to follow the path of the dancing leaves. As he darted through the underbrush, the cool breeze ruffled his fur, carrying with it the earthy scent of the forest. The leaves led him to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a group of woodland creatures had gathered. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stag, his antlers crowned with a halo of mist that shimmered like stardust. His presence commanded a quiet reverence, and the creatures around him watched with wide eyes, their breaths held in anticipation. The stag, whose name was Eldrin, was the guardian of the whispering woods, a being of immense wisdom and gentle strength. With a voice that resonated with the deep timber of the forest, he spoke to the gathered creatures. "The time has come," Eldrin announced, his words weaving through the air like a soothing melody. "The cycle of the seasons is upon us, and with it, the magic that sustains our world. We must come together to maintain the harmony that allows us all to thrive." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose. He understood the balance of the forest was a delicate one, reliant on the cooperation and understanding of all its inhabitants. It was a lesson passed down through generations, a truth as old as the forest itself. As Eldrin continued, he explained the task at hand. "The winds of change are strong this year, and they bring with them the whispers of ancient magic. We must harness this magic to ensure the forest remains vibrant and alive through the coming winter." With a nod of understanding, the creatures set to work. The birds took to the skies, their wings cutting through the crisp air as they spread seeds across the forest floor, ensuring new life would spring forth when the seasons turned. The rabbits and foxes worked together to clear fallen branches, creating cozy burrows and dens to shelter them from the cold. Even the smallest insects played their part, tending to the soil and helping it breathe. Finn, with his nimble paws and quick mind, was tasked with gathering the leaves that danced through the air. He scampered to and fro, collecting them in great armfuls and placing them in a pile at the center of the clearing. As the pile grew, it shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, infused with the magic that Eldrin had spoken of. Once all the tasks were completed, Eldrin stepped forward, his hooves silent on the forest floor. With a graceful dip of his head, he touched the pile of leaves with his antlers. A brilliant light erupted from the center, spreading outwards in a wave of warmth and energy that enveloped the entire forest. Finn watched in awe as the light danced through the trees, illuminating every leaf and branch with a golden glow. It was a sight of breathtaking beauty, a testament to the power of unity and the magic that flowed through the natural world. As the light faded, a deep sense of peace settled over the forest. The creatures, their hearts filled with contentment, returned to their homes, knowing that they had played a part in maintaining the balance of their world. Finn, too, made his way back to his nest, his feet crunching softly on the carpet of leaves. As he settled down in his cozy home, he felt a warmth in his chest, a quiet satisfaction that came from being part of something greater than himself. In the days that followed, the forest thrived, its inhabitants living in harmony with one another and the world around them. The magic of the seasons continued its eternal dance, guided by the wisdom and friendship of those who called the Whispering Woods their home. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky and the moon cast a gentle glow over the land, Finn drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that the forest and its magic would always endure. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Leela said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young sapling named Willow. Willow was a sprightly little tree, her slender trunk stretching eagerly towards the sun, her vibrant green leaves shimmering in the gentle breeze. Yet despite her outward beauty, Willow often felt restless and uncertain within. As the seasons changed and the world around her transformed, Willow couldn't help but envy the graceful oaks and stately pines that seemed so self-assured in their growth. She longed to blossom into her truest self, but the path forward remained a mystery, hidden beneath the rich soil. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow's leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, she was visited by a wise old oak named Narla. Narla's bark was weathered and her branches gnarled, but her eyes shone with a kindly warmth. "Little sapling," Narla said softly, "I sense your yearning for growth, yet you resist the very changes that will guide you there." Willow felt a tremor run through her roots. "But how can I embrace change when I'm so uncertain of what I'll become?" she asked, her leaves quivering. Narla chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "That is the beauty of growth, dear one. We cannot know our destined forms until we surrender to the journey." As if summoned by Narla's words, a shimmering light began to coalesce among the fallen leaves at their roots. From this radiant glow emerged a tiny fairy, her gossamer wings beating rapidly as she hovered before them. "I am Lyra, keeper of the woodland magic," the fairy announced in a tinkling voice. "I have been sent to aid you, Willow, in your transformation." Willow's eyes widened, and she felt a fluttering of hope within her slender trunk. "You'll help me grow?" she asked breathlessly. Lyra nodded, and with a wave of her delicate hand, a shower of glittering dust rained down upon Willow. "This enchanted pollen will nurture your growth from within," the fairy explained. "But you must open yourself to the magic and trust in the wisdom of change." As the pollen settled upon her leaves and sank into her bark, Willow felt a warmth blossoming deep within her core. Tendrils of energy unfurled through her branches, and she could sense the stirrings of something wondrous taking shape. Over the coming moons, Willow underwent a remarkable transformation. Her trunk thickened and grew sturdy, her branches reaching higher and stronger with each passing day. Vibrant blossoms burst forth in a riot of color, their delicate petals releasing a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Yet the most profound change occurred within Willow's spirit. As she embraced the magic of growth, she found herself shedding her former insecurities, her roots drinking deep of the earth's ancient wisdom. She learned to trust in the eternal cycle of life, to revel in the beauty of each fleeting moment, and to honor the unique path that nature had set before her. Narla and Lyra remained by Willow's side throughout her journey, offering guidance and encouragement when her faith wavered. The wise old oak shared tales of her own growth, reminding Willow that even the mightiest trees had once been but tender saplings. And Lyra's magical presence was a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to bloom. As the seasons turned once more, Willow stood tall and resplendent, her blossoms giving way to a bountiful harvest of fruit. She had blossomed into a magnificent tree, her branches providing shelter and sustenance to all who sought refuge in her welcoming embrace. And though the path of growth had been challenging, Willow now understood that true transformation came not from emulating others, but from embracing one's truest essence. For within each seed lay the potential for boundless beauty, waiting to unfurl beneath the nurturing light of faith and acceptance. From that day forth, Willow resolved to share her hard-won wisdom with all who crossed her path, inspiring others to embark upon their own journeys of growth and self-discovery. And as the woodland magic danced upon the breeze, she knew that she had finally found her place in the eternal rhythm of nature's grand embrace. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship. A bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of leaves and the babble of brooks formed a gentle symphony, there lived an enchanting owl named Orin. His feathers were as soft as moonlight, a tapestry of browns and whites that blended seamlessly with the forest canopy. Orin perched in the hollow of a grand old oak whose roots dug deep into the earth, drawing strength and wisdom from centuries past. The forest was a sanctuary, vibrant with life and steeped in magic. Sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where a carpet of moss cushioned the steps of wandering creatures. The air was alive with the sweet scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp soil, mingling with the crisp freshness of the morning dew. This forest was a place where natural creatures lived unseen lives, each playing their part in a delicate balance. The squirrels, with their bushy tails flicking like brushes, painted the forest with movement as they darted among branches, gathering acorns. The rabbits, with their soft, velvety ears, nibbled quietly on tender shoots, leaving only the faintest of trails in their wake. Orin, wise beyond his years, was the silent guardian of this harmony. Every night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, he would spread his wings and glide through the moonlit sky, his eyes scanning the forest below for any signs of discord. His calls echoed softly, a calming lullaby that settled the creatures into peaceful slumber. One evening, as the first chill of autumn whispered through the leaves, Orin noticed something unusual. The once vibrant stream that wound its way through the forest had slowed to a mere trickle. The fish, usually so plentiful, were scarce, their silver scales flashing only occasionally in the shallows. Worried, Orin consulted his dear friend, a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the stories of ages. "I fear the balance has shifted," Thistle said in his deep, deliberate voice as they sat by the stream. "The seasons are changing, and with them, the forest must adapt, but we must help guide this transformation." Together, Orin and Thistle set out to discover the cause of the stream's dwindling flow. Their journey took them through a landscape transformed by autumn's touch. The trees donned their fiery finery, leaves of amber and gold cascading to the ground in a gentle rustle. The air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and the promise of the coming winter. Along the way, they met a family of beavers, busy fortifying their lodge against the approaching cold. The beavers, with their sharp teeth and clever paws, had inadvertently built a dam upstream, their industriousness causing the stream to divert. Understanding the situation, Orin and Thistle gently explained to the beavers how their actions were affecting the entire forest. The beavers listened, their eyes reflecting the autumn sky, and agreed to alter their work. With Orin's guidance, they carefully dismantled part of the dam, restoring the stream's natural course. As the water flowed freely once more, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The fish returned, darting joyfully through the clear waters, and the gentle babble of the stream sang through the woods, a melody of harmony restored. With the balance re-established, Orin and Thistle returned to their home under the great oak. The forest, now aglow under a blanket of starlight, was a testament to the wisdom and friendship that had brought it back to harmony. As Orin settled into his perch, a sense of peace enveloped him, as comforting as the warm embrace of the forest itself. That night, the creatures of the forest slept soundly, cradled by the ancient trees and the gentle murmur of the stream. And in the quiet, Orin whispered a promise to the stars, that he would always watch over the forest, preserving its magic and balance, one season at a time. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied, "and you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams, a glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. The Whispering Ferns and the Secret of the Silver Wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the Silver Wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the Silver Wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the Silver Wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. The Whispering Woods and the Moonlit Journey. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering lakes, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. It was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard from dawn till dusk. But what truly set Elderglen apart was the edge of the forest that bordered it, a forest known as the Whispering Woods. Legends spoke of the Whispering Woods as a place where the trees could talk and the streams sang lullabies. It was said that within its depths lay secrets and wonders that had been there since time immemorial. The villagers treated the forest with reverence, often leaving offerings of honey and bread at its edge to appease the spirits within. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as bright as the morning sun. She had grown up listening to tales of the whispering woods, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the magical creatures and hidden worlds that might exist just beyond the tree line. Lyra was kind-hearted and curious, traits that endeared her to everyone she met. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lyra sat by the edge of the forest, her favorite spot. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a mosaic of light on the forest floor. She hummed a tune as she wove daisy chains, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a gentle rustling interrupted her reverie. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had seen before, a small, fox-like animal with fur that shimmered like moonlight. The creature approached cautiously, its eyes wide and curious. Lyra held her breath, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Slowly, she extended her hand, palm up, as if inviting the creature to trust her. To her delight, it nuzzled against her fingers, its fur soft as silk. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "What brings you here?" The creature, as if understanding her, tilted its head towards the forest, then looked back at Lyra. It was as though it was asking her to follow. Intrigued and unable to resist the pull of adventure, Lyra stood up and brushed the leaves from her skirt. She glanced back at the village, where smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and then at the mysterious creature. Determination set in her eyes as she decided to follow her new friend into the heart of the whispering woods. As they ventured deeper, the light grew dimmer, filtered through a canopy of intertwined branches. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. Lyra marveled at the sights around her. Mushrooms that glowed softly in the shadows, flowers that seemed to hum with their own melody, and streams that trickled with laughter. The creature led her to a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, even though the sun had not yet set. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted and curled like the tendrils of a wise old sage. It was here that Lyra discovered the heart of the forest's magic, a small, luminous stone nestled among the roots, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light. Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing against the stone's smooth surface. As she did, a warmth spread through her, as though she had been touched by the sun's rays. The forest around her seemed to awaken, the whispers of the trees growing louder, filling her ears with tales of old. It was then that Lyra understood the true nature of the Whispering Woods. This was a place of stories, a tapestry woven from the dreams and hopes of all who had walked its paths. And the stone was its heart, the keeper of its secrets, the source of its enchanting song. Her new friend, the moonlit creature, watched her with knowing eyes, as if it had been waiting for someone like Lyra to come along. With a gentle nudge, it encouraged her to take the stone, a gift from the forest, to one who would cherish and protect its stories. As Lyra held the stone close, she felt a change within her, a newfound understanding of the world and her place in it. She realized that every story, every whisper of the woods, was a part of something greater, a connection that bound all living things together. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked her friend and the forest for their gift. She promised to return and share the tales of the Whispering Woods, ensuring that its magic would never fade. When she finally emerged from the forest, the village was aglow with the warm light of evening lanterns. Lyra felt different, as though she carried a piece of the forest within her. She knew that her journey had changed her, opening her eyes to the beauty and wonder that existed all around. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, Lyra listened to the gentle whispers of the wind. Her heart was at peace, knowing that she was now a part of the Whispering Woods' eternal story. And as she drifted into dreams, the moonlight creature watched over her from the forest's edge, content in the knowledge that its secret was safe with her. In the days that followed, Lyra shared her adventure with the villagers, weaving tales of the magical forest and the wonders it held. Her stories spread far and wide, bringing joy and inspiration to all who heard them. And though many would try to find the heart of the Whispering Woods, it remained hidden, revealing itself only to those who listened with open hearts and minds. Thus, the village of Elderglen thrived, its people forever connected to the magic of the forest. And Lyra, the girl with the moonlit heart, would often return to the clearing, her laughter mingling with the whispers of the woods, ensuring that its stories would live on for generations to come. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into dreams, remember the whispering woods and the magic that lies within your own heart. For every story, like a seed, has the power to grow and blossom, weaving a tapestry of wonder that connects us all. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars glimmered like scattered jewels across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Varela. This planet, with its lush emerald forests and amber rivers, was home to a gentle species called the Varellans. Their skin shimmered softly like the surface of a tranquil lake at twilight, and their eyes were the color of amethysts, reflecting the wisdom of their peaceful ways. Far away, across light years of twinkling stardust, lay another world, Tellara, a planet of crystalline mountains and azure seas. Here dwelt the Tellarites, a species as brilliant and multifaceted as their crystalline surroundings. Their skins sparkled with iridescent hues, and their minds worked with a precision akin to the intricate gears of an ancient clock. One day, a curious Varellan named Leora, with her heart full of wonder, decided to venture beyond her leafy world. She climbed aboard a small, star-bound vessel, setting her sights on the mysteries of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Tellara, a Tellarite named Kion, driven by his insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge, set forth on a similar journey, eager to explore the wonders beyond his crystalline home. As fate would have it, a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, tangling the paths of these two adventurers. Their vessels, caught in the storm's swirling embrace, were drawn toward each other, eventually colliding gently in the midst of a vast serene nebula that shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. Startled but unharmed, Leora and Kion found themselves face to face, their vessels now intertwined like threads in a cosmic tapestry. At first, they regarded each other with cautious curiosity, their differences stark and unfamiliar. Leora's soft, flowing form seemed a world apart from Kion's angular, crystalline structure. "Greetings," Leora began, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Leora of Varela. It seems our journeys have crossed paths." Kion's voice was steady and resonant, like the harmonious chime of crystal bells. "I am Kion of Tellara. It appears we are both at the mercy of this storm." Though they spoke the same language, their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Leora's gentle metaphors and poetic musings were met with Kion's logical and precise interpretations, creating a dance of confusion and misinterpretation. Yet despite these initial hurdles, a spark of curiosity and kindness lingered between them, urging them to bridge the gap. As they worked together to untangle their vessels, they began to share their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. Leora spoke of the whispering leaves of Varela's forests and the comforting embrace of its amber rivers. Kion, in turn, described the crystalline peaks of Tellara, how they caught the first light of dawn and scattered it across the land like 1,000 rainbows. As the days passed, the cosmic storm continued to swirl around them, leaving them stranded in the heart of the nebula. Yet, within this celestial cocoon, something beautiful began to blossom. Leora and Kion found themselves facing shared challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. When a sudden solar flare threatened their vessels with a shower of fiery embers, Kion's analytical mind devised a plan to shield them using the reflective surfaces of his crystalline shards. Leora, with her deep understanding of harmony and balance, crafted melodies that soothed the turbulent energies, allowing them to stabilize their ships. In the quiet moments between challenges, they discovered the joy of laughter and the comfort of silence shared with a friend. Kian marveled at Leora's ability to see beauty in the simplest of things, while Leora admired Kian's unwavering dedication to understanding the universe's mysteries. One evening, as they gazed out at the nebula's swirling beauty, Leora turned to Kian, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "I've learned so much from you, my friend. Our differences, once so daunting, have become the threads that weave our friendship." Kian nodded, his crystalline form catching the nebula's glow. "Indeed, Leora. Through our misunderstandings, I've discovered new ways to see the world. You've taught me the value of emotion and intuition." As the cosmic storm finally subsided, their vessels gently drifted apart, free once more to continue their journeys. Yet something had changed within their hearts, a bond of friendship forged through shared trials and understanding. Before they parted ways, Leora placed a small, luminous stone in Kian's hand, a token from Virella's heart. "May this remind you of our time together," she said softly. Kian, in turn, gifted Leora a radiant shard of Talara's crystal, its colors shifting with the light. "And may this keep the memory of our friendship alive in your heart." With a final embrace, Leora and Kian bid each other farewell, their vessels now carrying the warmth of their newfound friendship. As they ventured forth into the stars, they knew that their paths would forever be intertwined, their hearts connected by the lessons of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. And so, as the nebula's light gently faded into the distance, the universe continued to turn, embracing the warmth and wisdom of those who dared to reach across the stars and find companionship in the unlikeliest of places. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. "A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. "Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater." And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and whispered secrets with the wind, there existed a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, gently crunching underfoot like a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, creating patches of warmth that danced on the forest floor, while shadows played in the cooler, deeper parts. Here, amid the rustle of leaves and the melodious calls of forest birds, lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them was a gentle doe named Lyra, whose steps were as light as the falling leaves. Her coat was the soft brown of sun-dappled earth, and her eyes were as deep and warm as the forest itself. Lyra was beloved by all the forest dwellers for her wisdom and kindness, always ready to lend an ear or share a piece of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a chill breeze carried the first whispers of winter. Lyra sensed a change approaching, a shift in the balance of the forest's harmony. Concerned, she set off to consult Elder Maple, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose branches stretched wide like arms welcoming the sky. As Lyra approached Elder Maple, the tree's leaves rustled softly, a welcome and a promise of guidance. "Dear Lyra," the tree intoned, its voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the winds of change are upon us, and with it comes the challenge of maintaining our delicate harmony." The doe listened intently, her ears twitching in earnest attention. "How can we ensure balance, Elder? What must we do?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Elder Maple's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Each season brings its own magic and responsibility," it explained. "The task of this season is to prepare for the coming winter. But more than gathering and storing, we must also ensure that every creature finds its place, its part in this cycle." With gratitude in her heart, Lyra set off to spread Elder Maple's wisdom. She trotted through the forest where the air was sweet and crisp, sharing the message with every creature she met. She spoke to the busy squirrels, their cheeks full of acorns, and the songbirds, perched high above, their feathers ruffled against the cool breeze. Each listened and understood, knowing that their actions would weave the fabric of their shared home. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest community came together in a flurry of activity. The squirrels gathered nuts with renewed vigor, guided by Lyra's gentle encouragement. The birds, taking heed of her words, sang the songs of the changing season, their melodies a reminder of the cycle of life. In the evenings, when the sky turned to a tapestry of twilight colors, Lyra would gather with her friends by a quiet brook. The water shimmered beneath the moonlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. Here, by the brook's edge, they shared stories of the forest, tales of old told by their ancestors. One such evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the sky, a young fox named Finn approached Lyra. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. "Lyra," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "as the forest prepares for winter, I find myself unsure of where I fit in. What is my role in this grand tapestry?" Lyra smiled warmly, her gaze soft and assuring. "Dear Finn," she replied, "every creature has a place and purpose, just as every leaf has its branch, and every branch its tree. You are a guardian of stories, a keeper of our history. Share your tales, remind us of who we are and where we've been. In doing so, you strengthen the ties that bind us." Finn's eyes shone with understanding, and he nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. The gentle wisdom passed down from Elder Maple through Lyra to Finn was like a thread weaving through the forest, connecting each creature in a tapestry of unity and purpose. As winter's breath finally settled over the forest, a hush fell upon the land. Snow blanketed the earth in a pristine quilt, and the air was crisp and invigorating. The creatures, nestled in their dens and nests, remembered Lyra's guidance and the stories shared by Finn. They felt the warmth of their community, the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the cycle of life continued, ever turning. And there, beside the crackling fireplace of their shared spirit, the creatures of the forest knew peace, each playing their part in the eternal song of the natural world. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. Please help me!" The sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast an ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places.